Good. That's all I get? I trace her ribs, counting each one. She's so warm and soft. That was better than good. Maybe. I'll never tell. She reaches for my jeans, toying with the waistband of my briefs. The feel of her hand on my bare skin is distracting. Her sultry grin could make an empire fall. When do I get to look at you? Do you want to look at me? Yeah. Her hand dips lower, fingers brush against the head of my cock, a jolt of pleasure racing through me. I do. I scoot off her and sit up on my knees. Quincy moves with me, legs crossed in front of her and a trail of pink marks across her stomach. Take them off. I bring her hand to the button on my jeans. Take me out and touch me. You can look all you want.
17. Quincy. I lied to Sebastian to preserve the last of my dignity. That was so much better than good. It was mind-blowing, the best I've ever had, and I'm afraid no one will ever be able to top it. Color sparks behind my eyes. There's crackling in the center of my chest. My legs squeeze together when I help him work off his pants. My nipples harden when I get to his briefs, drawing the dark material down his muscular thighs until we're both naked and staring at each other. And I feel it. The shift between us, the line we've crossed and can't come back from, is a visceral, real thing, but I don't want to come back from it. We're here together in a place I never thought I'd be, and I don't want to leave. It's not just because of the orgasm. There's something more there, filling the space between us. It's the whisper of think of how good it would be. The shadow of no one's made you feel like this before, but he does. And perhaps the loudest, worst one, buried under the bickering and sarcastic jabs said in jest, hidden behind the years of academia and one-upping each other. It reveals itself when he puts a hand on my leg, when he strokes his thumb over my knee, feather light, gentle and soft. A collision course we're on. An inevitability I can't stop, that I don't want to stop. Maybe it was always supposed to be him, no matter how hard I tried to fight it. Fuck, he murmurs. It must be his new favorite word. What? I touch my hair. I move to my cheek where my lipstick is probably smudged. Did I? Sebastian moves his palm to my stomach, rubbing along the underside of my breast. It's impossible not to smile at his pink cheeks, at his rumpled hair, perfectly disheveled. A piece sticks up by his ear, and I want to tuck it away. You're so beautiful, he croaks, sounding as if it's the most tortured thing he's ever said. Heat moves up my spine when his gaze cuts to my chest. The compliment is unfamiliar, and I don't know where to put it. Close to my heart? Buried behind my ribs? Should I throw it away because keeping it goes against the rules we put in place? You're just saying that so I'll get you off. No. Sebastian cups my cheek. My underwear is still wrapped around his wrist, a prize he's glad he won. I can smell myself on him. I can see the gleam of what looks like adoration in his eyes, but it must be the trick of light. Something I'm imagining in my post-orgasm fog. I could not get any action tonight, and I'd fall asleep happy. Really? I arch an eyebrow. Elaborate. I've used my hand many times throughout my life. The most recent was 2 nights ago, actually. 2 nights ago? The image of him on his bed, palm wrapped around his length while he stroked up and down with the pace he likes, floods my mind. The vision is filthy, depraved, but I wish I could have been there to watch. You did? Yeah. He hooks his fingers under my chin. Want to know what I thought about before I came? Tornadoes? I whisper, and his laugh is booming. Close. I thought about you, Quincy. And not even anything sexual about you. I fucked my fist to the idea of you talking about clouds, to the little lines you get around your eyes when something makes you happy. This laugh is softer, as if he can't believe he revealed his biggest secret to me. We could sit here and look at the NHC's marine forecasts, or I could pull up some old chasing videos I filmed back in college so we can argue over which way the funnel cloud is rotating. I could eat you out again. There's a long pause, his gaze returning to mine. Or I could leave. No. No? His mouth twitches in the corner, the makings of a smirk. Can you be more specific? I don't want you to leave. I told you I wanted you to stay. Anything else you want me to do? Get on your back, please. I add as an afterthought, so I can really see you. He moves slowly, everything unhurried. He positions himself on the mattress, knee propped up and arms starfished across the bed. Like this. Just like that. I take my time looking at him because there's so much to see. A tiny scratch on his abdomen, hair in a neat line leading down his stomach, a deep breath, and I look at his cock sitting thick and hard between his legs. I flush at how big he is. My body temperature rises while I appreciate his long shaft and the pre-cum glistening on the head, the vein that runs up the side and the familiar way he curls his hand around himself and gives a tug, the underwear of mine he's keeping bobbing up and down with the movements of his wrist. This is just from getting you off. You don't need to touch me and I'm hard. He rasps, and a current pulses through me. His free hand moves to my waist, but he stops. Props himself up on an elbow. Holy shit, your secret tattoo. Oh, I glance at the small design etched above my hip bone and laugh. You didn't notice it earlier? I was too busy noticing other things, but I'm here now. I knew you had one, and it... Raindrops, of course. For my show. Cheesy, but I don't know. It's a reminder of how hard I've worked to get to where I am today. I'm proud of myself, and I wanted something to commemorate that. I like it. He traces the outline of each one, 5 in total. It's simple, sexy. A surprise if someone is lucky enough to get you out of your clothes. A special treat for the people who really know you. I don't know how many people really know me. Not many, and even fewer like this, but Sebastian does now. That's exactly what I was going for. He outlines the markings again. I wanted you before I saw it, but now I want you even more. Rain turns you on? No, Quincy. Voice as rough as gravel, he takes my hand and brings it to his length. He wraps my fingers around his shaft, guiding me, and I stroke him once. Again, when he lifts his hips and squeezes his eyes shut, lips parting with an exhale. You turn me on. You have to know what you do to me. What you've been doing to me for years. I'm starting to understand, but the evidence is overwhelming when I bring my hand down his cock, then back up. His breathing changes from steady and sure to weak and fragile. He collapses onto the mattress, head on the pillows and fingers on my wrist, like he wants to be a part of the moment, too. In an act of boldness, I keep my eyes locked on his. I pull my hand away and spit in the center of my palm, stroking him again. My confidence grows with every desperate groan that works its way up from the back of his throat. My nerves settle when he whimpers, low and indecent. It's a noise I'll replay late at night when I'm alone, touching myself to the aching memory of his mouth. Fuck. His neck elongates. Quincy, that feels so good. Could you come like this? I'm doing long algebra while I wonder what it would be like to finish on your tits. He laughs again, skeptical. I want to make a fucking mess of you. I mimic his position from earlier. The sheets cool against my stomach as I press a kiss to the tip of his shaft. I run my tongue up the length of him, his restraint slipping by the second. You've never been careful with me, Sebastian. I dare you to stop holding back. His palm moves to my head, looping a handful of hair around his wrist and yanking. Hard. It catches me off guard and makes me gasp, but I don't fight it. I smile instead. Open up. The demand is brimming with lust. and I would do anything he asked. My mouth parts. I wrap my lips around his shaft, savoring the weight of his cock, heavy on my tongue. It's my turn to moan when I taste him, salty and new.
There you go. That's perfect.
Hell. The praise unlocks a part of myself I've kept away, the woman who always liked to be the best at everything. It fuels the heat kindling inside me until it grows into a wildfire, my body alight with desire. I lick him from base to tip. I fight back the tears that spring to my eyes, hollowing out my cheeks so I can take him deeper, deeper, every time I lower my mouth on him. Sebastian is kind enough to let me get used to his size. He doesn't move, still except for the flex of his thighs, the tightening of his grip to let me know he's still there. But then he reaches the back of my throat and a switch flips. The dynamic changes. It turns rough, sensual, need in its rawest form and the inability to keep our hands off each other. There's drool hanging from my mouth and sweat on my forehead. My hair sticks to the back of my neck and tears stain my cheeks. Some part of me acknowledges I should be embarrassed by how messy I am, but I'm not. How can I be, when every single moment between us has been building to this? High school, college, his weeks back in town and sharing secrets. Sebastian murmurs encouragement. There's affection when I'm not sure I can last another second. Admiration when I do something new he likes. Swirling my tongue, scraping my nails up his leg. The groan he lets out when his length disappears completely in my mouth, my nose brushing against his thigh and my heart somewhere near my toes when he whispers how well I'm doing, is possessed. It's the splintered pieces of a man close to unraveling, and a rush of pride swells in me.
If this is how good it is with your mouth.
His fingers comb through my hair, careful to work out the knots he finds.
I'm going to spend the rest of my life dreaming about what your pussy feels like.
There's a drugstore less than 10 minutes up the road. It wouldn't take long to grab a box of condoms. Maybe he could push the front seat back and let me straddle him in a dark and dimly lit parking lot. We wouldn't need to make it back to my house. But I'm afraid the second one of us walks out of my room, that'll be it. The illusion of mutual orgasms will shatter in the reality that exists outside these four walls. Messy, complicated reality. People who want different things. And that's not what tonight is about. I ignore the ache between my legs. I shove away the thought of Sebastian's body over mine. A hand on either side of my head as he pushed inside me, the stretch of him filling me up, my biggest desire. We'd be good together. I tilt my head so I can lick up his length. I replace my mouth with my hand until he's whimpering again, until he's lifting his hips and meeting my strokes with rough thrusts. Don't you think?
Quincy.
My name is a frantic ask, an exultation.
I'm going to...
I make the split-second decision to put my lips back on him, ignoring his protest of you don't have to so I can swallow down his warm release when he spills inside me. It takes him a few minutes to stop panting and unwind. When he does, I pop him out of my mouth. I sit back on my heels and lick my lips, satisfaction rolling through me. Sebastian blinks. His gaze is dreamlike, his breath's thoroughly depleted, and I smile.
We should have done that years ago,
he manages to say. There's perspiration on his forehead, more on his neck. When would we have had time for that?
I would have found time.
Sebastian tugs on my arm and brings me down to his side. I let him, curling around him and resting my cheek on his chest. It's only for a minute. Something that doesn't count once he leaves.
Hang on. You have a little...
He swipes his thumb along the corner of my smile.
I don't like when people leave a mess behind. Open up.
My body reacts on instinct and I part my mouth. I hold out my tongue and suck on his finger, tasting him again. We did this earlier tonight, I say. His chuckle is exhaustion needled with blissful contentment. But with more clothes.
Never thought I'd be lucky enough to have round two.
Yeah. I settle back into the crook of his shoulder, listening to his breathing. Me too.
I need a minute to get a second wind, then I'll be out of your hair.
There's no rush. I yawn, warmth washing over me when he drags the sheets up my legs, when he wraps his arms around me and holds me tight. I never would have thought he'd be a cuddler, but I like that he is. If you're feeling how I'm feeling, it's going to take longer than a minute.
And you said it was only good.
Sebastian drops his chin to the top of my head. I reach up and give his necklace a tug. A furious blush spreads across my chest when he answers with a low hum.
You're a terrible liar.
Maybe you're terrible in bed.
Deflection. I get it.
He drums his fingers against my hip. He traces over my tattoo, infatuated with the thing.
You're afraid to admit you want me again.
Conceited, I mumble, squealing when he hugs me close. This was a one-time thing, remember?
Whatever helps you sleep tonight, Press. Do you?
Our phones chime simultaneously with the sound of a notification. I frown and sit up. That's weird.
Probably a tropical storm forming in the Atlantic. Waters are hot.
Our friends could be dead.
Jumping right to conclusions, I see. Mine is in the pocket of my jeans if you want to check.
I take the sheet with me, wrapping it around my body while I hunt for our phones. I toss his on the bed and sit on the edge of the mattress, sorting through my apps. No texts, I say.
No storm either. What a letdown.
Oh, I see the new email in my inbox and click it. Oh.
What is it?
Sebastian comes up behind me, an arm around my stomach and his own phone still in his hand. It's from the NWS. I scan the body of the email and gasp. They want me to come back for a final interview next week.
Way to go, Monroe.
He presses a kiss to the slope of my shoulder. His mouth lingers there for a beat.
I'm proud of you.
Wait a minute. Does that mean you got an email too?
Let's see.
He clicks over to his inbox. There's a new message at the top with the same subject line, delivered at the same time.
Looks like it.
Will that be weird?
Why would it be weird? Because I ate you out?
Jesus Christ.
He's not here, but you can worship me if you want.
I reach behind me, grabbing a pillow and smacking him square in the face. I ignore the laugh he barks out, the smile he tucks into the back of my neck. Exactly because of that.
It's still us. We'll go head-to-head like we always do, and we can use it as foreplay.
No, nope. I turn in his hold and poke his chest. One and done, done.
Give me a good reason why we shouldn't hook up again.
Because I struggle to think up something on the fly. It could get messy.
Are you scared you're going to fall in love with me?
His dimple pops. His long eyelashes almost reach the lines of his cheekbones, and he really is so pretty.
We're two adults. We can separate emotions from sex, can't we?
We can, but I've scratched the itch. I'm satisfied. It was never going to be more than a night of getting off, and now I'll be able to think straight and go after what I want. That job.
At least it was good.
He smirks.
Fine. I'll play by your rules, but I'm not going to hold anything back at the interview. You better bring your A game.
Sebastian stands and stretches his legs. He takes his time getting dressed, watching me as he pulls on his shirt and jumps into his jeans. He looks at my underwear around his wrist, then at me, and tucks them in his pocket. Hey, I challenge. Give those back.
Nope. Finders keepers. You can have my briefs. It'll be an even exchange.
What am I supposed to do with those?
Add it to the shrine you have to me.
You're obnoxious. I cross my arms over my chest. Sebastian flashes me another full-toothed smile and turns for my door. And I'm not going to miss you when you leave.
Sure you aren't.
Before he goes, he bends, kissing my forehead. I have to force myself not to lean into him.
Be good, Quinny baby. I'll see you next week.
I listen to his feet pad across the hall. The front door opens, then clicks closed. I count to 100, then slowly peel myself out of bed, heading for the bathroom. I take my time showering and brushing my teeth. I examine the marks he left on my body, trying to memorize each one. I ignore the satisfaction of knowing they're going to take a few days to disappear. When I climb back into bed, clean, exhausted, and content in a way I haven't been in years, I turn the pillows over so I can't smell any traces of him. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, and I find a message from Sebastian waiting for me. I hesitate before dragging my thumb across the screen. Sebastian,
Made it back to Cooper's. Do you miss me yet?
I lean back and pull the covers up, turning on my side to answer him. Not even a little bit. Sebastian.
Figured. Here's a treat in case you get lonely.
Attachment, 1 image. The picture downloads a photo of shirtless Sebastian, flooding my screen. A window behind him casts him in silvers and grays, but that's not what catches my attention. It's my underwear in his hand. The thin material he's holding up for the camera with the world's biggest grin on his face like he's fucking proud of himself that has me blushing. Sebastian.
Sleep tight, Quinny baby. I'll dream of you.
I stare at the photo and the curve of his muscles, his messy hair and the smudged lipstick on his stomach above his briefs. I'm tempted to give the photo a thumbs down, but I block him instead, desperately wishing out of sight meant out of mind. When I close my eyes and force myself to fall asleep, I can still see him in my dreams, and he's smiling at me. This time, though, I'm smiling back. 18. Quincy. Mia. Good luck today, Quinn. Harlow. Grab those men by the balls and show them what a badass bitch you are. Mia. Let us know when you're finished so we can get dinner and hear all about it. I don't think I've slept in a week. Between my shows and getting this presentation ready, I'm a zombie. I hope it goes well. Mia. You're going to do great. We believe in you. I might need a bottle of wine later in case things go to shit. Harlow. They're not going to. I love y'all. I wish you were doing the hiring. Mia. Probably for the best that we're not. I don't know what 3/4 of the words you use mean. I'm not fit to hire meteorologists, and I don't want the country to head into a weather crisis because of my poor choices. Harlow. We'll be your virtual hype squad. Okay. I'm going inside. I can do this. I'll see you tonight. Mia. Knock them dead, babe. The universe isn't fair. If it were, I wouldn't be seeing Sebastian like this for the first time since he gave me an orgasm. He's wearing business casual, complete with a tie that matches his eyes and polished leather shoes with laces tied in neat bows. His slacks are pressed and tailored, cuffed right above the ankle so they show off the hint of a fun pair of socks. Penguins holding umbrellas and dancing in the rain. They're ridiculously cute. He rolled his sleeves to his elbows to show off his forearms, and when he looks up at me with a grin the devil himself would be proud of, I almost trip. God damn him for pressing me into a wall, and goddamn me for going along with it.
There she is.
Sebastian stands, a folder tucked under his arm and his jacket slung over the back of his chair.
I was starting to think you might not show.
I needed a few minutes of peace and quiet before I kicked your ass. It's always good to relax before you drink the blood of your enemies.
Enemy, huh?
His eyes flick down my body. A delighted hum sneaks out of him when he studies the blouse I buttoned close to my neck, and the black skirt I ironed late last night when my stomach was knotted with nerves. There's a low whistle, the hint of a flush to his cheeks.
Damn, you look good, Quincy.
Thanks. It's my turn to blush, and I do my best to recover quickly. The paper on the door says we'll be on a panel with a guy named Dennis Terry. Have you heard of him?
Vaguely. Tampa guy, I think. No idea about his credentials. This is going to be interesting. I haven't done a debate panel since some of our college classes. It's an unusual approach, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know how it is. So much of this job is data-driven, and evolving research in our field is always a hot topic. Different opinions, different methods, different approaches and different models to forecast intensities and which version is the best and most accurate. Presenting alongside our colleagues opens the door for conversations we'd have in real life, too.
Think you can play fair today?
Sebastian reaches for me. He gives me a smile that makes me weak in the knees before I remember why we're both here. I knock his hand away with a scowl.
It's going to be fun to kick that sweet ass of yours.
Sweet, huh? I bat my eyes and adjust the strap of my purse from digging into my shoulder. I think it's really important for you to know something before we go in there, Dunn.
And what's that?
He steps closer. I can smell his cologne, and I hold my breath to stop myself from inhaling the scent of it.
Are you going to tell me how much you missed me?
No, I stand on my toes, grateful my heels make me taller. I play with the button on the top of his shirt, the one right near his collar, and smile when I hear the shift in his breathing. "I'm not wearing any underwear," I murmur, patting his chest before sauntering toward the interview room. Dennis, as it turns out, sweats profusely when under pressure. A drop of his perspiration lands on the stack of papers in front of me when he hurries to take off his suit jacket. The bodily fluid bleeds into the pen marks in the margin of my notes, and the napkin I offer him gets turned down. The interviewers file into the room and settle in their seats. I force myself to take a deep breath.
Good afternoon, everyone.
The one on the left, Dr. Matthews, according to his nameplate, adjusts his glasses and squints at the sheet he's holding under the conference room's fluorescent lights. He glances up, peering at the three of us, and clears his throat.
I'm sorry, I think there might be a mistake. Is there a Quincy Monroe here?
Hi, I wave. That's me.
I see.
He stares at the paper, then looks back up at me.
I wasn't expecting... well...
Expecting what, doctor? I ask, anticipating how he's going to finish his sentence.
A woman,
he settles on.
Based on the gender-neutral name and the majority of the demographic in the agency, I'm... surprised.
I believe you know Dr. Baldwin over at UCF. He was instrumental in my PhD program, and his knowledge of the meteorological field made me eager to pursue an atmospheric science degree in higher education. I plaster on a smile. I'm aware of the large demographic that makes up the NWS and NOAA, but that's the wonderful thing about weather. It shouldn't be limited to a certain group of people. It exists around all of us all the time. Disaster doesn't care what someone looks like, nor does it care who is the one reporting on it. At the end of the day, we have a duty to save lives. Sebastian rests a hand on my knee, the touch hidden by the table we're sitting behind. He gives my leg a reassuring squeeze. Not overbearing, not reactive. A signal he's there if I need him.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Dr. Matthews clasps his hands together, glancing at his interview partners.
Should we get started?
Dennis, the poor guy, kicks us off by talking about a topic different than the one asked to him for 3 minutes before realizing he's reading off the wrong note card. There's an awkward pause while he tries to right himself, getting frustrated when the outline he created is upside down.
Thank you, Dennis.
Dr. Schneider, sitting on the other side of the table, shuffles his papers.
Ms. Monroe, I believe you brought in research on... what does that say?
The future of supercells, I supply. I compared cells over the last 15 years to those from the 80s and 90s, primarily focusing on how climate change might be affecting those supercells.
Interesting.
Dr. Schneider keeps his eyes on me.
What approach are you taking?
Regional, convection permitting mesoscale models. I'm simulating the convection in hopes it will give me some answers as to what might happen to cells in the next 20 years.
And your findings?
Climatological aspects affect supercells. Primarily their frequency and intensity. We all know that. I flip through my notes and tap the box of data I've put together. It's research I started as an undergrad, an interest I've carried with me in the years that have passed. It's all in the early stages of data collection, but projections indicate supercells will become more frequent in regions of the eastern continental United States. Regions in the Great Plains will, ironically, see a decrease in strong weather events like tornadoes and hailstorms.
Pardon the interruption, Dr. Schneider, but may I ask a question?
Sebastian interrupts, and I can't help but smirk. I'm transported back to college, the years we spent on opposite sides of lecture halls having heated discussions about forecasting models and atmospheric dynamics when we were young, eager, and unjaded.
Please, Mr. Dunn, I'm eager to hear your thoughts.
Sebastian turns to face me. I see him out of my peripheral vision, but keep my eyes trained ahead, ready for whatever he might throw my way.
The data you provided suggests supercells will decrease midsummer to early fall.
He drums his fingers on my notes. I didn't realize he was reading over my shoulder.
Is that right, Dr. Monroe?
My lips twitch with a smile. I could get used to him using my official title. Yes, but that doesn't mean the country is safe from any weather events. There's the potential for more significant tornadoes and extreme rainfall that could have horrible consequences if not studied.
So, if the supercells decrease in midsummer, when are these extreme events going to happen?
Under the emissions scenario I ran, the events will increase in late winter and early spring months.
And what makes the supercell different from a regular cellular convection?
I have to hold back a laugh at his easy question. Supercells have a deep, persistent mesocyclone and a different vertical velocity. I could give you a math lesson, but I'm not sure anyone else in the room wants to talk about orders and powers.
Probably not.
His own laugh is deep and low.
Maybe you can save it for after the group discussion. I'm very fascinated by this subject, and I'd love to hear more, Dr. Monroe.
His smile isn't cocky. It's not smug. It's not even I told you so. Proud might be the right word. And he follows it up with another nudge of his knee, with a wink, pretty blue eyes twinkling in my direction. I'll find you when we're finished here and we can discuss it in greater detail, I say, directing my attention back to Dr. Schneider.
Very interesting observations, Ms. Monroe, he says. Dr. Monroe, Sebastian corrects. My apologies. This next question is for Mr. Dunn. You're on television, correct?
Dr. Schneider asks.
I am indeed, sir. Senior meteorologist at ABC. I feel fortunate for the opportunity to explore deeper issues related to our weather systems and climate change as a whole. I'm very curious.
Dr. Schneider scoots his chair forward.
Who's the most famous person you've ever met?
Sebastian's smile twists to a frown.
I saw Keanu Reeves at a fundraiser. He was a nice guy.
Fascinating. Ms. Monroe, what was your dissertation on while you attended UCF? The change of pace throws me off. It takes me a beat to realize Dr. Schneider is talking to me. When I do, I almost fumble my words. Radar signatures in tropical cyclone tornadoes and non-tornadic supercells.
And, Sebastian, do you fly private when you're sent across the country to cover weather events, or commercial? I'm not sure how that's relevant to our current conversation, unless you want me to analyze private jets and their massive carbon footprint. That's not necessary. I've never met someone who's been in People magazine, and it's fascinating.
Ms. Monroe, your research as a woman in this field is—
No,
Sebastian says, firm, concise, a dagger in my chest.
We're not doing that. You're singling her out. You're asking her questions you aren't asking the rest of us, and it's uncalled for.
It's only because she doesn't have the notoriety that—
Dennis.
Sebastian looks past me to the man on my other side.
How many followers do you have on social media? 10 on LinkedIn?
Dennis admits.
1 is my mom. Quincy.
His eyes cut over to me.
How many followers do you have on social media? Across all platforms?
I play with the sleeve of my blazer. Too many people are looking at me. 3 million.
You want to talk about notoriety, Dr. Schneider?
I swear the building shakes under the weight of Sebastian's stare.
Quincy's online presence is substantial. Her ability to foster an environment that promotes both learning and safety is remarkable, and she's done more for the meteorological community than almost everyone in this room.
He pauses for a breath, clenched fists, chest heaving as if he's going through battle.
If you're going to talk to her like she's not the distinguished meteorologist she's proven to be, like she doesn't have the same credentials you have, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration for this position. It doesn't hurt my ego to say she's a better scientist than me, and I don't want to work for an agency who doesn't support hiring the most qualified person for the job.
The interviewer's table explodes into hushed whispers. There are raised voices and the disgruntled slam of a fist. Dr. Schneider scoffs and stands, storming to the exit. He throws the door open, and I jump, only relaxing when the back of Sebastian's hand brushes against mine. I keep my face neutral. I don't show any surprise, any anger. I'm an emotionless well, unaffected by the things said about me. A deep inhale followed by a slow exhale. I blow out another long breath, all while Sebastian's hand stays right there, exactly where I need it the most.
Dr. Monroe, please accept my apology on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Matthews says. His behavior was inappropriate, and he will be removed from the hiring committee effective immediately. If you are selected for this role, I want you to know you will not be asked to associate with him. He's based in our Jacksonville field office, though I don't know for how much longer, so you will not be required to see him again.
Oh. I trace over the graph printed on my stack of research notes. Hours of time I won't get back. Thank you for letting me know.
I think we've heard enough for today.
Dr. Matthews stands, the interview finished. The rest of the men follow him.
We'll be in touch in the coming weeks.
I don't let out my breath until the door to the conference room closes.
Fucking piece of shit.
Sebastian scoots back in his chair. Energy buzzes off him. He's nearly vibrating as he paces the room, doing a lap around the table. He stops when he's in front of me.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I repeat. For what?
Jumping in like that. Speaking on your behalf, it's...
He shakes his head.
It's so fucked up they would treat a candidate that way. I have an acquaintance who works for the Department of Commerce. He's going to get a fucking earful from me.
Is there anyone you don't know? I ask, weakly.
A lot of people.
Heaviness hangs between us.
I'd ask if you were okay, but I know you're not. And you don't have to be. Emails and comments on your social media are one thing. It sucks to see it play out in real life.
Thank you. I hold out my hand to him, an olive branch extended. He took a bullet for me, and it might have cost him everything. My bottom lip quivers. My eyes sting with tears. The emotionless well has broken, a crack in its structure. Very much. 1 second I'm alone. The next Sebastian is around the table, helping me to my feet. Strong, sturdy arms circle my waist. Before I have a chance to come up with a reason to back away, my cheek is resting on his chest as if it's belonged there all along. He hugs me like the world is going to end tomorrow, and my shoulders shake, pent-up frustration from years of carrying this burden alone seeping out with every rub of his palm down my spine. A soothing shh, followed by an even softer, I've got you. I've never been held like this before, and I get why Mia writes books about butterflies in your stomach and that moment when your feet come off the ground. It's the best feeling in the world. I'm sorry, I whisper, for acting like this is a big deal. It's just... It feels like I've carried this weight of being a woman in this field for so long, and this is the first time I haven't had to carry it alone. I'm good at what I do. I know that. But every time someone like Dr. Schneider voices an opinion like that, when they toss out the infamous "for a woman" line, it derails all the work I and every other woman have done in the name of forward progress. I wipe my eye. I sound like a broken fucking record. But at the end of the day, some of these people will never see my intelligence. They'll never see my education or the hours I put into my work when I'm up late charting a hurricane's path across the ocean by hand. They'll see my boobs and my long hair, and that's it.
Don't you dare say you're sorry.
There's fierceness in Sebastian's tone. I don't know where Dennis disappeared to or when, but we're the only two left in the room.
This isn't on you. This is never going to be on you, Quincy.
I'm so used to this shit. It practically rolls off me at this point. I don't want... They can have the fame, the high-paying positions, and the airtime. I just want to talk about the weather. That's it. That's what makes me happy.
Do you want to know a secret?
Are you going to tell me I have a booger hanging out of my nose?
No.
Sebastian grins.
You're cute when you talk about weather.
Please. I give his chest a shove. I am not.
You really, really are. You light up when you get going. I've never seen someone so excited to tell other people about horizontal vorticity, but you are. You act like it's the coolest thing in the world, and it's a joy to be a part of that. You're a gift to this community, Quincy. And I will yell that at every goddamn person until they hear me.
Calling out someone's shitty behavior might not warrant a job offer. I think you might have ruined your employment opportunity because of me.
Don't care. I'd do it again.
My heart constricts. It's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. I'm getting makeup on your shirt. I'm a mess.
You could never be a mess.
He plays with my ponytail, fingers twirling the ends of my hair, then letting them go.
Truth or dare, Press.
God. I laugh, a watery chuckle. The last time one of us asked this, he kissed me into oblivion, gave me the world's finest orgasm and a new library of dirty dreams. Truth, I say, the safest answer.
Does this make us friends?
Sebastian moves his hand to my wrist. He strokes over my pulse point, skin warm against mine.
It has to, right? United in the name of sexist assholes.
No. I roll my lips together, a grin trying to fight its way through. It's been happening more lately, even more frequently when he's around. But it's a start.
I'm playing the long game, Monroe. We're just getting started.
He winks, one final squeeze of an embrace before he lets go.
And hey, don't you ever forget that you're a badass bitch.
I watch him walk away, thinking that being friends with him, that having him in my corner doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. It sounds kind of nice. The Rainy Day Show comment section. At Apple Orchard Maker. Anyone miss the Quincy-Sebastian duo? I love the Rainy Day Show, but Sebastian is so fun. At Hockey Lover 3842424. It took me way too long to put two and two together and realize he's the weatherman who sneaks song lyrics into his broadcasts. So funny. At Beakers and Barometers. He was also one of people's sexiest men alive. At Book Girl for Life. Hot, smart, and talented. I bet he's a freak in bed. At WJC93. Like this comment if Sebastian and Quincy should team up again. At Fly Life for Me 082. I want to hear him do Sabrina Carpenter. LOL. Juno or Espresso would be hysterical. At Susan Coots 1. I used to love Quincy's page, but now with all the conversations about global warming, I think I'm going to have to unfollow. It's too preachy. At Beakers and Barometers. Let me guess. You think the Earth is flat, don't you, at Susan Coots 1? At Susan Coots 1. Until I can see that it's round with my own eyes, I think we need to challenge authority. At Beakers and Barometers. Found the tinfoil hat wearer.
19. Sebastian. Quincy. I have a question for you. How may I be of service? I know it's been a while since you did the news, but would you be interested in being back on camera? Like in a starring role? My, Monroe. It's a little early in the day to be talking about kinks, but you can record me if that's what you like. I meant being on my show. Are you serious? Yeah, people loved having you on when I hurt my ankle, and the other times you've made an impromptu appearance have been some of my highest viewed content of all time. The tropics are quiet. There's no chance of rain this afternoon, and I thought we could do a rapid-fire get-to-know-a-meteorologist game or answer questions viewers might have. Things have been boring by myself. This could be, I can't believe I'm typing this, fun. Hell yeah, I'm in. What time do you want me there? How about 8:30 so we can get set up? Sounds good. I have something to say now. I'm afraid to hear it. If you're feeling bored by yourself, I know a way to remedy that. We said only one time, but being lonely isn't fun. Are you propositioning me, Dunn? I was thinking more along the lines of friends with benefits. You're not serious. Mull it over. You know where I am. What if I have another friend with benefits lined up? I'm better, and I'd really like for it to be me. I'd make it really fucking good for you, Quinny baby. I climbed the stairs to Quincy's front door ahead of schedule, but I stop on the top step. The wood is starting to rot in the center and the nails are coming loose. I squat and tap the plank with my knuckles, not liking how it feels under my hand. Popping to my feet, I don't have a chance to knock before the front door swings open. Quincy leans against the doorframe, her hands in the pockets of her shorts that are a detriment to my health. Her tank top doesn't do me any favors either. Why are you on the ground? She asks. Your top step sucks. If a branch lands on it during a storm, it'll go straight through. I've been meaning to get it replaced, but I keep putting it off. She steps back, welcoming me inside. It's on the list. I'll fix it for you next week, I say. You will? Sure. I shut the door behind me and untie my shoes, setting them against the wall next to a pair of her sneakers. How's your morning? Not bad. Quincy walks down the hall, motioning for me to follow behind her. It's a feat to not stare at her ass, and I should be rewarded for my chivalry. I have something to show you. I love surprises. Don't get your hopes up. It's a very feeble attempt to say thank you for what you did for me at our interview. She steps into the kitchen and points at the counter, a styrofoam to-go container sitting out. You mentioned liking Bee's place on our drive to Waffle House, so I picked up an order of pancakes. Okay, it's more like one of every pancake. I figured you'd have a few minutes to eat them before we got started, so I... You bought some of my favorite food? Well, yeah, because you did something for me. This is incredible. I opened the container and practically moan. Wildly unnecessary, but fucking incredible. Here, her hip bumps mine when she reaches for a plate and hands it my way. A fork and knife are passed over next, and my mouth waters. There's plenty of syrup, too. Can't wait to be on a sugar high when I talk about haboobs to all your followers. I slice the stack of flapjacks into tiny pieces, stabbing them with my fork. Want some? Or is there not enough ketchup for you? Ugh, I'm not a heathen. Ketchup doesn't go on pancakes. She steals my fork, sneaking a bite for herself. Hell, those are so good. I dream about these when I'm in New York. I shovel a large piece of blueberry pancake in my mouth. Can we talk about the interview? What do you want to talk about? I probably know the answer to this, but I want to ask it anyway. Are you doing okay? I've moved past it. Would it be rewarding to work at the NWS? Of course. But if it doesn't happen, my life isn't over. I spent last night figuring out the future of my show, and it has me excited. I'm going to expand my coverage outside of hurricane season with a trip to the Northeast for a blizzard or two, out west for a tornado season. I sent your friend Eli a message, and he told me his door is always open if I want to chase with him next spring. At the end of the day, I have a job that I love. That's more than a lot of people can say. She winces and looks my way. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I'm over here bragging, and you're... Still unsure about what I'm going to do next, flying by the seat of my pants, and the subject of my own Reddit forum after telling off that asshole. I grin. Don't apologize, Monroe. You're lucky to have something you love to do, and you shouldn't have to clamp down on your excitement because I'm around. Everything is going to turn out exactly like it should. Can I ask you a question? Quincy slides into the bar stool to my left and points to one on the right. I sit down, bringing the food with me like a raccoon hoarding a pile of trash. You know I'm an open book, Prez. When did you decide you wanted a career in meteorology? She takes my fork again, digging through the stack until she finds a sliver of chocolate chip. Was there a light bulb moment where you knew it's what you wanted to do? Did you have a light bulb moment? Yeah. Quincy's smile melts to nostalgic. When I was 7, a severe storm came through town. There was hail, high winds, and lightning that lit up the whole sky. Our power went out, and I sat in front of the window in our living room like I always did when it rained. There was something about that night, though. An embarrassed laugh, a faint blush on her cheeks, and the fork hovering in the air, caught in a daydream. I was mesmerized. The next morning, I dragged my mom to the library and checked out every book on weather I could find. After that, it became an obsession. Her answer is better than mine, and I hesitate. How do I tell her I went into meteorology because she went into meteorology? School was never my favorite thing growing up. I liked sports and hanging out with my friends and having a good time. My grades were always decent enough to scrape by academically, but when it came time for college, I panicked. I had no direction, no idea of what I wanted to do. Not a damn thing interested me. Declaring as a meteorology major started as a plan to mess with her our freshman year. I registered for the same classes and pretended to be interested in physical sciences and thermodynamics if it meant spending more time with her. I always loved riling her up. There was uncertainty in almost every part of my life, but Quincy was the same. I didn't account for the power she has, over me, though. Things got messy. I deviated from the path. It became less about irritating her and more about being awestruck myself. I listened to a pretty girl throw out big, important words, and for the first time in my life, it felt like I was doing something that mattered. I saw the way she smiled when she talked about wind and rain and weather patterns. I had never been that happy about anything. Ever. And I wanted some of that happiness for myself. I've been lucky enough to catch a glimpse of it over the last 2 months, and fuck if her excitement about the mundane things isn't the most beautiful thing in the world. I fell in love with weather, too. It happened fast. A fascination I dove into head first. There was freedom in the drives I took out to the middle of nowhere, North Florida, to watch flurries fall for the first time in decades. Excitement when a tornado touched down. Maybe Quincy was the catalyst. Maybe it's why when it rains in the city, I wonder if it's raining wherever she is and hope she's staying dry. Maybe she's the reason why I'm burned out. Her joy is infectious, the fuel to the fire I've needed to kickstart my joy all over again, and without it, everything seems really fucking dull. When she's around, everything makes sense. I've been looking for the cure, not knowing it's been right in front of me all along. I don't know. I wipe a drop of syrup away from my mouth, stalling. I put a list of majors UCF offered on a wall, closed my eyes, and picked one. You're so unserious. She knocks my arm out of the way so she can have one last bite of pancake. And we have a show to do. Her office is exactly how I remember it. The addition of a second chair and a microphone makes me grin. There were 2 glasses of water on the desk, the space cramped, but something we can work with. One day I'd like to have someplace bigger. She pulls out a chair and takes a seat, adjusting her fancy microphone. It gets the job done for now. Why am I so nervous? I sit next to her, fanning my cheeks. I'm on the news every night. Is it because you have a fan club? Her laugh is sunlight on your face after a long night of rain. My favorite sweatshirt she hasn't returned, but I haven't asked for. My comment sections have been overrun by Sebastian Dunn groupies. You're good at what you do. That's going down as the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Think we need to document the occasion. I fish my phone from my pocket and pull up the camera. I move close, our cheeks almost smushed together. Smile, Prez. Not bad. Quincy leans over and watches me post it to Instagram, a short caption under the photo. Talk weather to us. With an umbrella emoji after it. I make sure to tag her. Hopefully your groupies don't mind my appearance on your social media page. They didn't mind the first time. The picture of you with your ski goggles is one of my most liked photos of all time. I knocked my knee into hers. 1 minute until showtime. Are you ready, Quinny baby? Yeah, same process as last time. She smiles at the camera, a natural when it comes to talking to people. Morning, chasers. This is the Rainy Day Show, and if you're new around here, I'm Quincy Monroe. Today, I'm joined by a special guest and a fan favorite. His appearance has been highly requested. Seriously, half of my messages are asking when he's going to be back. You love when you see him on the screen. Y'all even have a nickname for us.
Wait, they do?
You haven't seen it? They call us Quibby.
I'm kind of offended your name is first, Monroe, but you know what? It's your show, so I won't argue.
That's what we call collaborative effort. Chasers, please help me welcome Sebastian Dunn back to the program.
I can't keep up with the speed of comments popping up on the screen. I catch some of them. Dream duo, I can't pick a favorite, so glad to see Sebastian again, hope this is a regular thing. They all make me flash my TV grin and I wave. Morning, folks. Thanks for having me, Quincy, and I'm glad we're not in the middle of a natural disaster this time, or handling your injury. Wow, I feel like we're prone to bad luck whenever we team up.
We don't have a good streak going, do we? At least we're safe in the confines of my office this time.
Any chance of a freak storm popping up that is going to hover directly over your house?
Not in the forecast.
Her lips twitch. She rests her elbow on her desk, chin cradled in her hand. 30,000 people are watching us, but she's only watching me.
Should be a good day.
It already is, I say, and her smile grows.
There's not a lot on the agenda today, y'all. The tropics are stagnant, which is always a good thing this time of year. There's a common misconception that more storms are produced at the beginning of hurricane season, but the most activity happens mid-August to late October. Seeing that we're approaching late August, we're officially in the peak period.
I think you just cursed us, Monroe. I elbow her side. She squeaks, following it up with a laugh. You know the first rule of hurricane season.
Don't talk about a quiet hurricane season. Damn it. You're probably right. I take it back.
Too late. The weather gods are angry. You need to offer them something to repent for your misguidance.
Can I offer them you?
She tilts her head, looking my way again.
Surely that would satisfy them.
I was thinking more like an umbrella or barometer, but fine.
You know what?
I give her foot a tap under the desk. I'll take one for the team and do it. Quincy finishes her water, and I disappear briefly to refill her glass, sliding it in front of her along with a handful of almonds on a paper towel after I hear her stomach rumble.
The viewer numbers went down the second you left the room, she tells me. I might have to get a cardboard cutout of you and put it up every morning so people are more likely to watch.
What can I say? It's a plight to be as good-looking as me. And don't lie, you'd keep the cutout in your room where you could stare at it all day. That earns me a kick to the shin before there's a somber shift in our conversation to the upcoming anniversaries of Hurricane Andrew and Katrina, and we spend some time talking about the significance of their impact years later. Someone asks how long we've known each other, which turns into a 15-minute history lesson of our high school and college years. When Quincy laughs at a joke I make so loudly that her desk shakes, I wonder what it would be like to do this every day. We feed off each other. It's natural, laid back. There aren't any awkward pauses or struggles to move the conversation along, and it's the easiest time I've had in front of a camera in months.
Is it really almost 11?
Quincy taps the clock in the corner of her computer screen.
We talked for 2 hours, which means we kept y'all for way too long.
Time flies when you're having fun, right? I prop my elbow up, looking her way. And I, for one, had a blast.
Sebastian won't be joining us tomorrow, but you can find him on social media. His handle is @theweatherguy. I hope to see some of you back here at 9 a.m. Until then, be safe, be kind, take care of yourselves and others, and we'll chat more soon.
Can I do the official sign-off?
Do you think you're ready for that kind of responsibility?
Yeah. I drag my palms over my thighs. I can do it.
Go ahead, Dunn.
Okay. I roll my shoulders back and grin at the camera. Chase you later.
The screen goes blank, ending the live stream. Almost 40,000 people tuned in to hear us talk, and it's a testament to how good she is at all of this, how important she is, and it's an honor to sit next to her. I get it now. The job at the NWS isn't mine to have. It's always belonged to her. Wow. Quincy throws her hair up into a messy ponytail. That was the smoothest show I've ever done. Probably helps that you weren't trying to cover an impending natural disaster. That's definitely it. Thanks for joining. Happy to help, Monroe. If you ever want to do it, or anything else, again. I'm game. I scoot back and stand, stretching my legs. The implication hangs there. The proposition I tossed her way last night after I had a couple beers with Cooper and Nate. I was on the edge of tipsy and thinking about her. I'd make it really fucking good for you. Boredom, being lonely. You already spend your nights thinking about me. At least this way, it could be fun. Every part of me wants to kick you out. Quincy pulls on the hem of her shorts. I don't know if I wanted to keep them on or rip them off. But then I think about what you said in your text and I don't have a lot of time for dating, and the time I do have always ends up with men who don't appreciate me. I'm not saying I need to be worshipped, but I don't know. It would be nice to be appreciated. And I felt appreciated the night we were together. You're not wrong about many things, Quincy, but you're wrong about that. I put my hand on the back of her chair, tilting it back so our eyes meet. You deserve to be worshipped, thoroughly, repeatedly, in all the ways that you want. Well, her throat bobs around a swallow. I can't stop staring at her mouth, the memory of her lips wrapped around me coming back in bursts. You're still in town? I'm here. Since we hooked up, not a single tropical system has developed into something more serious, which is good news for everyone. Maybe we could. She plushes, tries to dip her head, but I wrap my fingers around her chin so she has to look at me. Do it again. It's cute how you justify wanting me, I murmur. I get you off, and we prevent natural disasters. I like that logic, and it sounds like we should be doing this every day. For the greater good of humanity, of course. Not because you liked it. Of course. Her voice is an echo, reluctant to admit. Were you serious about that being something you were interested in? What do you want to hear, Quincy? That I want to fuck you? I bend my neck so our mouths are inches apart. That I daydream about being back in your bed and wondering how tight you'd be when I sink into you? That I've missed hearing you talk about the things you love? That I haven't stopped thinking about you for a goddamn second? I touch her shoulder, fingers tracing down her arm. Her breath catches, back arching. It's all true. And I bet you've been thinking about me too.
20. Quincy. Agreeing to sleep with Sebastian again wasn't part of the plan, but I've been distracted since he walked into my house. I could barely focus during our broadcast, too busy watching the way he talked with his hands. Too busy listening to his laugh, a rumbly, steely sound. Too busy noticing how he didn't interrupt me, how he nodded along to the stories I told, patiently waiting his turn and letting me steer the conversation. Appreciated. Sebastian Dunn appreciates me, and I'm giddy because of it. He's shown me what he wants, and I'm careful when I put a palm on his cheek. He turns his head, desperate for my touch. His whole body seems to relax when he nuzzles into my hold. The stubble on his jaw is a rough scrape against my palm, and I'd like to feel the scratch of it against the inside of my thigh, across my stomach, too. Truth or dare, Sebastian? I ask.
Dare,
he answers, no hesitation. I dare you to stay, I whisper back. I dare you to kiss me. I dare you to spread me out on my bed and make me come. I dare you to fuck me because you're right. I've been thinking about you, too, no matter how hard I try to get you out of my head. And I'd like to see if what I'm imagining is as good as the real thing.
As good as the real thing,
Sebastian repeats. He lowers himself to the ground, down on his knees with a hand on either one of my thighs.
I can promise you the real thing is much better than whatever you're dreaming about.
Prove it, I say. And his smile is a wicked, devastating thing. There's a moment when he's not kissing me. Then suddenly he is, and my entire world flips upside down. His hands roam to my waist. They slip under my shirt, searching for bare skin. Teeth nip at my bottom lip, sharp enough to make it swell, and he tastes like sugar. Sweet and addictive when he helps me to my feet.
Not enough room.
His words are a growl, insistent as he guides me to the couch.
I need you so fucking bad.
The late morning sun warms the room, sunlight stretching over the floor. Sebastian keeps his mouth on mine, frenziness behind the swipe of his tongue. Urgency in the twist of his fingers in the fabric of my shorts. He walks me backward until my thighs hit the cushions, and I tumble onto the furniture. I throw a decorative pillow out of the way. I adjust my position, back against the arm of the sofa, head propped up and knees open with space for him. But he's not moving. He's standing, watching me. What's wrong? I ask. He blinks, pulled out of a daze, and runs a hand through his hair.
Rules.
Rules? Aren't the logistics pretty easy to understand?
I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Sebastian steps forward, a hand on my jaw. It's embarrassing how I almost melt when he rubs his thumb along the line of my cheek. The needy whine that escapes, starved for his touch.
We need to communicate with each other. If there's something we don't like, we share it.
We keep this between us, I add, understanding. No friends, no outside parties.
Speaking of outside parties, when I'm fucking you, I don't want you fucking anyone else.
His eyes rake down my body. They linger on the spot where my shirt rides up my stomach, zero in on the tops of my thighs.
Just me.
You say that like I have a line of guys ready to hop in bed with me. I gesture around my office, his possessiveness making my nipples hard. It's pretty sparse.
Keep it that way.
He bends down, his right hand on the back of the couch.
I've been tested since the last time I was with a woman. Negative on all accounts.
Same here. I don't let myself consider when the last time for him might have been, or who is waiting for him back in New York. The thought makes my stomach roll, and I don't like it. No feelings, no emotions. This is fun. An end of the summer fling.
Casual friends with benefits who also talk about the weather.
His smile hitches.
Can't beat that.
Anything else?
Take off your shirt.
He rasps.
Please,
he adds, gentler at the edges.
So I can see you.
Pure, unadulterated lust ripples through me. I grab the hem of my tank top, dragging it up my stomach in a slow and purposeful glide. Sebastian's throat bobs when I reach my chest, the cool air biting at my skin. His eyes grow wide when I bring it over my head, my hair catching in the strap, and then he's there, pulling out my hair tie, letting the long strands cascade over my shoulders, kissing my neck, my throat, and I almost gasp. What else do you want? I ask.
Anything. Everything.
Sebastian climbs onto the couch, chest hovering above mine. His hand strokes up my leg, a soft push against my thighs to open them wider. I move to accommodate him, my ankles around his waist.
But first I'm going to make you come.
There's no use in arguing with that. His fingers toy with the strap of my bra, at war with himself. I see the decisions flashing across his face, the deliberation to leave it on or take it off. I raise my arms above my head, my breasts lifting with the motion, and his soft groan is fractured. "Touch me, Sebastian," I breathe out. Each word is more difficult to say than the last when he yanks the cup of my bra down and takes me in his mouth. "Fuck."
Like this,
he murmurs against my breast. His hand skates up my body, skimming over my skin until he finds my nipple and twists it with his thumb and forefinger. A whine spills out of me, the jolt of pain subsiding to blissful, aching relief.
"Yeah,"
he says, proud of himself.
"Just like that."
I'm panting already, worked up in a way I've never been before. Every minute we sat next to each other during the show felt like foreplay, and I'm glad when there's no fumbling, no hesitation. He knows exactly what to do, cockiness in every searing touch. It's impossible not to squirm beneath him, pent-up energy and longing pulsing in my blood. My skin is hot, and it seems like ending up back here with him was a cataclysmic certainty we could never fight. Sex has always been fine, but no one's taken their time. No one's asked what I liked or what feels good. But Sebastian does. I'm wet with anticipation of the way he's going to thoroughly wreck me, damage I don't want to try to repair.
"This next."
Sebastian reaches behind me, twisting the clasp of my bra until it pops open, my breasts free. He sits up on his knees, towering over me with his wide frame. My feet fall to the cushions and he shoves my legs open again before cupping my chest with both hands.
"Could I make you come like this?"
I don't know. My eyes close, desire a fuse and his touch the lighter when he twists both nipples, harder this time. Maybe. Yes? I'm not sure.
"Too inconclusive. We should test the theory."
He rocks his hips forward, the head of his cock pressing into the seam of my shorts. I gasp at how hard he is, cursing the fabric between us. A hiss whooshes out of me when his fingers tighten on my chest, holding me in place. When he bends, his teeth replacing his hands and leaving bite marks on my sensitive skin.
"I bet you can, Quinny baby. And I'd like to watch when you do."
It's intimate, borderline arrogant, perfectly him, and for as much as I've liked being the one with the upper hand in all the years I've known him, there's something gratifying in giving him the power. It's a moment where I don't have to be in control, the one who works harder than everyone else. I can be a woman who craves pleasure, safe in a space where I can let go without performing, and the recognition exhilarates me. I don't know who I am when I roll my hips, moving in time with his, grinding against him, using him, the hard length of his shaft spurring me on like we're reckless teenagers doing this for the first time. He likes this too.
"That's good, Quincy,"
he whispers, heat behind the praise, ecstasy in his low groan. I squirm again, clawing for something within reach, for something I deserve.
"Take what you need."
I want and need so many things, but I take the first thing I can find. An orgasm by way of his fingers plucking at my nipples and him rotting against me. I'm mindless when his hands turn rougher and explore other parts of my body. There's pressure at my neck, pinching the skin at my hip. My vision goes black when he lines up and hits the perfect spot between my legs, fading out entirely when he gives my clit a light tap over my clothes, and I split into a million pieces. Again and again I'm hit by waves of euphoria, my body shuddering with satisfaction until Sebastian kisses me with hot, heavy insistence behind his mouth.
"Just getting started,"
he practically slurs. We should have picked a different place to do this. We barely fit on the couch, his shin hanging over the edge of the cushions and my right leg dangling without a place to land. But there's no time to care about the details. Sebastian's fingers are at the button on my shorts, unfastening it and moving to the zipper next.
Want to taste you."
His caveman lizard brain is something we share. My limbs are heavy, my reaction time slow. It's taking me a minute to catch up, like I'm drunk, light and floating. Should I take them off? I toy with the zipper, the question sounding silly when we both know what's going to happen next.
"Yeah."
A nod, a palm running over the front of his shorts to adjust himself and the vein in his neck straining.
Please, I'd like that.
I'd like it too. And it takes teamwork to shimmy my bottoms off, lifted hips, a knee landing in his stomach, and our matching laughter that follows.
You did that on purpose,
he says. I swear I didn't. The jokes die out when I'm finally under him, a scrap of cotton underwear, all that separates me from being completely naked and entirely at his mercy. Sebastian takes his time looking at me, gaze meticulous. He studies my collarbone, the curve of my hip, the faint stretch marks from years of growing into my body, and the hand I rest on my stomach. He reaches out, thumb rubbing an excruciatingly slow circle against my clit, the start of a smile when I arch my back in response.
Wet,
he says. I look down where he's touching me, a damp spot forming on the front of my underwear.
You're so wet. I like knowing I do that to you.
He tugs his shirt over his head, showing off the muscles across his bare chest. He loops both arms under my thighs, getting on his stomach and draping his leg off the far arm of the couch. It can't be comfortable, an awkward position he won't be able to stay in long, but he doesn't seem to care. How can I put up a fight when he yanks my underwear to the side? Why would I protest when he keeps his gaze on me and lowers his mouth between my legs, licking me like I was made for him? How can I argue when his fingers dig into my skin hard enough to leave behind a bruise while he circles my clit with his tongue? My hands work their way to his shoulders, needing something to hold on to. They move to his hair and twist the strands, emboldened when his touch wavers at the roughness behind my grasp. I wonder if he'd like it if I wasn't gentle with him, if I was loud and frantic. And he must, because he groans into my thigh when I press his face deeper between my legs. He scratches over my knee with sharp nails when I lift my hips, allowing him to find the perfect spot, his tongue parting me like his fingers would.
Heaven,
he grits out, turning his head to nip the apex of my thigh. I moan, the sting a welcome surprise, and he does it a second time.
You taste like heaven. I've been good, right? Good enough to taste you when you come.
Worship is right. The sensations are overwhelming. It's a full-body experience, gratification I feel everywhere. Sebastian puts his mouth on me, pressing a kiss to my clit. I can hear how wet I am. I can feel it on his lips, on his cheeks. But there's no room for embarrassment. Not when he thrusts against the cushions. Not when his hold on my leg tightens, a new ebb of pleasure building at the base of my spine. I close my eyes, sinking into it. It's intense, sudden, but before it can crest over me, the satisfaction disappears. It's snuffed out, and I claw at his shoulders, aching for relief. No, I tug on his necklace to get his attention. Why did you—
Because.
He snaps my underwear against my waist, and I cry out.
I want your eyes on me while I make you come, Quincy. I want you to watch how easily I make you fall apart.
The demand is primal, greedy in a way no one's ever been with me, and submissiveness I never knew I had succumbs to his ask. I don't blink. I don't dare breathe, reveling when his mouth is back on me, wet and filthy.
Better,
he mumbles, and I wonder if he's struggling to hold it together like I am. His movements turn frantic, less sharp but equally as wonderful. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. I wipe it away with my thumb.
You're a vision. Fucking beautiful. Fucking mine.
Mine. What a terrifying, lovely word. I've never been someone else's, not like this, and the declaration is exactly what I need. Everything around me blurs, magnificently hazy and deliriously good. It doesn't take long, tears welling behind my eyes when he pushes 2 fingers inside me at the same time his tongue presses on my clit. It's perfect. The most wonderful burst of adrenaline I've ever experienced. And I fall apart with his name on my lips and his heart racing under my hand. Sebastian is slow to pull his mouth away, easing me down with a kiss to my knee, my stomach. He sits up, holding his weight above me with his elbows, and smiles at me. Take these off. I fight with his shorts, and he laughs, hands covering mine to help pop open the button. And please tell me you have a condom.
Put one in my wallet on a whim. Didn't know if I'd ever get this chance with you, but wanted to be ready if I did.
He drops a kiss to my forehead and stands, working his shorts down his legs and stepping out of them.
That's what you want?
It is. I lick my lips. Get the condom, Sebastian.
21. Sebastian. My rationality is obliterated. I'm in a trance when I move, taking off my shorts and briefs and rifling through my wallet for the single foil packet I stowed away before I decided to shoot my shot. I was a hopeful idiot who's now getting his wish, and I need to make sure I do this right. I tossed the condom on the couch cushions and wrapped my hand around my cock, stroking myself. I've been hard from the second she took off her shirt, pathetically leaking pre-cum in my briefs without any semblance of self-control. I'm convinced I don't have any when it comes to her. It's not going to take much for me to finish. I almost got there when I had my head between her legs, the friction from grinding against the couch, and the noises she was making, enough to tip me over the edge. I held back, restraining myself as much as I could because I knew for as good as that felt, sinking into her is going to be even more exquisite. How do you like it? I ask. I don't want us to change who we are just because we're sleeping together. With you, I think I'd like it rough. Her eyes gleam, cheeks slightly pink. They match last night's sunset, and I blow out a breath. I want you to fuck me like you hate me. Desire coils at the base of my spine. I don't hate her, but I want that too. I walk toward her and put the condom between my teeth. I straddle her, palms flat on the cushions, eager when her breathing shifts to a wisp of uncontrolled. She's like me, hanging on by a thread. What else? I ask. If this is good. Quincy's back lifts off the cushions, her fingers slipping back inside herself. She's unabashed, desperate, and watching her is like a drug. A scene in a movie I can't look away from. We'll do it again. Anywhere you want. Maybe that will be some extra motivation for you. Motivation? I dip my chin, kissing her throat. She sighs, a sweet and steady exhale. I don't need motivation. Watching you fuck yourself is all I need. Yeah? Then ask for it nicely. I drop my head back and groan. I've been waiting for this, and I'm ready. A willing participant at the mercy of his queen. Please. I rest my forehead against hers. Every moment is labored. Every breath is ragged. Please let me have you. Please let me fuck you. I'll be good for the rest of my life if I can have this one thing, Quincy. Wow. Her nose brushes against mine. She puts a hand on the back of my neck, drawing me close so she can kiss me, rough and quick. I liked hearing that. Let's see how good you are, weather boy. I rip open the condom and sit back on my heels, careful as I roll it down my length. I've never done a single thing in my life slow, but with her, I know I have to. I don't stand a chance at surviving if I move too fast. I run my hand up her calf, over her knee, all the way up to her waist where I nudge her hips apart, needing the space. Quincy moves without a word, long legs in the perfect spot, and everything about her beautiful. You'll talk to me? If something doesn't She touches her fingers to my wrist, guiding my hand to my length. I haven't been in control at all during this, but I don't care. I promise. I nod and line myself up with her entrance, a hand pressing on her stomach and the other hooking under her knee. She watches me, the faintest hint of discomfort in her eyes when I push the head of my cock inside her. It doesn't linger, gone when she blinks and replaced with a burst of lust. Our groans come out in tandem, a soft laugh following hers. Okay, I ask, voice thick. My skin burns hot, my vision blurry. I wait for her nod before I move again. Should I? Quincy wraps her leg around my hip. I rock forward, the first part of my cock disappearing in her. I'm dizzy already, trying to focus and stay calm, but I can't. I can't because she's warm and she's tight, and she's lifting her hips to meet me halfway. Yeah, she whispers. That's... You take me so well. Deep breath, Quinny baby. I thrust into her and she gasps. That's good. Right there. The room splinters around me. I lose myself in the roll of her hips and the bite of her nails. There's a quiet laugh, a whimper, followed by a groan. When I bury myself inside her, all the way to the hilt, she looks down at where we're joined, mouth hinged open. Sweat rolls down her chest between her tits, and I have to actively grip her knee to keep myself from licking it away. Harder, she says. It's an order and a plea wrapped in one, and I'm not going to deny her what she wants. My movements turn wild, a version of myself I didn't know existed when I draw her knees to her chest and lean against her, my weight preventing her from going anywhere. She's pinned beneath me, and when I touch her cheek, the silent wonder in her eyes makes me snap my hips with reckless abandonment. We fit together perfectly, just like I knew we would. Do you like that? I reach between us, my thumb on her clit. Can you take more? Yes. The word wavers when she drops her head back and runs her hands over her chest. I can take anything you give me. I test her theory, slamming into her without any delicacy. Her moan is loud, downright filthy, and I hold her there. Each thrust brings us closer together until I don't know where I end and she begins. Her eyes are half closed, skin slick with sweat, and hair a tangled mess. I must be doing something right, following her orders well enough for her legs to shake. She squirms, my name turning into a chant as she tightens around me. I touch her, the skin at her waist, my anchor while I move, greedy when she lets out a sharp cry that tells me she's falling apart. 3 more rocks on my hips are all it takes to join her over the edge, her sated smile a magnificent thing to see when I come. I struggle to keep myself upright, fatigue settling in. I'm panting, groaning when she brings her thighs together, squeezing me in place so I don't slip out. I'm going to need 5 to 7 business days to recover, a whole gallon of electrolytes and an EKG to make sure my heart is okay. I'm afraid it isn't. She sits up and I pull out of her reluctantly. Sure, I need a stretcher. Fuck. I collapse over the back of the couch, chest heaving. I think I'm dead. Hello from the afterlife. You wouldn't leave me that easily. Quincy's hand is on my back, rubbing circles between my shoulder blades while I try to calm down. And, I wouldn't want you to. I look at her over my shoulder, smugness surging through me at the sight of her swollen lips. There are bite marks all over her body and a burn mark on her thigh from the scruff on my jaw. And she's never been more beautiful. No, I shake my head. I'd find a way to bother you endlessly. I knew it. She yawns. That was... I swear to God, if you say good, we're going to have a problem. Fine. She giggles, orgasm drunk and sex fueled. It was great. Next time I'm going to make sure it's damn near perfect. I muster up all the strength I have and stand, taking off the used condom. I feel bad dropping it in the trash can under her desk. The office, obviously her sacred spot, but she doesn't protest. She also doesn't protest when I lift her in my arms. I carry her down the hall until we reach her room. What are we doing? She rests her head on my chest. Round 2? I have exactly 0 brain cells left after that. Round 2. Whew. It's going to have to wait. I figured a nap sounds good. Is it okay if I stay for a while? I set her on the mattress, pulling back the covers so she can climb under the sheets and light blue comforter. Or do you want me to leave? Stay. She pats the spot next to her, and I don't need to be told twice. I slip under the sheet, wrapping my arms around her and hugging her tight to my chest. Her breathing evens out, and she spins in my hold so we're facing each other. I should shower and clean up, but it sounds like so much work. We'll rest for a minute, then do all that. Do you snore in your sleep? I haven't been told that I do, but who knows? Do you snore, Prez? No, but I've been known to steal the covers. At least, that's what your sister tells me. Quincy reaches for my necklace, giving it a tug. You better prepare yourself, Don. Pretty sure I'm significantly stronger than my 5'2" sibling. I bury my face in her hair, trying to figure out why all this feels so easy. Doing okay? You sent me to space and back. I'm doing more than okay. And I hate that telling you that is only going to make your ego even bigger. The truth comes out. I stretch out my leg, a cramp starting in my calf. This is the time when you tell me your deepest, darkest secret, Monroe. I don't have any secrets. She closes her eyes, burrowing into my embrace. I rub my hand on her arm and she sighs. I'm pretty boring. No family drama. No ex-husband in Italy. Definitely not. I mean, I don't talk to my parents very much. They've never liked the career path I picked, but I wouldn't call that drama. Why don't they like it? I play with the ends of her hair and brush a few pieces away from her face. For as long as I've known her, she's never offered up this much information about her personal life, and I want to hear more. Do they think it's dangerous? More like they don't think it's a real job. Every time we talk, they ask when I'm going to do something that has a purpose. They were both professors. Academia is their calling, and making videos about sunrises and high tides isn't what they would consider being successful. She stops to laugh. It's fine. I don't need their validation. Have you told them about your award from the American Meteorological Society for that paper you published?
You remember that?
Quincy sits up.
That was years ago.
Good memory. I tap my forehead. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
A slow nod, a small smile.
It was a big deal. My parents said they'd like to see more of that from me, but I like analyzing data and being out in the field more than writing papers.
She touches my bottom lip with her thumb. I suck it into my mouth and she blushes.
We try to keep our conversations light. Quick check-ins, you know?
It's a shame they don't think what you're doing is important. Plenty of other people do.
I'd probably have to stop a meteor from hitting Earth for them to consider my work important.
She pauses, reluctance in something else she's not saying.
I'm used to talking about these things with Mia, not you.
You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. Sleeping together doesn't equate to spilling your guts just because I got you off. But I'm glad you did. We're turning over a new leaf. A summer different from what we've had before. I smile her way, lighter than I've been in weeks. Blissed out, without any dread for tomorrow. In the interest of talking about things the two of us don't normally talk about, today was exactly what I needed.
Sex will do that.
The sex was great. Best I've ever had. I press my thumb into her hip, stroking over her curves. I always knew you were flirting with me when you called me arrogant and selfish. Look where it brought us.
Some things never change, do they?
The hook of her smile feels like the biggest reward.
I told you about my parents. Care to share a secret of your own? Why was today what you needed?
Your show. It reminded me I can be in front of a camera and do something I love without feeling like I'm about to suffocate from my surroundings. I pause when she inches closer, throwing her calf over mine. It gave me hope, I guess, that I can figure my life out long term.
Since we're being honest, you should know that I enjoyed having you there with me.
Quincy reaches out, nails scraping over the outline of my tattoo.
I've spent years doing the show on my own because I've been protective over it. I wanted to prove to myself that I could, and I have. But this morning felt almost validating, and I liked having someone to talk with about all the things that excite me. If you ever feel like joining me again, I'll keep the microphone set up for you.
I'd like that. I touch the corner of her mouth, my own smile matching hers. Are you hungry?
I could eat. Those bites of your pancakes before the show and the almonds you brought me were all I've had today.
How do burgers and fries sound? With extra ketchup for the condiment fiend.
Sounds like my love language.
She hesitates, her soft grin dipping to a frown. The wheels in her head are turning and her hand falls away.
We need to talk about the friends with benefits thing.
Okay, I nod. What about it? We clearly have fun sleeping with each other. Spending time together this summer hasn't been the worst thing in the world, has it?
No. I can't figure out why.
Going through a natural disaster is different than competing for valedictorian or an internship at the local news station. The small petty shit is insignificant when you're staring down a tornado. When you carried me to my car, I almost forgot about the year you attacked me with silly string. For your birthday, I challenge. It was in my face, she argues back, the makings of a tone that tells me she's ready to rumble. Post-sex, and she's exactly the same as she's always been, an absolute spitfire. But you're right. Hang on. I hold her hips and lift her on top of me. She squeals, palms resting on my chest, and I cup her cheeks. Can you say that again? I want to commit it to memory.
And now the moment is over.
Truth or dare, Monroe?
Haven't we played this enough?
One more. Then we'll shower, eat, and I'll shut up.
Fine.
Quincy flicks my ear and I grab her wrist, bringing her hand to my mouth. I keep my eyes on hers when I kiss her pulse point and drag my tongue up her arm. Truth, she says, voice halfway to a throaty moan. Are you happy?
That's a loaded question. In general? With life?
Right now, I say. Right here with me. No weather talk, no hurricanes to chase. Just us. Are you happy?
Yes.
She glances down at me, then looks away.
And that terrifies me.
Why does it terrify you?
Because we're not people who sit around and cuddle. Up until very recently, we never even hugged. We barely talked. But I don't hate it. And it's confusing.
How about we keep doing this until you start to hate it? A truce. Waving the white flag. My hands move to her back, running along the line of her spine. All's fair in weather and war. Right, Quinny baby?
Right.
A gentle nod. The shadow of another smile behind a quiet laugh.
Are you happy?
I just slept with the girl I've had a goddamn crush on since I was 16. I'm on top of the fucking world. Yeah. I sit up, keeping her in my lap. I kiss her forehead, my lips lingering there for longer than they should. If she notices, she doesn't say. I'm pretty fucking happy.
September. The Rainy Day Show comment section. At Beakers and Barometers. Another Quibi episode is dropping tomorrow. What's the occasion? At Teenage Drama Queen. I love that there's a ship name for them. At Stacy Shortcake 73. They're going to talk about that wave working its way across the Atlantic for sure. Every model is showing a Florida landfall, and some are predicting it to be a monster. They probably want to cover it together to increase viewership. At Beakers and Barometers. This should be a regular thing. Listening to them makes my scientist heart so happy. And the way they feed off each other, it works so well. I actually want to pay attention. At Jags fan since 95.
I hope the wave ends up being nothing. I went through my first hurricane last year and it was so scary. Why do they always come at night?
22. Quincy. Sebastian.
Cooper is working tonight. Come by his place later?
I'll be there.
It's been 2 weeks and no other hurricanes have formed. We're doing our duties as civic servants. This is the plot line they should have gone with in Twisters, not that awful ending.
Glenn Powell doesn't do it for you?
I told you I'm a Helen Hunt guy.
Attachment, 1 image. Figured you'd like my outfit today.
Forget later tonight. Come over right now. The khaki pants? Are you kidding me, Monroe?
You're going to have to wait. I have work to do.
What if I beg?
I'm listening. Did you steal my underwear again? Sebastian.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're a thief, Dunn.
A thief who gives you the best orgasms of your life. At least that's what you said last night.
I take it back. Attachment, one image.
Shower sure is lonely without you here.
You can't send me things like that when I'm out with my friends. I don't want to explain to Mia why I have a naked photo of her brother.
I'd love to hear that explanation.
Sebastian.
Tropical storm Georgiana formed in the Atlantic.
Did you see Georgiana formed in the Atlantic?
Jinx.
So much for no systems forming since we started sleeping together. What does the GFS say for trajectory?
Don't look at it. It's not pretty.
Really?
Florida landfall, Cat 3, some showing a Cat 4. Figured I'd give it 2 or 3 days before I take a deep dive into trekking. But you've already started, haven't you?
You know me well, Dunn.
I like to think I do, Monroe.
Did you have dinner delivered to my house? Sebastian.
I know you've been watching Georgiana all day, and you need to eat. I dropped something off. Extra ketchup is in the bag, and I added some from my stash, too.
Thank you. That's really nice of you. You're coming to the beach with all of us, right? Mia wants to do a day over on the West Coast.
West Coast, best coast. Do I get to see you in a bathing suit?
You do. But shouldn't the selling point be hanging out with your friends?
You in a wet bikini is more of a draw, to be honest.
Men are such simple creatures.
Probably. But when it comes to you, pretty sure I'm just a pathetic mess of a man.
23. Quincy. I stick my hand out the car window and draw hills in the warm September air. The miles to Clearwater Beach pass in a blur as we cruise west down I-4. My friends and Richard sit in the back seat, talking about the latest episode of a reality television show featuring a professional hockey player from California. A Jimmy Buffett song plays on the radio before Sebastian switches it to a podcast. And when I look over at him in the driver's seat, I find a wide smile. Sunglasses slipping down his nose, and his hair messy from the breeze. I bite my bottom lip to hold back a grin. It's been a month since we started sleeping together, and we've found a routine. He's joined me on my show 6 times, much to the delight of my viewers. He'll sit next to me and jot down notes on a Post-it he shields from my view, smirking when I try to look over his shoulder and figure out what he's writing. I'll catch him looking at me when I start talking about air mass, mouth a little parted, eyes a little wide. When I ask him if he's okay, he shakes his head like he's clearing his mind, drapes an arm over the back of my chair, then asks people to tell him what color #Quibi shirts he should order. We spend time with our friends in the afternoons, then fall into bed together late at night. He'll come to my place and park a street over so Harlow doesn't spot his car. We'll cook dinner side by side, and he always leaves a handful of ketchup packets on my counter for me to find later. Occasionally, he'll invite me over. I'll sneak in through the back door at Cooper's house, keeping our voices low while Sebastian drags me to his bedroom. And God, is it good. The best I've ever had. He got me to admit it last night, a declaration I almost screamed. He kissed my stomach, then moved his mouth lower, eyes locked on mine while he scooted down the bed. I'm going to print it on a shirt and wear it around town, he murmured. And when people ask what you mean by best, what are you going to say? I asked, when he pushed 2 fingers inside me, a whisper of encouragement when the stretch made me gasp. The greatest bang of her life, a fantastic fuck, he said assuredly. No more convincing needed after he climbed on top of me and held my arms above my head. Some nights we'll argue about one thing or another, the disagreement turning from a debate to his hands running up my thighs, my arms looping around his neck, easiness there when I urge him down my body. There are nights when we don't have sex at all, turning on an old weather documentary and splitting one of Nate's brownies until we fall asleep wrapped around each other, more content than I've ever been. In the deep recesses of my brain, the place I only allow myself to go when it's dark and the world is quiet, I admit the things I'm afraid to voice in real life out of fear they might hold too much weight. I like spending time with Sebastian. I like that he makes me feel safe, makes me feel important. When I'm particularly happy, I let myself recognize I have some sort of feelings for him, that I like him, and I don't know when that changed. The pull of something deeper than physical attraction and lust has found its way into our relationship. I feel the slow swarm of butterflies in my stomach when he kisses me. I feel my smiles getting bigger, my heart racing when he throws a calf over mine, pulls the covers up to my chin and kisses the top of my head. I think I like him a lot. "Can we turn on some music?" Mia says from the back seat, breaking me out of my thoughts. She leans in front of Richard, adjusting the air vents so they point on her face. "If I have to listen to one more weather podcast, my ears are going to bleed." The romance author doesn't enjoy discussions about low-pressure systems? I'm shocked. I reach for the radio dial, ignoring Sebastian's protesting whine. "You'll survive without it for an hour, Dunn."
What if I don't? I could miss crucial information. Look at what happened in the day after tomorrow. I bet they wish they kept listening to weather podcasts.
Were weather podcasts a thing back then? I adjust the frequency, frowning at the voice coming from the AM radio. "Hang on a second. Quincy, please," Mia groans. She rests her head on Richard's shoulder, and I see him pat her thigh in the rearview mirror. My brain can't handle any more science words. 2 seconds, Mia, I promise.
Issued a hurricane watch for the Florida Keys. At 11 a.m., the center of rotation was located at...
I dive for my phone, buried in the bag at my feet. Georgiana became a hurricane.
Wait, there's a hurricane? Cooper asks. Since when?
Just now, I say.
And that is why we don't turn the weather podcasts off.
Sebastian is fighting the urge to look over at the map I have pulled up on my phone. His eyes keep bouncing from the road to me, and I think he's seconds away from pulling off the highway so he can study it too.
Give me the details, Press.
Winds are peaking at 80 miles an hour right now, currently moving northwest, but they expect more of an east-northeast track to curve it back to Florida, I say.
Predicted landfall?
Looks like we're 6 days out.
Seems like a lifetime, but...
When a storm is coming, it's like no time at all. I finish for him. His eyes meet mine. We're on the same brainwave, thinking the same thing, and the corner of his mouth twitches with a smile.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I put my feet on the seat, drawing my knees to my chest. I catch pieces of the conversations picking up around me. Nate tells Harlow about the fall menu he's going to do at Whisk and Rise. She mentions the idea of a small business crawl, a partnership between some of the nearby shops and restaurants that could join together for more foot traffic. Mia asks Richard to open her water bottle, giggling when he spills some on her sundress.
Sorry, sweetheart,
he says, and he kisses her cheek. Doesn't matter. I'm here with you. Nothing could ruin today, she says. I want to be a part of it. I want to be in the moment, but I'm distracted. Split between being here with my friends and being back in my home office with Georgiana's trajectory broadcast on my large desktop screen.
Hey.
Sebastian reaches over and tugs on my ponytail.
I don't see you jumping up and down about the possibility of a hurricane being so close to the state. It'll be prime chasing.
I'm fine. Nervous, I guess. The ocean waters are warm. Georgiana has so much distance to travel and plenty of time to grow. I shrug and trace the path of the forecast model that suggests a Tampa landfall, just north of where we're headed today. I hate the thought of anyone being in danger.
It sucks that this is a side effect of living in Florida, but we did talk about this being the peak time period for storm development on the Rainy Day show. Oh yeah, I forgot you two have been teaming up lately.
Cooper puts a hand on my seat, leaning forward so he can join our conversation.
How's it going?
Great. We're also sleeping together. The things he can do with his mouth are out of this world, and it's impossible to stay away from him. I have this silly, stupid crush on him, and it's only getting worse. My cheeks heat. I wring my hands together to give myself something to do besides thinking about him in front of our friends. But Sebastian must be a mind reader. It's the only explanation for why he smirks, why he pushes his sunglasses into his hair, why he rests an elbow on the console between our seats, the scent of his cologne tickling my nose.
Yeah, Press. How is it going?
He asks. It hasn't been the worst thing in the world, I say. The internet loves him. It makes the job more fun. And it's nice to nerd out with someone. Harlow finishes for me, and I laugh. Exactly. Social media loves you, Mia pipes up. I saw a video someone posted of all your sound bites combined into one clip, and it was so funny how nerdy you two actually are. But in a way where a normal person can understand. It's cool.
I'm not on social media, and I've seen the video, Richard adds. It's making the rounds at work. Bankers care? Wow.
Sebastian blows out a breath.
We've made it big, Monroe.
Everyone is going to be disappointed to find out this isn't a permanent thing, I say. When Sebastian goes back to New York, he won't be a regular.
A million hearts will break when I announce my departure.
He sighs and puts his hand over his chest, dramatic.
It's okay. Heroes get remembered, but legends never die.
And the ego is back. I grab his phone sitting on the console between us. I connect it to the aux cord and look his way. Do you have any good music on here? Mia is right. I can't do a weather podcast right now, not when my life is about to be consumed by hurricane content.
Play whatever you want. Passcode is 8737.
You added a passcode?
I was told not having one was borderline serial killer behavior, so I made some adjustments.
What does it mean?
It's a secret.
Sebastian grins and fixes his sunglasses back on his face, staring out at the open road.
Do you want a hint?
I never liked riddles. I pick a dashboard confessional song and turn up the volume, the cheers from the back seat affirming my song selection. You can keep your secrets.
That's fine, but just know it's one of my favorite things.
We drive west, the bass thumping, the sun shining. I'm so unbelievably happy, but as I stare out at the endless blue skies ahead of us, I can't help but think something bad is waiting for us down the road. Hi. Harlow sits next to me in the sand, scooting my way so she's shaded by the tent the boys put up for us. Her pale skin is turning pink even with the sunscreen she slathered on her body, and she shoves a floppy hat on her head to cover her face. What are you doing over here by yourself? Mia is grabbing us waters. I gesture to the cooler where Mia stands with Nate and Cooper, eating a piece of watermelon. She laughs, the watermelon juice running down her arm, and licks it away. Where have you been? Talking to a lifeguard? She grins and points to the large stand in the distance. He's 23 and way too perky, but very cute. Well, isn't that fun? Mia looks happy, doesn't she? And what do you know? Richard is nowhere to be seen. Har, be nice, I warn. It's just an observation. She stretches out her legs and waves at Mia, making her way over to us, her hands full of bottles of water. Hello, sunshine. Hi. Mia distributes the drinks and plops on the sand, smiling from ear to ear. This is so fun, isn't it? The fresh air, a breeze, good friends. It doesn't get much better, does it? The only thing that would make it better is if Sebastian and Quinn got into one of their usual arguments. But I haven't heard a peep of disagreement. Harlow smirks my way. 3 hours in a car together? He's on your show, which I watch, by the way. The chemistry between you two is new. Is there anything you want to tell us? A lot of things, I think. Mia would be ecstatic if she found out Sebastian and I were sleeping together. She'd probably try to plan a wedding. Harlow would be supportive of my long-overdue orgasms. For as much as I want to share, for as much as I hate hiding things from them, I want to keep it a secret for as long as I can. I like having Sebastian in a way no one else gets to have him. When we're together, he's not the guy on the news. He's not an internet personality with millions of followers and dozens of women in his inbox, vying for his attention. He's not the weather boy everyone thinks they know and love. He's quiet, softer and unsure, someone who tells me about all the places he's seen on his travels around the world and all the places he wants to visit. He listens when I talk about where I see myself in 10 years, nodding along to the hopes and dreams I've been scared to share with anyone else, not because they wouldn't be supportive, but because it's intimidating to bet on yourself and know you could fail. I've discovered who he is away from the screens and fanfare. He's a guy who cares about his loved ones and the environment, who would be happy to never post a photo on social media again, but does so because he's a man of his word who honors his brand deals with small businesses that look to him for extra revenue thanks to his large following. It's just us, him and me, and it's magical. I pick up a handful of sand, letting the grains run through my fingers. We're maturing, I guess. I think it's nice you're letting him be on your show. Mia pauses to smile at me. I know how important that part of your life is to you. You've worked so hard to build the audience you have. We've all worked so hard. I point at Harlow, laughing when her red hair gets caught in the wind. Har was voted by her fellow bartenders as someone with exceptional influence, and the Hideout has won multiple awards. And you, Mia Dunn, are somehow putting out 2 best-selling books a year while you volunteer at the Orlando Food Bank and plan a wedding.
Do you ever run out of ideas, Mia? Harlow asks.
I can make anything into a romance story. Her eyes flick over to a couple sitting a dozen yards away. Like them. They're sharing a public sub. He's moving her chair so she's in the shade. She's not afraid to eat a handful of chips in front of him. Considerate and familiar, but without a ton of PDA. I imagine they've been friends for years. They've always hung out in big groups, but recently realized they have feelings for each other. This is the first date they've been on, just the 2 of them, and the beach is the perfect spot to hang out without it being too awkward.
And if things aren't going well, one of them can swim out to sea and start a new life with the dolphins,
Harlow adds, and I burst out laughing. Exactly. Mia reaches for our hands. I can't believe this is our last summer together like this. Are you going somewhere we don't know about? I ask, lacing our fingers together. No, I just mean things will be different after I get married. We want kids, and then it will be soccer practice and art classes and ballet lessons. She sighs. I hope y'all don't forget about me when I'm driving a minivan.
You think soccer is going to get rid of us? Please.
Harlow snorts.
I'm going to be the cool aunt your kids call when they want to run away for the night because you're making them eat broccoli.
I draw the line at a minivan. I squeal and jump to my feet when Mia pours ice-cold water on me. I take it back. Minivans are wonderful vehicles. That's more like it. Mia looks over her shoulder and waves to Richard. He points up at the gas station on the corner of the road, and she nods, standing too. Time for some snacks. Does anyone want anything? I'm good. I was going to go for a dip to cool off, but now it's to warm up after someone wanted me to freeze to death. I stick out my tongue and head for the water. I thought we were friends, Mia. Best friends, she calls out, smiling when Richard loops an arm around her waist.
I'm going to go flirt with the lifeguard again. Come get me when it's time for food.
Harlow waves and skips in the direction of the lifeguard stand. I kick off my sandals and walk toward the ocean, relaxing when the waves crest over my feet. I shuffle out until the water reaches my chest, then turn onto my back, floating while I stare up at the sky. The waves gently lap at my shoulders, and I blow out a breath as a patch of clouds cover the sun. A noise catches my attention, and I turn my chin, glad to see Sebastian standing nearby and smiling down at me.
Hey,
he says. Hi. I stretch my arms out at my sides, then bring them down, making an ocean angel. Having fun?
More fun now. I'm admiring the view.
Like what you see?
Fucking love what I see.
Sebastian bit his fist and had to look away when I shrugged off my oversized t-shirt earlier and revealed the navy blue bathing suit I'm wearing. He's making up for lost time now, moving my way and filling the distance between us. When he's close, his thumb brushes along the string of my bikini. It's a reminder he could take off the piece of fabric with a single tug if he wanted to. But he's choosing to torture himself instead. I'm torturing myself when I stare at the salt water running down his chest. The drops cling to the hollow of his throat, the lines of his pecs. The pink on his shoulders from a couple hours in the sun somehow makes his body look more divine, and I feel my heart stuck somewhere in my throat when he scrubs a hand over his face and smiles my way.
You're quiet,
he says, breaking the silence.
Everything okay?
I'm thinking up an insult to lob your way.
Anything good coming to mind?
Not yet, but the day is young.
You'll think of something.
He slips his thumb under the strap of my bathing suit and presses into the muscles at the top of my spine. A soft moan works its way free from my chest.
You always do.
He adds, his voice a husk of a rasp. Do you think it's eerie?
What? The space-time continuum, the possibility of alternate realities.
Sebastian moves closer, hand fully resting on my neck.
You're going to have to be more specific, Press.
We're here, living our lives, having a good time and enjoying a nice day. Somewhere in this very ocean, a storm with the potential to hurt a lot of people is becoming stronger by the minute. I lower my feet to the ocean floor, my toes digging into the sand. It's hard to balance the two sometimes, to enjoy the good things without realizing how privileged we are to have the resources we do.
The juxtaposition is hard. You're excited for the opportunity to see something historic, but in the same breath, you're worried about how Georgiana is going to impact communities.
Do you miss New York? I find myself asking, and his answer is a low hum.
Some days I miss parts of New York. You can get a pizza at 3 a.m. I go for a run at 10 p.m., and I'm not the only one in the park. It's busy and chaotic, but I thrive on that.
Sebastian waves to our friends on the shore.
It's not the worst place in the world.
What's the weather like? Nicer than here?
You've never been?
No. Am I missing out?
Maybe. Nicer is a subjective word,
he says. How so? I ask.
Fall is better. The leaves change. There's this crispness in the air you can't find here. And snow isn't all that bad. Other than that, it's not special. It doesn't have you, for starters.
What? I laugh and splash a small wave at him. What do I have to do with weather in New York?
A lot of things.
Like?
Like when I look at the sky, I think of you. Is it raining in Oak Valley? Did you remember to put on sunscreen? Is your hair starting to turn lighter like it always did down deep in July?
There's another pause as he moves behind me. A warm breath on the back of my neck where his lips press a reckless kiss. Hands, anywhere they can reach, disappearing under the waterline and moving across my stomach. My heart thumping while I greedily wait for more.
Sometimes when I'm feeling lonely and stupid, I let my imagination wander. The dreams I have when I'm there are ones I've never really let myself believe in.
What kind of dreams? I'm barely whispering, but it feels like I'm shouting, towing the precipice of a dangerous ledge.
I had this wild idea that maybe you were thinking about me too. We were tied together, kind of. The stars and the moon and the tides and the sun. And us. Quincy and Sebastian. 2 idiots who were waiting for the perfect time to get it right. When I was really going out of my mind, I pretended there was a world where I was the one who made you happy. Where you picked me. Every time.
His voice cracks. I'm no longer breathing.
And no storm I've ever chased has brought me the same kind of high as that fantasy.
I swallow. Something warm and tender squeezes behind my ribs, a vice-like grip that refuses to let go. It would be so easy to swim away from him, to brush this conversation off as too serious, but I stay put. I put my hand on his chest and feel his heart beat in tune with mine. The stars and the moon and the tides and the sun and us. Maybe I could come visit one day, I say, and his eyes sparkle. If you have space for a guest?
I have plenty of space for a guest. Short-term guests, long-term guests, whatever kind of guest you want to be.
An open-ended guest, I offer, who isn't sure about the future yet but wants to leave the door ajar.
I'll keep it ajar for as long as you like.
Sebastian strokes his thumb over my cheek.
The longer I'm here, the more I don't miss a damn thing about being up there. How could I, when I'm spending time with my friends? When I'm hunting down tornadoes and falling asleep to rain on my window? Sleeping with this absolute babe also helps.
Please, I laugh. The heaviness from the moment before breaks. I'm not a babe.
Are you kidding?
Are you kidding? You don't have to toss a compliment my way because we're sleeping together. I'm still going to come over tomorrow, even if you don't flatter me.
And if I want to?
He rests his hand on my cheek, palm slick with salt and sunscreen. He smells like the vanilla soft serve we all ate an hour ago, lounging in beach chairs while the ice cream melted down our arms.
If I wanted to tell you I think you're unbelievably smart, what would you say?
I'd ask if you were sure. He nods, hand moving to my neck and closing around my throat. He drums his fingers along the line of my windpipe.
I get it now. Men haven't complimented you the way you deserve, have they? It's a good thing I'm here, then. You're goddamn gorgeous, Quincy. I haven't been able to take my eyes off you all day, but your brain... Fuck, your brilliant, beautiful brain. It's my favorite thing about you. In some of those dreams, I get off just from hearing you talk. You are, without a doubt, the smartest person I've ever met.
The ocean almost sweeps me out to sea. I'm weak on my feet, starry-eyed from his confession. My heart nearly trips over itself, and I suck in a breath. You really think that? I ask, the question scooped up by the wind.
Yeah.
Sebastian toys with the straps of my bathing suit again. In an act of boldness that might be fueled from too long in the sun, or maybe it's the giddiness I'm feeling too, he drops a kiss to the top of my head.
I do.
Quiet contentment hangs between us. A seagull caws overhead. Somewhere nearby, a jet ski engine revs. So many things said, others left unsaid. But in the moment, it's exactly right. Sebastian?
Yeah, Quincy.
Do you want to chase Georgiana with me?
The summer girl and the golden weather boy teaming up for the year's biggest storm? My fan club is going to be hyped to see me again,
he says, and I launch myself at him. I wrap my arms around his middle and tackle him, both of us falling into the waves with a splash.
Damn, woman, you have some fire in you.
And you're my least favorite person in the world.
Doubtful, judging by how hard you're smiling right now.
Sebastian touches his thumb to the corner of my mouth.
Of course I'll chase with you, Quinny baby. I thought you'd never ask.
Later, at dinner, we sit across from each other. Our friends talk about the day and a possible hurricane party. There's sunburn and wine and exhausted laughter, and all the while I'm sneaking glances at Sebastian, not surprised to find him looking right back at me. The Rainy Day Show broadcast. Quincy. Hi, everyone. I know it's late and most of you are getting ready to wind down for the night, but the National Hurricane Center just posted the latest advisory for Hurricane Georgiana, and I wanted to share new information with y'all. The storm has been bumped up to a Category 2, and every model across the board confirms a Florida landfall in the next 96 hours. Sebastian.
This is our least favorite part of the job. It's part of the process, but it doesn't get easier. This is serious stuff that carries serious consequences, so if you're tuning in, and I can see a lot of you are, it's imperative you listen to what Quincy has to say.
Quincy. As of 8 p.m., the governor has declared a state of emergency for 45 counties, and evacuation orders have begun for the Tampa Bay area. If you are in evacuation zones A, B, and C, please listen to your local officials to find what shelters might be open. Sebastian.
This is far out. We do expect the eye to do some more wobbling to the east and west, but we're going to see significant damage to the Tampa Bay area. You have the ocean, the bay, and a low-lying coastline. It doesn't take a scientist to know that when you add all that together with rising water, it's going to be... I hate to throw this word around so freely, but it's going to be catastrophic.
Quincy. We talk a lot about wind with hurricanes because of the sustained gusts, but flooding is our biggest concern. Surge can be the most devastating part of the storm. Sebastian.
If you've ever watched Quincy's show, you know you're in good hands. She cares about her viewers, and the information she's passing along is the most up-to-date data out there. We live in a country where you're free to make your own decisions, but I hope you'll listen to her. She's the best in the industry, and if I had to rely on anyone, it would be her.
Quincy. I'll be back on at 8 tomorrow morning instead of 9 so we can dive into the advisories that will be issued overnight and talk about what should be in your hurricane kit. It'll only be me, but I hope y'all will still tune in. Sebastian.
Pay attention to what officials are telling you folks. We're getting close to crunch time, and you don't want to be stuck somewhere you shouldn't be when it's too late. To all my fans out there, thanks for the support.
Quincy. Okay, you're done. Sebastian.
Darn. I was just getting started.
24. Quincy. I rub my eyes and blearily reach for the coffee machine. A gallon of caffeine won't be enough to keep me awake, but I'm going to hope it does the trick. The last 4 days have flown by with live videos, posts on social media, and getting 30 minutes of sleep where I can. We're hours away from Georgiana's landfall, and it's going to be a long day. An even longer night is waiting for me, and I need to get a jump start on my energy. "I was wondering when you were going to get up," a voice says from behind me. I yelp and almost drop the mug I'm holding. I fumble for something to defend myself with, deciding on a ladle and holding it high in the air. "Really? A kitchen utensil?" "Harlow, you scared the shit out of me." I take a deep breath. "You know I always love to see you, but what are you doing here? You hate early mornings." "I was still awake and saw your bedroom light on. You're going to have a busy day, and I wanted to see if I could help. Mia will be here in a minute, too." My girls. I jab the coffee machine, grateful when it kicks on and starts brewing. "Is your house ready for the storm? You brought in your lawn furniture and filled my bathtub with water, found my flashlights, cleaned out my fridge and freezer, grabbed a case of water from the grocery store, and boarded up the windows in my sunroom with wood, not tape." Harlow grins and takes a seat at my kitchen table, getting comfortable. "Are you proud?" "So proud." I laugh when the front door creaks open. Heavy footsteps pound down the hall. A mumbled "fuck" coming next when a knee collides with the table in the foyer. Years of being friends with Mia has taught me she's the least stealthy person I know, and when she rounds the corner into the kitchen holding a brown paper bag and wearing her pajamas, I'm not at all surprised. "Looks like the party already started." Mia yawns and heads for the cabinets, pulling down 3 plates. "I come bearing gifts. I'm glad the keys I gave y'all for emergencies are getting good use," I say. "This is obviously an emergency. You didn't want to sleep a little longer?" I tried. I tossed and turned all night, then gave up. I peek inside the bag she brought. "What kind of gifts are we talking about?" "Some of Nate's bagels. I asked for a special batch." Mia doles out a cinnamon sugar, blueberry, and everything, adding a container of cream cheese to the mix. "You need to eat." She looks over at Harlow, whose head is starting to droop. "You too, Har." I'm awake." Harlow yawns and sits up. "No sleep for me." "Thanks for being here." I fill my mug and slide into the chair across from Harlow. Mia joins us, cutting the bagels into thirds and distributing them. "It means a lot. The extent of my hurricane knowledge is everything I've learned from your show." Harlow says around a bite of cinnamon sugar. "But we want to make sure you're having some sustenance before you go off and chase a monster storm. Have there been any changes in Georgiana's track overnight?" "We don't usually see big movements this close to landfall, but with a hurricane coming directly at the state, it's important to check." I pop a piece of blueberry bagel in my mouth and groan. "Oh, I love carbs." I have so much respect for the women who don't eat bread. Mia grabs my laptop and hands it my way, reading my mind. "I'd turn into a bitch if someone tried to take away the sourdough I make once a month." "Once a month? My God. You really are living a happily ever after," Harlow says. "Even my cold little heart can appreciate that." "I really am. I knew I'd convert you." Mia beams and glances at me. "Are you driving to Tampa?" "Yeah, landfall is expected later tonight as a Category 3, and I want to make sure I have time to get set up before conditions deteriorate. I'm planning on doing a live stream before, during, and after the storm, cell service permitting. I house down another piece of bagel. This one is going to do a lot of damage." "What's your plan for a place to stay?" Harlow asks. "You're not going to be out in the elements the whole time, are you?" "Gosh, no. I'm still shaken up from that tornado earlier this summer, and I fully respect Mother Nature's power. There are parking garages that should protect me from the worst of the winds. I found a couple shelters near where I'll be live streaming I could hunker down in if needed." I wipe my fingers clean from cream cheese and pull up the NHC's website. "Where are y'all going to be?" "At my house. Cooper and Nate are coming over. Being with a firefighter sounds like a safe plan, and out of the 4 of us, my place is on the highest ground." Mia folds her napkin and dabs at her mouth. "I'm nervous. I didn't want to be alone, and this storm is scaring me." "Wait, where is Richard?" I ask. "Out of town, again. His flight home canceled." Her smile slips and she hangs her head. "Things have been off since game night at your house, Quinn." "He keeps making comments about why I should take his last name. I know it's not a big deal, but I worked hard to put my name on those books. And sure, I love him very much, but that success, it's all me." "I'm Team Mia Dunn," Harlow says. "You were successful before him. Why does he get the credit you achieved on your own? Quinn? Mia turns my way. What do you think? I agree with Harlow. If I ever published in a scientific journal, I'd want it under Quincy Monroe. I've been Quincy Monroe for so long, and this part of me will always be Quincy Monroe. I knew he was wrong to get upset with me, she sighs. Anyway, there are more important things happening right now than author names. I'm glad the four of you will be together in one spot tonight. I squint at my laptop. The lack of sleep is catching up to me. Huh. That's not right. What's not right? Harlow asks. She looks over my shoulder and wrinkles her nose. I admire your brain, Quinn. None of this makes any sense to me. I roll my lips together, trying to figure out an easy way to explain it to them. The advisory that just came out doesn't show any track changes, but the storm... shifted? What in the world? I frown and refresh the page. There's a chance I'm interpreting it wrong. I'm doing my best to analyze something in an exhausted fog and coming up short. I'm so confused. You work your magic, Quinn. Mia stands and helps herself to a glass of orange juice. We'll be here when you figure it out. They let me work in silence. I down the rest of my coffee and do a lap around the kitchen to clear my head. Time stretches on. I stare at my computer, then understanding dawns. My hand trembles. The blood drains from my face when I take a screenshot of Georgiana's satellite imagery and blow it up to full size. Shit, I whisper. Oh my God. What's wrong? Mia asks. The official track is wrong. The realization tastes like lead. Every synapse in my brain fires away, working in overdrive, and my heart drops to my feet. The forecast shows a northern track with a north-northeast turn happening in the next few hours. That would put landfall near Tampa, which is what we've been talking about for 3 days. Okay, Harlow says slowly. Is that the problem? If you look at the radar, Georgiana isn't moving north anymore. The storm is very clearly going north-northeast. Right now, it's been steered by a high-pressure system, which is causing the shift in the track. If I draw a straight line from the eye through the state, I grab a napkin and hold it up to my screen. See? It puts landfall farther south. What does that mean? Mia asks. It means... I trail off. My lungs feel like they're being squeezed tight. It means we're evacuating the wrong people. It means the storm is on a path that will bring a direct hit to southwest Florida, and no one is prepared. The worst part isn't even the shift in the track. Georgiana is doing this thing called rapid intensification. That doesn't sound good. Harlow scoots her chair closer. Definition, please? In the 11 p.m. advisory last night, the winds were at a Category 2 strength. Now they're up to a Category 4 strength. The barometric pressure is continuing to drop, and with warm ocean water still ahead of it, it can get even worse. I lift my chin and look up at my friends, needing familiarity as I try to process everything that's happening. This will be a Category 5 hurricane that makes landfall in less than 24 hours, and the goddamn National Hurricane Center hasn't changed their goddamn track. Quinn. Mia puts her hand on my arm. Her palm shakes, fear radiating off her. You need to tell Sebastian. Between the two of you and your platforms plus his pull at ABC, she swallows. You could get the word out. I'm already standing. I'm already making a list of the people I need to call and the things I need to do. I think about the families down in Charlotte County who are waking up expecting feeder bands and a day off from school. They're prepared for gusty winds, the occasional bout of heavy rain, but nothing too serious. Someone has to tell them what's heading their way, and I've never hated my job more. I scramble for my phone and find my text thread with Sebastian. His "Good night, Quinny baby, dream of me" message is right at the top, with a little blue heart at the end of it. Another one must have come through a few minutes ago, a selfie of him in a room with a hickey on his neck and a proud smirk, hair rumpled and messy. Morning sunshine, typed underneath it, and I think I could cry. I tap his name and press the phone to my ear. It rings twice, and I grip the edge of the counter when he answers. Hey, he draws out. I can hear him smiling on the other end of the line. It's tired and soft, the same one he tucked into my shoulder 2 nights ago when he dragged me away from my computer and forced me into bed to sleep for an hour. Where are you? I ask. Do you miss me? His laugh is the only comfort I can find right now. Steady, warm, something that started to feel like home.
Because I miss you.
Where are you? There's a long pause. A door closes and I hear the creak of a chair.
I'm at WCPT in Orlando. A friend of mine is one of their meteorologists, and he invited me down to watch their coverage this morning. Why? What's wrong?
I'll explain everything, but I need you to do me a favor.
Anything.
Pull up Georgiana's track. Tell me if you notice something unusual. I'll be there soon.
Quincy.
My name tinted with worry, anguish behind each syllable.
Are you okay?
No, I breathe out. And you won't be either. We hang up, and I glance at my friends. If they have any questions about the call, they don't ask, and I'm glad. Mia stands, walks toward me, and gives me a hug. Go, she says softly. We'll be okay. Even with the change in the path, we're not in an evacuation zone. My house is prepared, and you have bigger things to worry about. Please be safe. Get to where you need to be early. My attention moves to Harlow. Her eyes are wide, her bottom lip is caught between her teeth. I feel her nervousness from over here. I love you. I'm numb on the drive to the news station. I don't remember the route I take. I don't remember if there's traffic or how long I sit at each stoplight. It speeds past me in a blur of colors and flashes of light, in car horns and shaky hands when I find a parking spot next to a WCPT news van. Time moves exponentially fast and painstakingly slow at the same time as I sprint toward the building. Each step feels like a mile, my exhaustion replaced with fearful urgency. There's a stitch in my side when I stumble into the lobby and take a deep breath. Ahead, someone is pacing, hunched shoulders, hand curled into a fist. They walk back and forth over the linoleum floor, checking their phone and glancing up at the ceiling with a heavy sigh. Sebastian. Hi, I call out. He stops mid-step and turns his head. Dark blue eyes lock with mine. There's a moment when everything stands still. We stare at each other, unmoving. He blinks, and then he's charging toward me. He's putting his hands on my shoulders, my cheeks, tangling his fingers in my hair and pulling me close.
You're freaking me out.
Sebastian searches my face. He drops his gaze to my arms, my feet. He checks me over, looking for any signs of injury and distress.
What couldn't you tell me over the phone? What had to wait? Talk to me, sweetheart, please. We're on the same team.
The pain behind his ask rattles me, an ache I feel down in my bones. I put my hands on his chest, relieved to feel his heart beating fast. I'm okay, I croak. My throat is dry, each word tasting like chalk. My phone died, and this is something we need to talk about in person. Did you look at Georgiana's track?
Yes.
His throat bobs.
I did.
You see the shift in her trajectory, too? I say, and he gives me a slow nod. Has anyone else figured it out?
I've been out in the hall looking at data, but I doubt it. We would know if they did.
We have to tell them.
Come on, I'll show you where everyone is.
He grasps my hand, fingers slotting in mine. When he moves his thumb over the inside of my wrist, I let myself imagine a life like this every summer with him, tracking hurricanes, long days, warm nights, absolute perfection with someone who's become my favorite person in the world.
Do you want something to drink?
No, I'm fine. It's the biggest lie I've ever told. I'm nowhere near fine. How can I be when a single question has haunted me since I noticed the deviation in Hurricane Georgiana's path? What if we're wrong and fuck everything up? 1,000 forecast models could be run, but there's no way to truly know what weather is going to do next. It's uncontrollable. A force so much bigger than the human mind can comprehend, but I know what I saw, the certainty in my soul. I've spent years studying hurricanes, learning how they move, how they interact with other systems that affect their path. They're a part of me, written in my blood like they belong in my DNA, and this storm isn't like anything I've ever seen before. That's what terrifies me the most. I know my feet are moving. I know I'm following Sebastian, but I'm in a daze. A door opens. There's a hand on the small of my back, swift and steady, an encouraging nudge that propels me into a room full of people, and I snap out of my trance when someone clears their throat. Blinking back to reality is the hardest thing I've ever done, but all of this is so much bigger than me. Every second we spend standing here is a second wasted, and we're already racing against borrowed time. Inhale confidence, exhale doubt. I can do this.
Listen up, y'all. This is Quincy Monroe, Sebastian says. Her PhD is in atmospheric science, and she finished top of her class at UCF.
His eyes bounce over to me, a secret smile tossed my way.
She has something she needs to share with us.
Hi. I give the group an awkward wave. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but there's something you need to see. I gesture to the open laptop at the head of the table. May I?
Please,
one of the men says. I know you all have been meticulously tracking Georgiana's path. I have too, and I noticed something unusual this morning. I stride to the computer and pull up the NHC's homepage. The image of the hurricane is in the middle, a small marker off the coast of Florida indicating her position. Georgiana is turning.
Later today, someone says. That's anticipated.
No, the storm is turning right now, I answer.
Hurricane hunters just went in, and that's not what the advisory says.
Look at the satellite. I type in a web address, displaying a new image on the large screen. Look at the longitude. It changed. The last 4 advisories, it's been the same. There's deviation now. The system in the Gulf is turning it earlier than projected, which results in the storm not going as north as we thought. Silence answers me as 10 men gape at the screen. I clasp my hands together, waiting for everyone else to catch up.
Hang on.
A guy in a tailored suit leans forward, the first to speak. His eyes narrow in my direction, and I brace myself for what might be coming next.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly.
Was there a question? I ask.
Your name is Quincy?
Monroe, yes.
Are you a scientist, Ms. Monroe?
I have a bachelor's degree in meteorology, and like Sebastian mentioned, a PhD in atmospheric science. So yes, I am.
Do you work for NOAA?
I run a weather page, I explain, not bothering to go into detail.
She's also a final candidate for a position at the NWS,
Sebastian adds, and I smile.
So you're an influencer who thinks she's qualified to claim that experts at the most prestigious weather centers in the world are wrong? He asks.
I am qualified. But am I even more qualified when the prestigious weather center's staffing is down 20% and can't provide information as accurate as it was before? Yes, we saw this with Hurricane Claudia earlier in the season. The longer these organizations remain understaffed, the more mistakes are going to continue to happen. The data about the shift in Georgiana's track is right there, and someone needs to break the news. Multiple things happen at once. Someone pulls the plug on the laptop and presses their nose against the screen, inspecting the map I just showed them. 3 people stand and hustle out the door. A phone rings. Papers get shuffled.
Just got off the phone with Phil in Tampa,
a man announces to the room.
He's in agreement. A north-northeast turn is occurring, which puts landfall 90 miles south.
Is there a Sebastian Dunn in here? A woman pops her head in, scanning the faces at the table. ABC headquarters called. We're interrupting regularly scheduled programming to go on with the national news, and you're going on air. 10 minutes until we're live.
Great.
Sebastian stands and rounds the table, not stopping until he's directly in front of me.
You're coming with me.
You want me to watch you? Sure, I'll...
No. You're going on air with me. You're going to be the one to let the nation know what's happening.
What? No way. I don't want to be in front of the camera.
You're in front of a camera every day.
This is different, Sebastian. I tug on his arm, stopping us in the middle of the hall. I tip my head back and stare at the ceiling lights above me. What if I'm wrong? I could ruin my career.
But you're not wrong, and you could save lives.
Fuck. He's right. Of course he's right. How could I care about a tarnished reputation when there are thousands of people in harm's way? If being wrong about this is the worst thing I'll do in my career, I'll have done my job well. I take a deep breath. Okay. I reach for his hand, and he takes mine instantly. I'll go on camera with you.
This job is hard. Making the right call sometimes feels impossible. And even when you're sure, you can still be caught off guard. If you're doubting yourself, that's okay, Quincy.
His thumb brushes over my knuckles.
But I need you to know I believe in you enough for the both of us. I trust you with my life, and I won't let you take the fall for this alone. We'll do this together.
I don't know if it's the magnitude of what's waiting for us or the easy, gentle way he holds my palm. It could be the exhaustion in his eyes, the paleness lining his cheeks, how his attention never strays from me, not even when someone calls out his name. Whatever it is, I feel it when he looks at me. An aching longing of patient years spent waiting. The start of something new. And for the first time all morning, I'm not scared.
25. Sebastian. I can feel the cord from the microphone against my boob. Quincy adjusts her shirt. This is all very fancy. I miss my desk and sweatpants. Never thought I'd be jealous of a microphone cord. I fix my collar and flash her a smile. You doing okay? Okay as I can be, given the circumstances. There's a huge hurricane heading for the state. I'm about to shit on a government agency's forecast in front of millions of people. It's a casual Wednesday morning in the life of a meteorological influencer. Davis Kensington. That's the guy who was questioning you back there. He's a pretentious asshole who thinks because he went to Columbia, he's better than everyone else. Want to know a secret? She moves closer to me. Always. He only graduated because his parents donated a bunch of money to the school. One of the research labs is named after his grandfather, and I'm pretty sure he still doesn't know the difference between low-pressure and high-pressure systems. So, he's an insecure man. Quincy laughs. Shocking. Can I tell you another secret? Do you not know the difference between low-pressure and high-pressure systems? It has something to do with rising air, right? I tug on the belt loop of her jeans. I'm really proud of you. I'm sure it wasn't easy to come down here and talk about what you found, but I'm so glad you did. You also noticed the shift. That guy over in Tampa did too. I can't take all the credit. Her shoe bumps mine. Still no official track change? Not yet. I hope you're ready for the attention this is going to bring you, Quinny baby. The NWS is going to be knocking on your door tomorrow morning and begging you to come work for them. I don't know about that. You haven't heard anything about the job, have you? No, I would tell you if I did. I'm guessing the final decision is going to be delayed given everything that's happening. That's true. We have bigger things to worry about. She rolls her shoulders back. How is this going to work? We're going to interrupt regularly scheduled programming. Then we'll do live reporting for 6 to 7 minutes. It's going to be an information dump, but if you get uncomfortable, give me a signal. I'll find a way to ease you out of the conversation so you can take a breather. I remember the summer I applied for an internship here. She levels me with a look. Someone else got the job instead. Guilty. I give her a sheepish grin and dig through the duffel bag I brought with me to the station until I find what I'm looking for. I pull the baseball hat out and slide it on my head. There we go. Now I'm ready for my close-up. I didn't realize the dress code was so casual. Quincy looks at my hat. Her eyes trace over the tiny letters above the brim. The Rainy Day Show, written in cursive. Wait a minute. Is that merchandise from my show? It is. And really nice quality. I had Mia buy it from your shop. Then I stole it. I wear it all the time. All the time, she repeats. Her forehead wrinkles. Cute little lines form around her mouth, and I want to press my thumb to each one. To the freckles across her nose, too. 14 of my favorite things. What do you mean you wear it all the time? Do you remember when we were in your bed and you were telling me about your family? I should have told you about my deepest, darkest secret. I tapped the bill of the hat. It's this. Your secret is that you have an affinity for accessories? No. I roll my lips together, a grin nearly bursting free. It's that I've watched your show for 7 years, and I'm a big fan. What? Yup. Haven't missed an episode either. How is that possible? You're popular. Thanks, Monroe. What I mean is, you have a job. You travel for work. When do you have time to watch me ramble for an hour about cloud formations when your calendar is probably packed to the brim? I make time. I twirl her hair around my fingers. I'm on air at night. The days I need to be in the studio in the morning or on location, I'll watch when I'm free, but I've seen every single one. Why would you... I thought... We always argued growing up. You constantly picked fights with me, she whispers. I thought that meant you didn't like me, that maybe you hated me. Why would you ever think I hated you? I ask. Have you annoyed me? Of course. Did I think you were a know-it-all? Endlessly, before I realized why you were so determined to be the best in our class. But hate? No. Never that. I had no idea. Quincy gapes at me. You've really watched my show for 7 years? Yes. Every single episode, she asks, hand over her heart. Every single one. Why? Her question makes me chuckle. The answer's so simple. Why do you think, Quinny baby? Because I'm fucking obsessed with you. And I'm so fucking proud of you. Because I wanted to. Because seeing you on my screen is the best part of my day. Because ever since I met you, you've been in my head, and watching your show made me feel like I blow out of breath, embarrassed by this next part. Like I was home, even when I was thousands of miles away. That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever told me, she says. 7 years? That's a long time. I can't wait to see what you do in the next 7. World domination is next, I think. My phone lights up, a message from Jonathan coming in and letting me know we'll be on air in 2 minutes. You ready? I guess so. You'll be here with me? The entire time. I cup her face, drawing my thumb along her cheek. I'm not going anywhere. There's the golden weather boy. Quincy's smile is faint before it stretches to a grin. Let's rumble, Dunn. I keep my pinky hooked in hers and turn toward the laptop set up on a stool. I put in my earpiece and there's a few seconds of waiting. The lag between the video and the call catches up, talking beginning in my ear. Good morning. I'm down in Orlando, Florida, where residents are preparing for Hurricane Georgiana that is scheduled to make landfall in about 16 hours. I'm joined by Dr. Quincy Monroe, who runs the nationally acclaimed The Rainy Day Show, which is where you might recognize her from. I laugh. Or in Jim Cantore's most popular social media video. That was fun, Quincy adds. We have some important updates about Georgiana we want to share with everyone who might be tuning in, and I'm going to turn it over to Quincy to share more. Thanks, Sebastian. Hi, folks, I'm Quincy. I'm born and raised in Oak Valley, a town right outside Orlando. My life is dedicated to meteorology, and while I wish it were under better circumstances, I'm glad I'm here with you today. What can you tell us about what's going on with Hurricane Georgiana? Part of our job is to track weather based on the information the National Hurricane Center, who we call the NHC, provides. The 5 a.m. advisory came out recently, and based on the storm's movement, we're expecting landfall to be well south of the original location. Additionally, Georgiana has increased its wind speed since last night.
It's now a Category 4 storm, and we expect it to reach Category 5 strength prior to landfall. While the southwest region of Florida was always in the cone of uncertainty, the habit is to rely on the center line of the cone, which isn't an indication of where landfall can be.
What should people expect, Quincy? I lob her way, not surprised by her even-keeled tone. A lot of our viewers haven't been in the heart of a Category 5 hurricane before. Heck, even I haven't.
I haven't either. If you are anywhere near the Punta Gorda area, especially in low-lying areas or mobile homes, you need to evacuate immediately. We expect tornadoes and high winds, several inches of rain and storm surge upwards of 20 feet. It's hard to believe, but the area will look completely different in 24 hours, she says.
I have some folks helping us behind the scenes, and I think we're going to be able to... Yup, thanks, Larry. He's our audiovisual guy. We're showing you the future track that WCPT, ABC's affiliate station in Orlando, has put together. It does deviate from the NHC's track, and the meteorologists we've talked to in Tampa and Miami are all in agreement with this predicted forecast, I tell the camera.
If you're on the road, you need to shelter in place by sunset. Squalls are already approaching the state, and getting to where you should be while it's still safe is the highest priority. Until the storm passes and the local officials give you the okay to be outside, stay where you are.
All great points, Quincy. I glance her way. She's not going to plug her show, but I will. Her social media channels offer valuable information that might be beneficial to our viewers, particularly those of you who are new to Florida. There are videos on what to put in your hurricane kit, the safest places to store important documents, and what to do if you lose power. Her handle is @TheRainyDayShow across all platforms. It's also right here on my hat, and I know you'll find something useful in her resource library. If I had to pick one person to listen to right now, it would be her.
Thank you. Quincy dips her chin to hide her blush. The most important thing is to let everyone who is watching know they're not alone. This is scary. There's a lot going on, but we're going to get through this.
I'm going to send it back to the studio, and we're going to get a list posted with open shelters and official evacuations. My phone is telling me Charlotte County emergency officials are holding a press conference in 20 minutes. If you're in the area, I urge you to tune in. I get the all clear that our call has ended, and I close my laptop. I pull out my earpiece and set it on my computer. You did great, Monroe.
It wasn't as intimidating as I thought, but I'm afraid to look at my social media.
She puts her microphone next to mine.
Now what?
Where are you going to ride out the storm? I know everyone is going to Mia's place, but maybe we could hang out at your house. I'm sure you have all the essentials, and we can get some good footage. Quincy frowns.
I said I was going to chase the storm. That's what I'm going to do.
You said that when it was a Category 2, not a Category 5 monster. You're not seriously considering driving straight into the system we just warned people to stay away from, are you?
Of course I am.
Her voice pitches higher. Her hands clench into fists at her side.
Why wouldn't I?
Because people are going to die, Quincy. Towns are going to be wiped out. Homes gone. Roads not drivable. If you get stuck, rescue teams won't be able to get you for days. And you want to go into that willingly? I almost shout, matching her tone.
I need to prove myself to the National Weather Service, to the people who don't believe in me, to everyone.
She yells back, anger flashing in her eyes.
Why do you think I've spent all summer chasing storms when I normally do all my work from my office?
Why do you think I work myself to the point of exhaustion? Because I'm sick and tired of being treated fucking less than because I'm a woman. I'm sick and tired of working harder than everyone else and not getting as far. I applied to the NWS to tell myself I could do it, despite so many people telling me I can't, despite people at the interview telling me I can't, and now I have a chance to prove that I'm worthy, that I deserve that spot more than anyone else, and you can't stand in my way. Worthy? I almost roar, stalking toward her. When I get close enough to touch her, I grab her by the waist. I pull her flush against my chest, ignoring the oof she lets out when our bodies collide. You don't think you're fucking worthy? I'm not sure that I am. The admission comes out like a sob, a raw, splintered sound that makes her chest heave. I try to put on the face of a badass bitch, but now that this is being handed to me, I can't turn it down. If I die, I die, and at least I went out trying. Because I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I don't go out there and show everyone I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm chasing this storm, Sebastian, and you can't stop me. Her words ring in my ears. A tear slides down her cheek. My hand shakes when I touch the side of her face. Do you know what I wish? I murmur. A roll of thunder rumbles through the building. She shakes her head, teeth sinking into her bottom lip. Scared, hesitant, years of carrying this burden alone. I wish more than anything else you could see yourself from my eyes. Because you know what you would find? The most beautiful, most deserving person worthy of everything she's ever dreamed of. And if I could, I'd spend all my money. I'd barter with the devil. I'd find a way to give you everything you've ever wanted, just so you could see how incredible I think you are. I rest my forehead against hers. We're the only two people here, the rest of the world obsolete. If you want to chase this storm, I'm going with you. Not because I don't think you're capable of doing it on your own, but because I want to be there when you realize how right you were. When you realize your life is about to change because people are finally paying attention to you like they should have been doing this whole time. Like I've been doing for goddamn years. You asked me if I hated you? No. I shake my head. The way I feel about you is so much worse than hatred. It's eating me alive. I can't do anything to fight it. I can't make it stop. But even if I could, I wouldn't. My heart races, controlled by someone other than me. Her, probably. Sebastian. She puts her hands on my shirt, staring up at me. There are questions she wants to ask, I can tell. But she keeps them to herself, and I'm glad. I don't know how to answer them. Not yet. You'll really come with me? There's nowhere I'd rather be. I kiss the top of her head to ground myself. Which means we need to get moving. We're already running out of time.
The Rainy Day Show comment section. At Parrots and Peaches. I have a friend who lives in Punta Gorda, which is where Hurricane Georgiana is supposed to make landfall. She said she just saw Quincy and Sebastian chatting with Jim Cantore, and I'm 100% convinced they're chasing the storm together. At Beakers and Barometers. This is going to be epic. At I Heart Dogs 1990.
Has anyone else noticed how much they've been staring at each other lately? Like, he's on her show, and he's talking, and they exchange this cute little look.
At Hey K Man 4. He's always looking at her. Now, she's looking at him. At user 28423457735. Looking for love? So am I. DM me for details and pictures. At user 14134444002. I'm really scared about this storm for real. I'm so unprepared, lol. Guess I should buy some water? 26. Quincy. The hours before a hurricane are, ironically, some of the most beautiful you'll ever find weather-wise. The air is still, the wind is calm, the atmosphere is dry, all the moisture pulled in by the approaching storm before it's released back into the atmosphere with tremendous force. It's deceiving. People get caught up on the breeze and the last bit of sunshine and think they're in the clear. A few hours from now, when the stronger bands roll in, the environment is going to be completely different. Even I can't believe a Category 5 hurricane is knocking on our door.
You're thinking hard.
Sebastian nudges my shoulder on our walk around the area surrounding the hotel we found last minute in Punta Gorda. It's at a higher elevation, away from the water, and we managed to snag a room with a single twin bed after a 3-hour drive. The owner said they were evacuating, but they left a key for us, letting us know emergency services wouldn't be available if we needed to be rescued.
What's on your mind?
I'm taking it all in. I lean into his touch, happy when he puts an arm around me and pulls me to his side. Enjoying being dry before we get soaked later, hoping our friends are doing okay back home.
They have supplies and a weather radio. Coop is trained in natural disaster recovery, thank God. So if things get bad, I know he'll be the first one to jump into action.
I'm so glad we have selfless friends.
So do I. What's our plan?
I want to attach my camera to that tree. I point to the tall palm that faces the road and the harbor on the other side of the street. It sways slightly, fronds moving with a gentle breeze, and I wonder all the things it's seen. I was also going to see if I could convince you to hang out in the alcove between our hotel and the next one over for the first part of the storm.
Is it covered?
Yes, and I brought my helmet. He laughs.
Of course you did. I'll agree to your terms under one condition.
Let's hear it, Dunn.
When the debris turns into projectiles, we're going inside. No arguing. No trying to justify staying out longer. If you are in danger, we're finished. Understand?
A little overbearing, but fine. I'll play by your rules.
You know I'm not some alpha dickhead dude who thinks he has control over you, right? Do you remember what I said about your well-being? With a storm like this, I don't want to take any chances. You are very important to me, Quincy, and keeping you safe is a priority.
I understand. My heart skips a beat, and I hold his words tight to my chest. I want you to be safe, too.
We're in this together, you.
My phone rings, cutting him off. I pull it out of my pocket, an unknown number scrolling across my screen. I don't know who this is, I say.
What's the area code?
Miami? That's weird. Should I answer?
I would. What if you won the lottery?
When the majority of the state is under a hurricane warning? Please. I slide my thumb over the screen. Hello?
Is this Quincy Monroe?
Yes, it is. Who am I speaking with?
This is Dr. Feldman, director of the National Hurricane Center.
I pull the phone away from my ear and hit mute. My mouth drops open in surprise. Shit, I squeak.
Who is it?
Sebastian asks. Dr. Feldman, director.
From the NHC? Why the hell is he calling you?
I don't know. I've read some of his graduate research, but I've never met him. Oh, fuck. He's probably going to ream me for denouncing their track on national television. My career is over.
Speakerphone.
Sebastian taps the screen, taking the call off mute. He lifts his chin my way, and I swallow. Sorry about that, Dr. Feldman. The reception is spotty where I am. I say, proud of the lie I pull out of thin air. How are you doing this afternoon?
Besides being in a packed media room with local and national news outlets and having my ass chewed out by the Secretary of Commerce? Peachy.
He deadpans, and I wince. That can't be good.
No, Dr. Monroe, it's not.
Is there a reason for...
You saw something people in my department missed today, and your observation saved lives, he says, and Sebastian wraps his arm around me. Choosing to publicly break from our projected track was a gutsy move, and even though it turned my day into a shit show, I'm glad you did it.
I'm not the only meteorologist who went against the track. Dr. Feldman, how did y'all miss that? Isn't your job to get this data right? We have so many resources available to us. Hurricane hunters, planes, ocean buoys. How did a mistake like this happen?
We're understaffed. Is it an excuse? No. But when my team is working 20-hour days, they miss things. There's media responsibilities and emergency management on top of forecasting. Unfortunately for us, missing this was a huge misstep. It happened back in 2004 with Charlie, too, and my predecessor didn't hear the end of it for years. The general public doesn't focus on the cone of uncertainty. They see the center line that shows where the eye is going to travel and assume that's the only part of the storm they need to worry about. I hope today is a learning opportunity for everyone.
I hope so, too. I'm not sure how much assistance I can offer, but is there anything I can help with?
No. You've got a hell of a head on your shoulders, Monroe. You're an independent meteorologist?
I am. I run a blog, I guess. And social media channels. Academia was never for me. I prefer educating people on our field outside the classroom.
This is my personal number. If you ever need anything, you give me a call and I'll make it happen. You should be proud of yourself. Not many people I know would have been comfortable making the decision you made today. And I'll make sure they put your name in all the post-cyclone documentation.
I don't need any of that. I hide my face in Sebastian's shirt, smiling when he rubs his hand up and down my arm. I just want to help spread awareness and save lives.
And you do it well. Stay safe. Are you in Oak Valley riding Georgiana out?
No, I'm in Punta Gorda. A pause. With a friend.
Jesus. Godspeed, then. You're going to need it. Stay safe.
We throw out a couple more pleasantries. When I hang up, Sebastian scoops me in his arms and spins me around.
What did I tell you?
He says when he finally puts me down.
You're so fucking brilliant.
I can't believe I just talked to the head of the National Hurricane Center. Younger me would be freaking out. Hell, I grin. I shake my head, the last 6 hours feeling like a dream. There's renewed adrenaline in my blood, a fresh sense of purpose. I'm freaking out. We do another lap of the area, finding evacuation routes we might need. Sebastian gets recognized several times, and when we meet a young couple chasing their first hurricane, they stop for a conversation. "You all inspired us," the woman says, looking between us. "When I was a sophomore in college, I didn't know what to study. Your videos came up on my social media, Quincy, and I went down a rabbit hole. I scrolled for hours, feeling like I was part of the storm with you. I saw what you were doing for women in the field, and it was the encouragement I needed to declare a major in meteorology. I graduated last year, and I'm working on my master's now." Wow, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you for sharing that with me. If you ever need anything, shoot me an email. I'll do what I can to help, I say. Please be careful out here. This system isn't like what you see on television. With a smile and a wave, she and her partner disappear down the road, their rain boots kicking up the small puddles forming on the concrete.
"Someone is a superstar,"
Sebastian says. "I'm not. I'm just me, and I'm trying to share my love with everyone else."
"You're doing a good job, sweetheart."
A kiss to the top of my head, a hand at the small of my back.
"You're so worthy,"
he says, and my heart skips a beat. The sun goes down and conditions deteriorate rapidly. A heavy line of squally storms works its way off the ocean, leaving me drenched while I set up my equipment so I can capture as much footage as I can. It takes a set of bungee cords to attach my camera to a tree, with Sebastian adding his GoPro on top. And I'm hoping everything will be intact come morning. Room prepared, and with nothing left to do, we head out into the storm with headlamps and flashlights. Sebastian takes off in a sprint to make it to the alcove we're using as a shelter-in-place location for the first part of the night, and I follow behind him. It's drier under the tin awning, but we've positioned ourselves in the middle of a wind tunnel. Each gust howls like the gods are at war with each other.
"Good call on doing a time-lapse video,"
he yells over the noise. It sounds as if rocks are landing on the roof above us, and I keep waiting for it to bend in two.
"That's going to make for some great footage."
The tree to our left sways, buckling under the weight of saturated limbs. The base wobbles. The trunk starts to tip sideways before snapping in half, crashing to the ground. "How long until the eye reaches land?" I ask.
A couple hours.
A small shack 100 yards away loses its windows. The glass splinters flying in the air.
It's already getting bad out here.
In poetic timing, a street sign lands on the wall just inches away from where we are standing. I jump at the crash of metal on concrete. Sebastian's arms instinctively wrap around me, protecting my head. You can really see the difference between a Category 5 and a Category 1, I yell, not sure he can hear me. I can't even hear myself think. This is nothing like when we chased Claudia.
I'm not sure I want to go through this twice.
He cups my cheeks, stopping to kiss me. His tongue swipes over my bottom lip, wet and warm and reassuring.
Sorry,
he says, sheepish.
Kissing you in the rain has been on my bucket list for a while.
Is that the only reason you wanted to tag along, so we could make out?
Please, Monroe. I'm a professional.
He skims his hand along the hem of my tank top, the material sticking to my skin.
But it might have been some added motivation.
Above us, the awning creaks and groans. A screw pops loose, falling to the ground next to my foot. I look up, awestruck, when the roof rips off and subjects us to the unforgiving elements. A dark sky, torrential rain, even more intense wind. It's like a jet engine is in front of us, and I yelp when I lose my footing. Shit! I grip Sebastian's arms to keep myself upright. A gutter goes flying past us, missing his head by mere inches. Where do we go now?
There's a parking garage next door, he yells. We can try to get there.
Okay. I nod, watching the entire roof of the 2-story house across the street fly away. Shingles litter the ground. The foundation looks as if it's caving in, and my hand flies to my mouth when the top floor collapses. Sebastian, look! God, I hope no one is inside, or if they are, they're somewhere safe. Whenever a hurricane nears, the same question is always asked. Why didn't they evacuate? They had the time. They knew what was coming. The longer I do this, the more I understand. It's easy to judge from thousands of miles away, but when you're faced with life and death, the thought of leaving behind possessions and memories and a home you've spent your life building is heartbreaking. Some have medical devices or mobility issues. Some are stubborn. They'd rather die than give up something they love more than anything in the world, and choosing to stay must be the hardest decision they'll ever have to make. I wipe away the tear rolling down my cheek and sniff. Sebastian takes my hand in his and holds tight.
They'll be okay,
he says softly, a juxtaposition to the earth falling apart around us. The assurance warms me in a way I didn't know I needed, but he did.
We should move, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. Beauty in the midst of destruction, hope in the middle of bleakness, and I reach for him, kissing him frantically. He meets my urgency, hands slipping into the back pockets of my shorts and cupping my ass. I only pull away when another tree snaps, the branch falling right where we just stood.
I want to kiss you until we stop breathing, Queenie baby. But I want it to be on my terms, not Mother Nature's. We're heading for the parking garage. Now.
He adds, giving my arm a tug and taking off in a sprint. It's hard to match his stride and dodge the flying obstacles that greet us outside our safe haven. I scream, a lawn chair flying directly at us, and Sebastian drops us to the ground, his body positioned over mine. It doesn't feel real, something out of a movie where the world ends. We're totally unprotected, braving the start of the fierce storm without anywhere to go, and he holds himself above me to shield me.
Change of plans,
he pants. He's almost impossible to see. The rain falling in blinding sheets around us. Fucking me in the rain is also on your bucket list? I ask. I'm scared. Afraid this is how I'm going to die and turning to jokes to calm my heart. An emergency alert blares from both our phones. In the distance, a tornado siren wails and I start to shake.
Not like this, it's not.
The wind steals the words, yanking them away. Sebastian flattens himself on me, his weight nearly unbearable but necessary when a strong gust rips through the air. If he weren't here, I'm afraid I would fly away.
We need to get back to the hotel. It's 100 yards away.
Okay. I nod, afraid to move. The second I do, I'll be exposed, and having him on top of me is the calm I need. Do you know what I'm thinking about right now?
Truth or dare in the middle of a hurricane? Don't toy with me, Queenie baby.
A couple months ago, I would have been pissed if you were the last thing I was going to see before I died. But now, I swallow. Now I think it would be a gift to see you before I died. Will you wait for me on the other side?
We're not dying. I'm not going to let that happen to you.
He grits out, the rain falling harder.
But do you want to know what I'm thinking about right now?
What?
I wish you had your goggles and helmet so I know I could keep you safe. You are the most important thing in my life, and I will protect you until the end of my days.
Next time, I whisper, knowing he's become the most important thing in my life, too.
We're going to have to move. We can't last much longer out here.
When?
Now.
Sebastian jumps to his feet, helping me stand. He starts for the buildings I can't make out, visibility basically zero. In a fit of stupidity, and in case these are my last moments on Earth, I pull out my phone and start a live stream. I'm not sure I'm even connected, but I start talking, my camera pointed straight ahead. I'm in the middle of the first half of Hurricane Georgiana, I say, trying to match Sebastian's quick pace. We were somewhere safe, but that place quickly became unsafe, so we're trying to make it back to the hotel now. I'm not sure you can even see anything on my screen right now. He pulls out a handheld anemometer from his left pocket, holding it in front of him.
Pressure is 938 millibars and dropping, he says. Winds have to be over 160 right now.
The gusts propel us forward, aiding us in reaching our destination. His hat goes flying, hitting me in the face before disappearing with a swirl of leaves. His hand never leaves mine, even when I start to slow, exhausted from the physical exertion. I wanted y'all to see what it's like to be in the middle of one of these things. I talk loudly to the camera, overwhelming relief weighing down my shoulders when I see the hotel ahead. As Georgiana makes landfall, it will travel straight up the I-4 corridor, making its way to Orlando, then exiting on the East Coast. I'll be back later during the eye.
Get inside,
Sebastian yells, ripping open the emergency exit entrance and tugging my arm. I end my live stream and take a breath, the quiet unnerving after the noise from outside. I put a hand on the wall, breathing hard. I shake my head. A million words come to mind. Exhilarating, petrifying, stupid, life-changing. I glance up. Sebastian wipes his face with his drenched shirt. Thank you.
For what?
He asks, wringing out the wet cotton. Being here with me.
I told you there's nowhere else I'd rather be, Press.
Should we go back to the room?
The bathroom, specifically. At least until the eye.
And then? Sebastian holds the back of my neck. There's a tremble to his grip.
And then we get ready for round 2.
27. Quincy.
Quincy.
My name is soft, hushed, pulled from a dream. I sigh at the reverence behind the word.
Quincy.
Louder this time, and I keep my eyes shut. I bury my face in the mass beside me and try to block out the noise. Whatever I'm lying against is too firm to be a pillow, but it makes up for it in warmth. The familiar sensation of some place that feels like home. So perfect I never want to leave. A gentle laugh, fingers running through my hair and a hand on my nape. A whispered, "Sweetheart," that causes me to stir and stretch my arms above my head, pulled back to reality. I blink and take in my surroundings. It's dark around me. The only source of light is the flicker of a dying candle. There's tiled bathroom walls and a vanity to my left, arms wrapped around my stomach and a tattoo I've traced 24 times. Sebastian. It comes back to me in flashes, making it back to our room. The power going out and the candles we lit so we could see. Huddling in the bathtub when it sounded like a tree crashed through the window on the other side of the door and writing our names on our arms in case we got separated. Hi. I clear my throat, voice scratchy. Did I fall asleep?
Yeah.
He brushes away the hair sticking to the back of my neck. My skin is cool from dried sweat, and I shiver when he presses a kiss to the curve of my shoulder.
For about an hour. For the record, you do snore, Monroe, and you're louder than the winds.
Shut up. I stretch out my legs and flex my ankles. There's not much room to move, the porcelain tub barely big enough to fit both of us, but I take advantage of the space I have. I can't believe I didn't wake up.
You're exhausted. I'm surprised it took you so long to fall asleep.
Why is it so quiet?
The weather radio said the eye is making landfall now. The winds stopped 10 minutes ago.
Oh my God. I struggle to stand on shaky legs. I reach for the door, but Sebastian's fingers fold over my wrist, stopping me. What are you doing?
Let me go first.
He nudges me out of the way and pulls a pocket knife off his belt loop.
Please.
A knife? Do you think we're going to encounter wildlife out there?
It's Florida, Quincy. There could be a bobcat roaming the lobby for all we know.
This isn't the time for chivalry.
It is when we don't know what's on the other side of this door.
His other hand curls around my chin. He tilts my head back until we're staring at each other. The light of the candle dances across his face, and he looks like he's glowing. Something out of this world.
There could be rising water, glass everywhere, fuck knows what else, and I don't want you to get hurt. This will only take a second.
I want to be defiant and challenge him, but the concern behind his gaze makes a rush of affection wisp through me. He wants to make sure I'm going to be okay because he cares about me, and I care about him too. Okay, I finally say. But can you be quick, please? We don't have much time, and I don't want to get stuck out there again. Sebastian leans in close, brushes his lips against my cheek, and smiles against my skin.
Anything for you, Quinny baby,
he whispers, and my heart flip-flops in my chest. He grabs the flashlight sitting on the vanity and opens the bathroom door. I watch him disappear into the dark, holding my breath as his footsteps grow quieter and quieter, the beam from the light getting weaker. It's eerie being in here alone, not a sound except my breathing, and I count to pass the time. It's better than stewing over what might be happening where I can't see, and I get all the way to 200 before the beam from Sebastian's flashlight grows bright again.
It's not pretty out there,
he says.
Windows are shattered. A tree is halfway in the room. The roof is making sounds that has me thinking it'll blow off after the eye passes through. Water levels are rising across the street. It'll reach the building here soon.
I'm going outside, I say.
The fuck you are.
I wasn't asking for permission.
I know you weren't, but don't you think that's a really fucking stupid thing to do? We barely got out the first time.
Of course it's stupid, I cry out. All this is stupid, but isn't that the point? We came here for a reason, and it wasn't to hide in a hotel room. It was to get footage so we can educate people. So we can study the storm's impact on the area, which will help us be better prepared for the next time a Category 5 hurricane heads for the state. Our goddamn government agencies can't get things right. Who are people going to rely on? Sebastian tips his head back, flexes his hand at his side, and glares at the ceiling.
I'm not happy about this.
Want to make a towel leash so I don't run off?
Tying you up? Wouldn't be opposed.
He brushes his fingers against my jaw, letting out a sigh.
If we go back out there, I want you to be so fucking careful, Quincy. We're going inside earlier than last time. I'm not losing you because we decided to take a picture of a palm tree in the wind.
Funny. I stand on my toes, my lips brushing against his. You're making it sound like you care about me.
I do care about you.
He plays with the ends of my damp hair, twirling them around his finger.
And here I was thinking it was obvious as hell.
I blow out a breath. I wrap my arms around his neck, needing to feel like I'm anchored to something. To him. Because my feet are dangerously close to coming off the ground. Jury is still out on how I feel about you, I say. Check back in a few weeks. Everything else feels too permanent, too far beyond the just fucking agreement we made. Somewhere over the last few times we've stumbled into bed together, the lines have started to blur. It's all complicated, a convoluted tangle of feelings, because how else do you explain why I'm short of breath when he's around? How else would you justify my excitement when he sleeps over, waking me up with a hand on my stomach and rolling his hips into my ass? How else would you reason why my heart skips when he's nearby? Because you like him, my brain whispers. Very much, my heart adds. I shove the thought away.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Sebastian opens the bathroom door wider.
If I tell you to run, you need to run, Quincy. Don't wait for me. Don't look back. You run until you're somewhere safe.
The severity of what we're about to do, again, settles in. We might die. It's always a possibility in our line of work. We saw it firsthand with the tornado we experienced and earlier with the debris that almost knocked us out. But considering we're in the middle of one of nature's most deadly forces, the understanding and acceptance of mortality nudges its way into my thoughts. We really might die, but it's okay. If the world ends tonight, I'd go out happy. Scared, terrified, but happy, and without any regrets. My body against his, heartbeats synchronized, a sheen of sweat on my forehead and the slightest shake in my palm. My soul split wide open for him to see. I know out of every second I've spent on this planet, these, here with him, an unknown future ahead of us, are the best I'll ever have. No one knows me like Sebastian does, and I'm not sure anyone ever will. Okay, I managed to whisper, but please don't let go of me.
It will take God himself to separate me from you.
Sebastian's forehead presses against mine. His breath dances across my face. I'm calm, momentarily safe.
And even then, I would go down with a fight.
His fingers lace in mine when we step out of the room. The hallway is pitch black, the carpet damp, and we each hold a flashlight to illuminate the way.
There's another door down this way,
he says. It takes both of us using our shoulders to shove open the side door that leads outside, the sandbags in front of the glass doing their job to keep water out. When I step into the grass, I stop in my tracks. It's quiet. End of the world, humanity wiped out, quiet. No rain, no wind. Even the clouds have disappeared. Oh my God, I whisper. Now that I can see, the damage is insurmountable. It looks like a bomb went off and wiped out half the block. Trees are down. 30-foot palms and 300-year-old oaks lie like matches on the ground, snapped in two. The gas station across the road has crumbled, leaving nothing but the remains of its foundation. The main road is flooded, the water inching closer to our building, and a car is upturned in a ditch on the right.
I've chased a lot of hurricanes.
Sebastian pulls me to him, my back flush against his front, and his arm folds over the top of my chest.
But I've never been directly in the eye. It's
mesmerizing. I finish for him. It's cruel how something so destructive can be so alarmingly peaceful. God, it's beautiful. Haunting, but beautiful. Don't you think?
Yeah,
he says. I turn my chin, glancing at him. He's not looking at anything but me.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
I suck in a sharp breath, knowing he's not talking about the storm. Not anymore. Only me. You care about him too, the tiny voice whispers, and I step away, trying to grapple with the understanding.
Watch out for wires,
Sebastian calls out.
The rain could start back any minute.
I heed his warning and forge ahead, careful when I maneuver over to the palm tree in front of our room. It's still standing. Our camera's intact, and the footage is going to be unbelievable. How long do you think we have? I ask.
The eye wall is 8 miles wide. Georgiana is moving at 18 miles an hour, so 27 minutes before the eye passes over us. We lost 10 minutes already, so we only have about 10 more before we need to head back.
This is
unreal.
Sebastian pulls out his phone, videoing the area around us. He makes a couple comments about our location, noting the current conditions.
Apocalyptic shit. My producers are going to lose their minds.
I'm glad other people aren't outside. I try to see what's happening up the road, but a clap of thunder booms overhead, distracting me. That's odd. You don't get this much lightning in the eye.
I think we can agree this is not a normal hurricane. It has a mind of its own, following almost the exact same path as Charlie and repeating history.
Same small, compact eye. Same fast-forward movement. It's like it copy and pasted itself.
Water is getting high.
He points to the street submerged under a rush of waves. The rain picks back up, fat drops falling on us, and we might have misjudged how much time we had.
We should start to head back inside.
But we've only...
Quincy.
My name is ripe with warning.
Inside. Now.
Okay, just one more... A tree branch above us snaps. I scream and cover my head just as Sebastian pushes me out of the way. I tumble into the mud, rolling 3 times before coming to a stop on my stomach. I jump to my feet, checking myself for injuries and finding none.
This is why we're going inside.
He grunts. There's a scratch on his arm, blood trailing down his bicep, another on his cheek, and a clump of leaves in his hair. His eyes rake over me, an exhale leaving when he sees I'm unharmed.
Right fucking now. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Are you okay? Did the branch hit you?
Just a graze.
He plucks a leaf from my hair.
Standing near a tree wasn't my brightest idea.
I contributed. I'll take half the blame.
We're both guilty parties.
It's hard to hear him over the wind that's starting to roar again, unleashing its power on an innocent world after a brief dormant state. Rain falls in sheets, buckets of water saturating the ground and us from our head to our toes. Ready? I ask.
Do me a favor, Quinny baby.
Sebastian's thumb wipes away a drop of rain from my face. A new one replaces it a second later.
Get back to the room safe, okay?
I'll race you there, I say, hoping humor can quell the rising fear puncturing my chest. We need to walk across an open parking lot for 100 meters without any protection. Winner gets first access to the snacks.
On 3,
he says. Behind him, another roof gets ripped off. It flies into the window of the building next to it, smashing straight through the glass.
1, 2, 3.
I take off in a sprint. I can't see a thing, moving in what I think is the general direction of the hotel, but I could be headed straight for higher water and an even bigger danger. Everything in front of me is a sea of black. I choke on a gulp of air, freezing all the way down to my bones. I keep moving. There's the echo of a crack near my left shoulder, followed by a shout. Another falling branch grazes my arm. I stumble when I stomp in a puddle, the water going nearly up to my knees. And when there's not an arm to pull me out, I realize I'm alone. "Sebastian!" I scream. I spin and search around me, finding nothing but darkness. A spark of green in the sky from a transformer blowing. Endless noise that won't stop and my stomach close to bottoming out. "Sebastian!" I stand motionless, hoping he's not far. Any second now, he'll be right next to me, but the longer I wait, the more I'm filled with dread. He's not here. He's not coming. A sob rattles out of me, a shiver racking my body as I wipe my eyes. I force my legs to move, one foot that feels like lead in front of the other, dodging the destroyed part of a gas station sign. There's a slice against my leg, sharp pain that catches me off guard, but I keep going. Please let me get there safe. Please let Sebastian be okay. Hearing my offerings, a hazy yellow light appears. It's the lantern Sebastian used to prop open the emergency exit. I'm 50 feet away, 40, then 30. At 20, another sob works up from my throat. At 10, I'm shaking. At 5, I'm sprinting into the hallway, the contents of the protein bar I ate before falling asleep close to coming up. It takes a few deep breaths to calm down, to get my head on right, needing to be rational, not emotional. It's not the time for split-second decisions, and I tell myself I'll give him 10 minutes. 10 minutes and I'll go back out looking for him. I won't stop until I find him. I shiver and wrap my arms around my body, refusing to give up hope. I pace over the carpet, mumbling every positive mantra I can muster while jumping at every noise, thinking it might be him. Then I hear it. My name drifting through the air. Again and again I hear it, a bellow from beyond, and I blink. When I open my eyes, desperate and close to giving up, I see Sebastian charging toward me, every part of his body drenched. There's a limp to his left leg, his mouth a twisted display of despair, and I sob. "Sebastian!" I close the distance between us, running to him and throwing my arms around his neck. I press my fingers against his throat, checking his pulse. "You're okay?"
Branch got me. I fell face first over it. I think I twisted my knee, but I kept going. And then I saw ducks.
He buries his rain-soaked face into my hair.
Baby ducks. They were stuck under a downed tree. I couldn't leave them.
"You selfless, thoughtful asshole." My hands moved to his shirt, gripping a fistful of the translucent material. "I was so worried about you, I thought you—"
I'm here, and I'm okay.
We don't let go of each other until we find our room. He closes the door, and before I have a chance to take another breath, he's pushing me into the wall, kissing me roughly, hungrily, and I gasp against his mouth.
"Want you,"
he mumbles, cupping my breast through my wet shirt and pinching my nipple.
need you.
I scrambled to pull his shirt over his head and run my hands across his chest. Alive. Safe. Mine. Don't ever leave me like that again.
28. Sebastian. I all but dragged Quincy into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. I found the matches I left out and lit a new candle. I wash my hands. She wipes her cuts clean. Then my mouth never leaves hers. I'm relying on my other senses. The feel of dirt smudged on her cheek. The sound of her breathing shifting from even to labored. And I kiss her like the world is caving in around us. For a minute there, it was. I move my lips to her cheek, her neck. I smile when she moans and grips my arms. I was so worried about you, she gasps, dropping her head against the door behind her. Pieces of her hair escape from the bun on top of her head, and there's a leaf tangled in the strands. I thought... When I saw you and knew you were okay, it felt like I could breathe for the first time in years. I made quick work of her soaked shirt, dropping the heavy material on the tile floor. Goosebumps dot her bare torso, and I rubbed my hands down her arms in an attempt to warm her up. I would have crawled back to you if I had to. Helping ducks in a hurricane. Quincy pops the button on my jeans, wrestling with the zipper. I help her drag it down, stopping when she can wiggle my pants off. They fall to my ankles and I step out of them. I'm so glad you're okay. The second I lost sight of her in the rain, my heart felt like it was being ripped out of my chest. My roar was as loud as the wind calling her name, and I clawed and climbed over downed trees until I finally found her. Safe, unharmed, the whole while a thought pounding in my head. I like her. I like her so fucking much. It might even be something more than that. Telling her that would scare the shit out of her. It's not what she signed up for, so what I can't say in words, I plan to say with my hands in my mouth. With a kiss to her thigh and 2 fingers deep inside her, I put a hand on her stomach, lowering myself to the ground until I'm eye level with her shorts. Her breathing hitches again when I pop the silver button and lean forward, pulling the zipper down with my teeth. Are you okay? I kissed the tattoo on her hip, taking off the pair of denims. Her underwear is black tonight, the same shade as the sky outside, and I tangled my fingers in the stretchy waistband. Do I need to bandage you up? No, just scrapes. But your knee, you had trouble walking and... I'm okay. I'm already healed. I'm in heaven right now, actually. Since when did you become religious? Her back arches when I yank her underwear down too, leaving her in only a bra. You don't strike me as that kind of guy. I'm on my knees in front of you, ready to worship. Consider me converted. A changed man. I put her foot on my shoulder, running my hand up the inside of her leg. Your pussy is my altar. Her laugh is a mangled noise, catching in the back of her throat when I kiss her clit. I circle my tongue, a forearm across her lower stomach so she's forced to stay in place. Quincy tries to squirm, tries to find more friction by lifting her hips, but I pull away. You are the bane of my existence, she pants, clawing at my shoulders. Her nails are sharp, jagged bites on my skin, and it makes me grin. Funny, she's the bane of mine, but in a different way. There's her, and there's me, and someone with a whole lot of power decided I was lucky enough to live in the same timeline as her. And it's the most overwhelming part of my entire being. You must loathe me. I drag my tongue from her knee to the apex of her thigh, blowing a hot breath of warm air against her entrance. She whimpers, curling her toes on my shoulders, and my cock aches in my briefs. Tell me how much. I don't know if I hate you anymore. Her eyelashes flutter closed, exhale heavy. Her hands dance up her body, touching her chest and pulling down the cups of her bra. Her tits spill free, and I see the marks I made 2 nights ago, incapable of being with her and not leaving behind a souvenir that proves I was lucky enough to be there. And it's so fucking confusing. That makes 2 of us. What isn't confusing is how much I want her. The need only growing when she puts a hand on the back of my head, urging me forward with a silent demand. I smile, happy to submit to her willingly, and I nip at the sensitive skin at her waist. You don't hate this either, do you? I touch her clit with my thumb. She's wet, ready, and I hold her open with 2 fingers. This you love. Only when you do it. Quincy puts her free hand on the towel rack above her head, holding the fixture tight while I push 2 fingers inside of her. She hisses, and I groan, the noises echoing in the small space. In here, we're safe. In here, I can protect. In here, I can have her however I want, which is why I push up on my knees, tall enough to reach her chest with my mouth. I bite her nipple, then smooth over the sting with my tongue, my free hand tracing her body up to her neck and settling right against the hollow of her throat. Her pulse drums under my touch, heart beating rapidly while she gasps for air. Okay? I ask, barely stopping to come up and breathe. More, she pleads, circling her hips against my fingers. I want. She grabs my necklace, tugging on it hard enough I have to look up at her. It's embarrassing how much that burst of aggressiveness from her turns me on. Then she says, show me you're okay, that you're not hurt. A silent agreement passes between us. She trusts me not to hurt her. I trust her to check in and let me know if something is too rough, and I lose myself in her. I lose myself in her cunt, wet and tight and begging for another finger. I whisper encouragement when I do what she asks, 3 fingers deep and fucking her while she trenches my hand. I may never wash it again. I lose myself in her tits and the way I flick my tongue against her hard nipples. She starts to slide down the door, the sweat on her back and her wet hair making it difficult for her to stay in position. So I stand, hooking her leg around my waist and bringing my mouth close to her ear. You're so fucking pretty when you come undone for me, Quincy. I whisper, kissing her hard to cut off her moan. She whines against my mouth, desperate for release. I'm desperate for it too, wanting to feel her when she falls apart. My fingers move in and out of her, rough, unkind, but she doesn't complain. After this, I'm going to fuck you until you can't think straight. That tips her over the edge, the echo of my name filling the small space around us. She holds on to me, afraid to let go, and I work her through the orgasm. I don't stop until I get a second one out of her, smaller than the first, but just as good, and she starts to plead with me. Too much, she says, touching my wrist. I can't. Sebastian, it's too much. Oh, too good. Please. I've got you. I slow my fingers in time with her breathing. She's shaking with trembling limbs and a heaving chest. So fucking beautiful. I kiss her again, letting her melt into me as I drag my fingers across her stomach. When she calms down, I grip her chin. Get in the tub, Quincy. She nods and moves slowly, body exhausted. Unhooking her bra, she lets it fall to the floor. She climbs over the ledge of the porcelain, resting against the tiled wall behind her. Are you going to join me? Yeah. I ditch my briefs and puff out my chest when her gaze roams down my body. Weeks together, and she still looks at me with wide eyes and flushed cheeks. I wrap a hand around my cock and stroke up and down twice, already hard from watching her get off. Do you like what you see? I love what I see. She licks her lips, extending her arm and reaching for me. I join her in the tub, adjusting our position so she's on top. She straddles me, a leg on either side of my hips, and holds herself above me. I want you to fuck me. I want that too. I groan when she lowers herself, the head of my cock pushing against the entrance to her pussy. But I didn't think this through. I didn't bring a condom. Having sex in the middle of a hurricane wasn't something I planned for. What if we didn't use one? Quincy puts her hands on the wall behind me for leverage. She sinks down, getting deeper this time before pulling off me again. My nails dig into the side of the tub, restraint waning thin. I'm on birth control, and I haven't been with anyone since we started sleeping together. Exclusive. Remember? She whispers, nipping at my ear. If we do that, we might have a problem. I move my hands to her waist, gripping her instead of the tub. I guide her onto my cock, lifting my hips so I can bury the first few inches inside her. Oh, if I fuck you without a condom, I'm going to start thinking I can keep you. I pull out of her, teasing her when I rub my head against her clit, giving myself a chance to say everything important before I lose my mind. I'm going to think you're mine. Her moan is soft and pretty. She pushes her tits together, thumbs at her nipples. The distraction makes me lose focus, and when I do, she spreads her legs wide enough for me to fully bury myself inside her. She takes me inch by excruciating inch, every second passing far too quick. Before I can breathe again, I'm buried to the hilt, a sensation that explodes like fireworks working up my spine. Maybe I am yours, she whispers, leaning in close. Her chest brushes against mine, and there's too much happening right now for me to think straight. Her body, her words. Ooh, it's the most exquisite thing I've ever seen. I think I'd like to be mine. Fucking mine. Her admission unlocks something new inside of me, and I put a hand between her shoulder blades. I fumble over my thoughts when she rolls her hips, grinding against me, and I feel the subtle shift, the change in the air. It's different now, more urgent, more passionate. I fuck her methodically, unrelenting, and she matches my tempo. Our bodies are soaked in sweat, hot from the lack of air conditioning and the physical exertion. I kiss each one of the freckles on her nose, then move to the ones on her shoulders. wishing I could write out that word mine 100 times. Good, I slur, wanting to make sure she's enjoying this as much as I am. Perfect, Quincy says back, hands on my shoulders so she can ride me how she likes. Oh, that's my girl, I murmur, and her entire body flushes hot. I'm close. Are you? I've been close since the second you climbed on top of me, Quinny baby. My laugh is self-deprecating, not embarrassed by how easily she affects me. I need you to finish first so I can, relieve myself after. After? Her nose wrinkles, her movements slow, and I brush a piece of hair out of her face. It would be all right if you, She cuts her gaze away, rolling her hips and whimpering when I touch her clit so she looks at me again. If I what? I ask. I wouldn't mind if, you finished inside me, she blurts. Jesus fuck. All of this is too much. Things I've thought about in a dream but never thought could come true. That would really make you mine. And I don't give away things that are mine. I tug on her hair. Her eyes meet mine. I keep them for a very, very long time. I take care of them. I talk to them. I make them happy. How does that sound? There's no thought, no questioning. 1 minute we're staring at each other, the next her mouth is on mine. Quincy kisses me, the answer I so desperately want. She tightens around me, another orgasm sneaking up on her, and it doesn't take long for me to follow her. When I come with a groan, shuddering while I spill inside her. Relief when I'm empty and totally spent. Fuck, I groan, limbs heavy. That was unbelievable. Quincy laughs, dropping her forehead against mine. God, we made a mess. I like when you're messy. I like it more when I'm the one who made you this way. I wince, sharp pain shooting up my leg. Ow. I knew you were hurt. She adjusts her position, looking at me. Tell me what you need. Nothing that we can do right now. An emergency alert blares from our phones, grounding us back in reality. But I'll wrap it with a bandage just in case. We should probably get dressed. The water levels concern me, and we don't need to be evacuating naked. Did you mean what you said? Quincy pulls back, covering her chest with her hands. About being yours? This isn't just sex for me. Not anymore, I tell her. And I don't think it is for you either. No. She shakes her head, a smile there. It's not. I don't fuck my friends like that. I hope to God you don't. I really don't want to get in a physical altercation with Nate or Cooper. Quincy laughs and climbs off me, sitting in the space between my legs. Only you. She touches her cheek, then her heart. No one else. There isn't anyone else for me either, and all I can think about while we wait out the rest of the storm is figuring out a way to stick around town and not leave her for New York.
The Rainy Day Show comment section. At It's Raining Pugs.
Has anyone heard an update from S&Q? The last footage they posted was over a day ago. I hope they're okay.
At Beakers and Barometers. Cell service is always shitty after a storm. I bet they haven't been able to get online. My mom is in Port Charlotte, near where they are, and I just got off the phone with her for the first time. At Alex G 007.
Is your mom okay? At Beakers and Barometers.
At Beakers and Barometers. Yes. Feeling very grateful. Thanks for asking. At Alex G 007. At Poison Ivy 3. The last live stream Quincy did was harrowing. My God, the sounds in the video were from out of this world. Hoping everyone in the path is doing okay.
29. Sebastian. I wake up to a cramp in my calf. My skin is a sticky, sweaty mess, and I smell like I've spent the last 2 days rolling around in a pile of garbage. I yawn and stretch my neck to the side, clueless as to what time it is. It could be noon, it could be 3 a.m. Without windows or any idea what's happening in the outside world, all I'm sure of is the porcelain bathtub cold under my ass. The scent of sex is in the air. Quincy wrapped around me, her head on my chest and her breath warm against my neck. I don't want to move. She looks so peaceful, and it feels like I get punched in the gut when I see the tiny scratch right above her collarbone. I make a vow right then and there that I will never let her get hurt again. When she peels her body away from mine and sits up, a wince crosses her face when she opens her eyes. It smells like roadkill in here. She sniffs and wrinkles her nose. There's no running water, so a sponge bath is going to have to do. Hey, I scoot back so she can have more room. 2 tall people in a small bathtub hasn't been comfortable, but we made it work. Did you get some sleep? I think I did. I don't know what I was dreaming and what's real. Her gaze flicks up to the ceiling, then back down to me. How long have you been awake? Only a few minutes. I thought about checking what time it is, but my phone is on the counter. I didn't want to wake you up before you were ready. I need to get a hold of Cooper and Mia and make sure everyone is okay. My text stopped going through late afternoon yesterday, and I'm not hopeful I'll have any service until we make it out of town. If we can make it out of town. Navigating home is going to be a nightmare, but that's a problem for later. I want to do a lap around the town and make sure there's not an urgent need for help. We can't rebuild damaged property, but we can lend a hand in search and rescue efforts. It's probably going to be needed after last night. I'm ready. I think my body is going to ache for days after being in that position for so long, but I know how lucky we are. She uncoils her limbs from around mine, groaning as she stretches her back. The line of her spine pops when she stands, offering me a hand. We should get ready for the day and see if anyone needs help. I finish for her, and she smiles. Exactly what I was going to say. I stand, testing the weight of my hurt leg. The pain isn't as intense as last night, and I'm hoping I only twisted it wrong. How do you feel after our first Category 5 hurricane together? Things are getting serious. No complaints just yet. She kisses my cheek, and I run my hand up her thigh. What comes next? Don't know. You are mine, after all. I rest my forehead against hers. I might ask to take you out to dinner. Maybe I'll buy you something nice so you don't forget about me when I'm not around. Would you like that, Quinny baby? I think I would like that very much. She grabs a t-shirt from my bag and slips it over her head. Dinner sounds nice. Hungry? I pull away from her, digging through our bag of food. I find 2 bagels and a small container of peanut butter. How's this? Breakfast of champions, she says, knocking her food against mine. I guess it is breakfast time. A quick tap on my phone tells me it's just past 6. Wonder what it's going to look like outside. It's always beautiful after a hurricane. I know there's a scientific reason behind it, but I always pretend it's the universe asking for forgiveness for the damage it caused. A sinner repenting. Quincy takes a sip from the water bottle I hand her. Thank you. We should try to get out of here as soon as possible after we see if anyone needs assistance. The roads are going to be littered with debris. Bridges might be destroyed, and I don't want to be driving at night. Give me 15 minutes and I'll be ready. She polishes off her bagel, licking her fingers clean. You know, if I had to be stuck in a hurricane with anyone, I'm glad it was with you, Sebastian. Yeah. I rub a hand over my chest, my heart pounding. Me too. Test, test. Is this going through? Coop. Hello? Are y'all all right? Power there? PG has no evacuation route yet. We'll text when we can get out of city limits. Fuck, still no service. When they start to go through, let me know how y'all are doing. Hey, Jonathan. Pretty sure I got some great footage last night. When I'm back to my laptop with Wi-Fi, I'll send you an email with all the videos. It takes us 9 hours to get home. Almost every surrounding structure has been leveled. The storm surge wasn't as high as forecasted, but the winds caused catastrophic damage. The parking garage where I left my car is still standing. The SUV, miraculously, only has a couple dings on the hood, but other people aren't as lucky. Quincy is quiet on the drive out of Punta Gorda. She stares out the window, wringing her hands together while she takes in the fallen trees and power lines we pass. I reach over and put a palm on her thigh, wondering what's running through her mind. She looks over at me and smiles, exhaustion behind her eyes, but the hint of happiness too. How are you doing? I run my thumb up the line of her leg, stomping when I get to her knee. I hesitate to say fine because everything around us is very not fine. I'm doing okay, but it's very clear others are not. She sighs. It's so sad to see an aftermath like this. I know it's inevitable. I know it's what happens after every storm, no matter where you live, but knowing the rebuilding these folks are going to have to do is a tough reality to grapple with. They lost everything. And here I am, wishing I could take a shower. Can I tell you a secret? I say, and she turns in the seat so she's facing me. She leans in close, an arm on my shoulder, and I squeeze her knee. You can tell me anything, she answers, and I know I can. Deep down, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm unhappy at work. Every time there's a natural disaster, they want me there. I'm talking to people who have been through it. I'm parading around town with a camera and microphone, asking for interviews when all I want to do is help. After the cameras shut off, I jump in where I can, but in their weakest moments, it's like I'm putting them on display and showing off their grief to the millions of people who are watching. I grip the steering wheel tight, my knuckles starting to turn white. It's hard to remember there's good in the world when you constantly see so much sadness around you. I never thought of it that way. Quincy's voice is soft, understanding. That must be really hard. It's part of the job, but it never gets easier. If I had the means and the time, because people in need deserve to have my full attention, I'd create a foundation or an organization that donated money and supplies like clothing, bedding, and toys for kids who lost their favorite stuffed animal in the storm.
Everyone is quick to want to provide monetary support, which is so important, but in those first few hours, I imagine folks want some semblance of normal. For a 7-year-old who just heard a tornado outside their window, a teddy bear might be their idea of normal and worth more than money. I bet you could get something like that off the ground. I emerge off the highway, taking the Oak Valley exit. I'd love to help you. That's another reason why I applied to the NWS. To donate stuffed animals? No. She fixes my sleeve, rolling it into a neat cuff around my bicep. To make an impact. People on the outside see what I do and make assumptions. At the end of the day, I don't care about followers. I don't care about how much money I make or how many sponsorships I have. I care about helping at a state and federal level. I care about encouraging the next generation of kids. And that starts with showing folks you care. This fucking woman. She's so headstrong. But none of it is in favor of her own success. The platform she's built is for everyone else, to use her notoriety for good. And when I sneak a look down at her, cheek still on my shoulder and eyes fluttering closed, my heart does something stupid. It somersaults. It stops racing for the first time in hours, and I feel it square in my chest, a bullseye behind my ribs. Admiration, respect, love. I've never loved a woman before, but this has to be what it feels like. The constant urge to be around her, to want to take care of her and keep her safe, to watch her succeed but also spar with her, going toe-to-toe because she's my most favorite when she's fiery and relentless. Perfect. Fumbling with the dial on the radio, I turn up the song that's playing. I turn on Mia's Street and hum along, only to slam on the brakes a few seconds later. Quincy jolts forward. The car screeches to a halt, and I throw my arm out in front of her to keep her from hitting the dashboard. "What's wrong?" she asks, following my gaze out the windshield. Holy shit. Ahead of us, the road isn't drivable. Trees are down, massive, fallen oaks blocking our path. I shift the car into park and turn off the engine, dread washing over me. "Mia," I whisper, and Quincy moves at the same speed I do. We unbuckle our seatbelts and take off for my sister's house, navigating around branches and downed power lines. I help Quincy when we get to the larger limbs, hoisting her up and over the wide stumps until we reach Mia's front yard. The picket fence around her home is collapsed in the grass. Her roof is missing dozens of shingles, and it looks like a tree crashed into the screened patio in the backyard. The lamppost is bent sideways, and the light fixture she loves so much is shattered across the walkway to the porch. I take a deep breath and approach the front door, telling myself this was the safest place for her to be. She was with friends. She wasn't alone, and they would have helped if things turned to shit. Quincy presses her chest against my back, sensing my discomfort when I bang on the front door. "Mia!" I yell, my fist aching from how hard I'm pounding. "Are you in there?" "She's going to be okay," Quincy whispers. "She has to be okay. They all do." "Cooper," I try next, stepping back and pressing the heels of my palms against my eyes. No. Did a tornado come through here last night? There aren't any signs of flooding. Fuck. Did they use a generator inside and get carbon? The door flies open, and there's Cooper, haggard and exhausted, with a hole in his shirt and his shoes on the wrong feet, but alive, and I almost burst into tears. "Seb!" He reaches for me, hugging me tight. I throw my arms around him, not caring if I'm being dramatic.
You're okay. Oh, we've been worried sick about you two. Is Mia okay? I ask, stepping back and using my shirt to wipe my eyes. And Harlow and Nate? Everyone is fine. Cooper holds the door open, gesturing us inside. He gives Quincy a hug, dropping a kiss to the top of her head. We crammed into the closet in the master bedroom late last night when it sounded like the roof was going to go. Barely got any sleep. Had no clue what time it was. They're still in there, but I came out when I heard the banging. Guess the storm is over, huh? How long have you two been back? We just pulled into town. Can't drive down the street. We had to park at the corner and walk. I haven't been outside yet. He glances around Quincy's shoulder, eyes widening when he spots the front yard. Christ! It's like a war zone! It's like that everywhere. Punta Gorda is leveled. Nothing's left, and the rest of the state suffered severe damage too. I'm going to go find the girls, Quincy says, her hand brushing against mine as she hurries down the hall. I watch her go, realizing I'm staring when Cooper snaps his fingers in front of my face. Looks like someone had fun storm chasing, he teases, and I roll my eyes. Mind your business, Coop. Hard to do that when you have a hickey on your neck. Nate is going to roast you. I don't know what you're talking about. I glance in the hallway mirror and fix my shirt, hiding the mark as best I can. You're seeing things. Sure I am. He turns on his heel, following behind Quincy and singing something that sounds an awful lot like "First comes love, then comes marriage" under his breath. A window in Mia's master bedroom is broken, the flower pot that smashed into it lying on the floor. There's some water under the door that leads to the terrace out back, and the carpet is soaked and squishy. I find my friends gathered in the closet, a stack of pillows and blankets and supplies surrounding them. Seb! Mia jumps to her feet and launches herself at me, hugging me tight. Oh, I'm so glad you two are here. Quincy was telling us about what you went through. Never again, I say. The next Category 5 hurricane, we're hunkering down with y'all. Is everyone all right? Fine. Nate stands and holds out his hand, giving my palm a shake. I swat at his arm and pull him into a hug, too. Cooper took care of us and kept us safe. He really did, Mia adds. He stayed awake all night so he could look after us. Just wanted to make sure y'all were okay. Cooper busies himself with folding a blanket. I'm glad that's over. Me too. I'm starving, and my knees hurt from keeping them curled up to my chest all night. Harlow stretches her leg and winces. We're getting old, and Nate is too tall. I can't help it that I'm 6'5". We don't have power, obviously. Mia gestures at the lack of electricity and air conditioning. Food options are limited. We have bread and peanut butter in the car. A picnic could be fun, Quincy suggests. I'll grab it. I look around my group of friends, imagining them spending time together without me around. It stings, and I rub the ache in my chest away with my knuckles. Look, I know we don't do sappy stuff, and all 6 of us don't usually hang out together at the same time, but I'm glad everyone is safe. You're going to miss us when you go back to New York, aren't you? Mia teases, standing on her toes so she can ruffle my hair. Yeah, my eyes snag on Quincy. That word echoes again, a drum that won't stop beating. Love, love, love. I'm going to miss y'all very much.
30. Quincy. I'm so mad at myself. Mia jumps into her pool, her cannonball splashing me. I'm a terrible person, she continues when she pops her head out from under the water. I'm sorry. I hold a portable fan up to my face, trying to cool off. The electricity has been out for 4 days, and I've practically been living in Mia's pool so I don't have to sit inside without air conditioning. You're going to have to be more specific, sweetie, because last I checked, you made sandwiches and delivered them to everyone in your neighborhood in a literal picnic basket because the town still doesn't have power. You have a heart of gold, and I could never consider you a terrible person. I was about to complain about that lawn cleanup we did earlier. I sweat so much. I feel absolutely disgusting, but then I remembered people died in this storm. Hundreds of families lost their homes. They're displaced without anywhere to go, and I'm over here complaining about sweat? I need to get a grip. 2 things can be true. You can complain about your own problems while also recognizing other people have it worse than you. That doesn't make you a horrible person. Who's a horrible person? Harlow closes the glass door leading out of Mia's home and walks toward us with a plate of watermelon. Is it that woman who tried to steal ice from me at the gas station yesterday? She was mean. Mia thinks she's a bad person because she's complaining about being uncomfortable. I swim over to Harlow and wade into the shallow end, reaching for the fruit. I told her that's not how the hierarchy of shitty people works. Of course it's not how it works. Harlow sits on the pool deck and dangles her feet in the water. Someone a couple blocks over from me had their power restored this morning. Am I resentful they are sitting in a cool house and able to wash their hair? Absolutely. But I'm also hopeful mine will be back in the next couple days. Next year, I'm buying the biggest generator out there. I'm not sticking with the small one that only powers my fridge. Mia floats on her back and sighs. Sebastian told me what brand to get. I just stalled for too long and now I'm shit out of luck. I almost choke at the mention of Sebastian's name. I hit my chest and swallow down the bite before reaching for my water. Even I don't have the biggest generator. They're expensive to run. Money comes and goes. But think of the air conditioning, Quincy, and being able to sleep through the night because you're not having a hot flash. Mia fixes her sunglasses on her face. What are we doing this afternoon? I know we've spent the last couple of days knocking out manual labor, but I had an idea, I say. We need to get rid of the parts of your fence that didn't survive the storm so your yard is ready when the new fencing gets here. I also want to do another lap around the neighborhood. There are some elderly folks who asked for some help with cleaning out their freezers. We should paint the old fence, Harlow suggests. You could keep a few pieces of it so you can remember Georgiana. I know you didn't lose your house, but it would be a nice reminder of how lucky we are. Wow. I take another piece of watermelon. Look at you being optimistic. Did you turn over a new leaf, Miss Chronically Pessimistic? No, I'm still bleak as hell. Just feels important. Harlow, Mia, and I had dinner with the boys yesterday. We ate more peanut butter sandwiches in Cooper's living room and split a sleeve of Oreos for dessert. After the sun set, Cooper brought in a lantern. We piled blankets and pillows on the floor, the 6 of us telling ghost stories late into the night. Sebastian and I were the last 2 to stay awake, and I fell asleep with his hand touching mine. I love that idea. Mia turns onto her stomach, swimming over to the stairs. She climbs out of the water and dries off her hair. A part might be broken, but it can be rebuilt. I still have acrylic paint from my short-lived artist era that we can use. You painted Starry Night a dozen times, then never picked up a brush again. I laugh and join my friends on the pool deck. That has to be some sort of record. We wrap ourselves in fluffy towels and head for Mia's garage. It takes 20 minutes for her to find paint, and when she does, we spread out on the grass in the front yard. When does Richard get home? Harlow asks, holding up a chipped piece of wood. I heard that the airport finally opened this morning. He'll be back on Friday. He's been stuck in Fargo, North Dakota, but he said the town is nice, the people are friendly, and cheese curds are delicious. I've missed him so much. Mia squeezes out a drop of pink paint on her sliver of fence. Going through Georgiana made me want to get married tomorrow. I don't need the fancy wedding or a harpist to serenade guests during the cocktail hour. I just want him. When did you know you loved him? I glance at my best friend. Was there a moment when you realized he was the one? Do you think we only get one shot at being happy? And if we miss it, are we destined to be alone forever? That's hard to say. I think you can have multiple great loves throughout your lifetime. I've met people at book signings who were divorced at 25, but 10 years later they're on their second marriage and happier than they've ever been. As for the moment I realized Richard was the one, it's silly, she blushes. I have a career telling these love stories, and I never imagined I would be living one myself. We were eating breakfast one morning, and I looked at him across the kitchen table, and I felt it. There was a moment when my soul tethered to his, and I knew I wanted to share a bowl of cereal with him every day for the rest of my life. It doesn't have to be after a grand gesture, I ask. Some big declaration? No. I mean, it can be, but I think realizing your feelings in the soft, mundane moments is even more special. Richard said it first. I had dried toothpaste on my cheek and my shirt was on inside out. He looked at me and said, "Gosh, I love you." And that was it. Mia eyes me. "Why so many questions?" She gasps. "Wait a second, are you seeing someone?" I don't know if I would consider it seeing someone. It's more casual, like sleeping together. But there might be feelings involved. On my end, at least. Maybe not on his. I dip my chin, diverting my attention to the paintbrush I'm holding. It's not a big deal. You're having sex and you didn't think to mention it to us? Harlow swats at my arm. How dare you, Quincy Phillips Monroe? Okay, ow. We don't need to resort to violence. I haven't mentioned it because speaking it into existence feels like I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm not sure it can even go anywhere logistically. Why not? Please don't tell me he's married, Mia says. I would never. It's more of a distance thing. Does he live in Orlando? I get it. I was hooking up with a guy who lived 15 miles away, but with traffic, it was almost an hour each way to his house. Harlow shakes her head. A shame. He was fantastic in bed. It's not the same state, actually. I set down the piece of fence I'm working on and look at my best friends. I've liked keeping what Sebastian and I have secret, but these girls know everything about me. It doesn't feel right to hide it from them. I need you all to promise not to freak out. I don't know where this is going, but yes, we promise. Mia claps. Who is it? Oh, is it that cute guy we saw at the dive bar? Or the blonde guy who always hangs out in Harlow's bar? None of the above. It's, Sebastian? His name comes out like a squeak, and Mia's jaw drops open. I'm, sleeping with your brother. Oh my God! Are you kidding? How long has this been going on, and how did it happen? I write books about these things, and I didn't notice it happening right under my nose? Mia pauses. Okay, no, I don't need details about my brother's sex life, but are you two a couple? No, definitely not a couple. It started as something physical, but lately... I trail off, trying to hide my blush. I don't know. I like him. I like him in a way I never thought I could like him, but he's not that arrogant, irritating guy anymore. Maybe he was never that guy. I knew it. I could tell something was different when I watched your most recent shows. Harlow smirks. You used to make this face whenever he talked, but now all you do is smile. I do? I touch my cheek, wondering if it's become something so common for me these days I don't even know I'm doing it. It's nice to smile. It is, isn't it? Mia squeals. If this works out between you two, we could be sisters. We haven't even gone on a date. Walking down the aisle is a bit premature. I set down my paintbrush and pluck a blade of grass. I said it was supposed to be casual, and I went and caught feelings for him instead. That's not good, is it? It's probably going to ruin everything. Oh, Quinn. Mia takes my hand in hers. You haven't noticed, have you? Noticed what? All Sebastian does is look at you. He's been doing it for years, thinking I wouldn't notice, but it's the most obvious thing in the world. You should tell him how you feel. Maybe I will. I look at the girls. What if I mess up the friend group? Please. The 6 of us are so busy, we rarely all get together. Harlow hums. Besides, I think you deserve to be a little selfish, Quinn. Forget about the rest of us. You have to put yourself first, and the only thing that matters is if you're happy. Yeah. My smile is pure joy. I'm so happy I feel like I could fucking burst. I am. October. 31. Quincy. Finding a new normal in the 2 weeks since Georgiana hit the state is difficult. Power was restored a couple days ago. I'm back to work, but I find myself being pulled in different directions. I can't keep up, and I'm exhausted all the time. In total, there were 200 deaths from the storm. The majority came from carbon monoxide poisoning and flood-related emergencies at a group of mobile park communities on the coast, and my heart aches for everyone who lost a loved one. Property damage has been estimated upwards of $100 billion, and the agriculture impacts are just as severe. Orange groves across the state were destroyed, and farmers are saying it'll take years before things grow back the way they should. The worst part? A new storm is churning in the Atlantic. Forecasts are predicting another Florida landfall, and a second hit so soon after a Category 5 hurricane would be catastrophic. I don't remember the last time I got a full night of sleep, and I haven't seen Sebastian in days. He's been busy bouncing between editing the content he captured during Georgiana and debriefing on ABC, and I miss him. I take advantage of the break in my afternoon to text him. Hi. His answer comes back almost right away, as if he's been waiting to hear from me. Sebastian.
There she is. How's my favorite meteorologist?
I lean back in my chair, wishing he were next to me. His microphone is still on my desk. So are the tiny pieces of paper he folds into squares and tosses my way when he wants my attention. I'm about to brush them into the trash can, but the hint of an ink stain catches my eye. I frown and reach for the one closest to his microphone, opening it up. Inside is his messy handwriting. A note written there. Pretty, it says, with a heart underneath it. I set it down on the desk and stare at the stack of squares, wondering what else he might have written. I grab the next one, curiosity getting the best of me. Smart, this one reads. Feisty comes next, with a flower drawn in the corner. Loves ketchup, hates broccoli, follows. A sad face after the word broccoli, and my heart rattles in my chest. It takes me 10 minutes to unfold each one, 24 compliments and all the things I like, all the things I've mentioned offhandedly while on air with him. Set out in front of me, a collection of his inner thoughts. I stare at them. When did he do all of this? Was it when he bowed his head and covered the paper with his arm, jokingly telling me to keep my eyes to myself? Did he carry them around with him, adding to the list whenever I wasn't looking? Are there more I can't find? Ones that would tell me how he feels about me? I grab my phone. I miss you.
I know we have rules in place, but I want to take you out tomorrow night. On a date.
You do?
Yeah. Would that be okay with you?
Rules only work if they can be broken. I'd like that.
6 o'clock sharp. Wear something comfortable.
Are you going to tell me where we're going?
Nope.
What if I don't like surprises?
I'm hoping you'll like this one. Truth or dare, press.
Why are we playing this over the phone?
Why not? How hard are you smiling right now?
I'm not.
You're grinning, aren't you? It's okay. I am too. Don't think I've stopped since the first night I kissed you.
It hits me then. A way to describe the elation I feel whenever he's around. Falling. Fast and head first, and I can only hope he's there with open arms to catch me before I hit the ground. I'm waiting for Sebastian in the foyer, and the knock comes at 6 on the dot. I almost yank the door open, grinning when I find him on my porch with a bouquet in his hands. He looks good in his shorts and the white t-shirt that stretches across his chest. Damp hair, a necklace tucked under his collar, sunglasses on top of his head, and a smile that's made of wonder and stardust. Hi. He shifts on his feet, nervous. His eyes move from my collarbone to my legs, a sigh caught in the back of his throat.
You look beautiful.
I touch the hem of my athletic dress. Thank you. Am I dressed okay? You said comfortable and...
It's perfect. You're perfect.
I don't know about that. I gesture him inside. Let me put on my shoes and I'll be ready.
Here.
Sebastian extends the bouquet my way, his fingers brushing mine during the exchange.
These are for you.
They're beautiful. I look down at the flowers, touching the petals and bringing them close to my nose. Hibiscuses are my favorites. Thank you.
Nate helped me pick them out. You mentioned on the show that you liked them, and...
He tucks his hands in his pockets.
I wanted you to have some for your house.
You're the first person to ever bring me flowers.
I am.
A guy gave me a cactus once. Does that count? He's also the same guy that FaceTimed his mother while we were on a second date and asked if the pimple on his shoulder was infected. We didn't have a third date.
Come on. That would have been a fun story to tell the kids.
Sebastian follows me down the hall.
Did you have a good day?
It was long and stressful, and my eyes hurt from staring at my computer, but yeah, it was a good day. A glance over my shoulder finds him watching the sway of my hips. Even better now.
The bar's high. I'm going to have to pull out all the stops on our date, but it's a good thing I come prepared.
I might have challenged him on that a few months ago, but tonight he doesn't have to pull out any stops. We could sit on the porch and watch the stars come out and I'd be happy. How in the world did we wind up here? With the flowers in a vase, I grab my jean jacket and purse. Sebastian offers me his hand, and I take it. My heart flutters when he gives my palm a squeeze, when he pulls me close, pressing a kiss to my forehead. Should we get going? I ask. Are we on a tight schedule?
Sort of.
We walk to the front door, but he stops me at a row of photographs lining the hallway wall.
Look at these pictures. Is that a flip phone? My God, are we ancient?
Senior year prom? I tapped the old photograph of me, Mia, and Harlow in our dresses. I stayed for an hour, then left.
You danced with Bradley Wentworth. I wanted to punch him in the face.
Because he danced with me?
Because he got some of your attention and I was fucking desperate for it.
He moves his hand to the small of my back, helping me down the porch steps after I lock the door.
It worked out in the end?
Yeah. I swallow down the lump in my throat. I don't remember what Bradley Wentworth looks like, but I can describe every inch of Sebastian's face in great detail. I guess it did. We drive west. Busy lanes with traffic give way to a one-lane country road. Sebastian rolls down the windows, the breeze whipping through the cab of the car. I tie my hair back with a rubber band I find in the cup holder and smile when he takes my hand in his, kissing each knuckle. I don't know where we are when we finally stop. There are no signs, no other people. For as far as the eye can see, there's nothing but rich blue sky and never-ending wildflowers. This is exactly how a horror movie starts, I say. He cuts off the engine and unbuckles his seatbelt. Why are we nowhere near civilization?
Wait here.
Sebastian jumps out of the car and pops the trunk. I don't know what he's doing back there, but I hear a thud, the creak of something opening, then closing, the pop of a wine bottle before he opens the door for me. It's beautiful. All around us is untouched land, a landscape so vast I feel insignificant. It doesn't look real.
It's better back here.
He leads me to the back of the SUV.
When I thought about where I wanted to take you for our first date, an idea came to me. You're so many things. Brilliant beyond belief, funny, one of a kind. But beneath all of that, you're a summer girl who loves to be outside. If someone asked me to describe you, I'd call you an endless sunset.
He gestures at the field and up to the sky.
Beauty in its most perfect form.
Oh, no. There's that falling feeling again. It peeks out from the space behind my ribs, a word accompanying it this time. Love. Beautiful, magnificent love. And this is a fight I'm going to lose. I love it, I whisper. I might love you, too, I almost add.
Can't forget the best part.
He grins at the blankets and pillows spread out in the trunk. The wicker picnic basket and a small lantern, a bottle of red wine and 2 plastic glasses.
Food.
We're going to have a picnic?
And look for a comet that's supposed to come through around 10. I have a portable fan so we stay cool, mosquito repellent so we don't get eaten alive. Oh, and key lime pie for dessert. Publix brand, because you said everything else is inferior.
Every detail is carefully planned out. He hasn't missed a single thing. And if asked about my perfect date, a night that would make me the happiest girl in the world, I would show them this. I kick off my shoes, and so does he. I climb into the trunk and stretch out my legs, giddy when he hands me a warm burger wrapped tightly in aluminum and an entire bottle of ketchup. We've been driving forever. How is it still hot?
I put it in one of those thermal bags. No one likes a cold burger.
Sebastian settles next to me, our thighs pressing against each other.
Can't believe it's October.
Right? Summer is almost over, and I'm sad. I sigh, resting my head on his shoulder. How's the docuseries going?
I'm still sorting through Georgiana footage. Thanks for all the videos you sent me, by the way.
He pauses.
I told my bosses in New York I applied to the NWS.
You did? How did that go?
He said that if I don't get the position, he'll expect me back in the studio next week.
Next week? But the hurricane season goes through November. That's 2 more months of filming.
I know.
Sebastian sets down his burger and traces over the curve of my shoulder.
But they think I have enough content to last the 8 episodes they signed on for.
Back to New York. That's not as close as Cooper's house.
No, it's not. Which is why I need to be honest with you, Quincy.
He adjusts our positions, moving me so I slot between his thighs. I rest my back against his chest, desperate to hear what he's going to say next.
This thing between us. It's not something casual to me, and I don't want it to be casual. I know we had rules, and I know you said rules are meant to be broken, and that's what I want to do. I want to figure out a way to make a relationship with you work. I want something real, something we're going to have to work hard for, because I'm picturing my life 6 months from now. I can't fucking stand the thought of you not being in it. You are the best part of every single day I've had this summer, and I don't want to let that go. Not yet.
Is there room in your life for me like that? I rest my hand on his leg, drumming my fingers over his knee. This isn't casual for me either, but you have an important job and travel assignments that take you all over the globe. I'll be at work in the morning, you'll be at work in the evening. We'll miss the call we scheduled, and I'm scared, I whisper, finally letting the truth out. Of going down this road, of liking you so much that if it doesn't work out, I would be. I shake my head. When I thought I lost you in Georgiana, it hurt. I've never felt pain like that before, and my heart wouldn't be able to go through that again.
You want to know if there's room in my life for you?
Sebastian puts his phone in my hands.
My passcode.
What about it?
You're my passcode.
I look down at the screen. I'm not following.
8 goes with the letter T.
He taps the first number, and I've stopped breathing.
7 goes with the letter R.
The second number comes next.
3 and D. 7 again with the letter S.
TRDS. My brain is slow to catch up. When it does, I shove my burger aside. I spin in his arms and stare at him. The Rainy Day Show. Me.
You, Quincy. It's been you for a while.
How would this work logistically? If I get the NWS job, I'll be here and you'll be in New York. If you get the job, you'll be commuting to Melbourne and putting in long hours. He lifts my hand, kissing my palm.
I'm not hopeful I'm going to get the job after what went down at the interview. And I've made peace with that. Assuming you get it, and you should, we could try long distance and figure out a schedule. You're a priority for me, Quinny baby. And we'll make it work.
We'll make it work because I think I love you, and I hope you love me too. I kiss him after that. I run my hands over his sculpted shoulders, down his back. He reaches for my dress, mumbling a curse under his breath when he realizes there are shorts attached.
I didn't bring you out here to do this.
Sebastian lifts me and puts me in his lap, my thighs on either side of his.
It was supposed to be romantic. A grand gesture where I begged you to take a chance on me.
You don't have to beg. I bite his bottom lip and grab hold of his hair. Fucking under the stars is pretty romantic. At least that's what I've heard.
First time.
It's a loaded question. First time fucking someone I care so deeply about? Yes. First time being terrified of what happens next because all this seems too good to be true? Because what I'm feeling for him is something I've never felt before? Yes. Yeah, I whisper. Be gentle with me, Sebastian. He kisses me again, and it's different than before. It's a promise. Something new as he whispers my name over and over again. A prayer he's reciting so he never forgets. We stop to watch the comet blaze across the sky, his arms around my waist and my leg thrown over his calf. There's no more talk about the future. It's us, the only 2 people in the world, and it's the best night of my life.
32. Sebastian. How are you functioning right now? Cooper walks into the kitchen and yawns. The three of us were up way too late last night. Weather never stops. It also doesn't care about my hangover. I glance up from my laptop screen. Remind me to never let Nate suggest tequila shots again. Ugh. His ass is still passed out on the couch while I'm fighting for my life. And this is why I always volunteer to be the designated driver. I feel great. Coffee just finished brewing, but you're so perky. I don't think you need it. Let me top you off. Just inject it into my veins at this point. I close my computer and groan. Are you on the early shift today? Nah, I don't go in until the afternoon. He brings the pot over and fills my empty mug. I'll probably take a nap after breakfast. What a life. What are you doing until then? We could play some beach volleyball. You two are annoying as hell. Nate scowls at us from the entrance to the living room. It's 6 a.m. Being this loud should be illegal. Morning, sunshine. I grin and pat the seat next to me at the table. Join us. He flips me off and opens the brown paper bag sitting on the counter. I'm vetoing beach volleyball. If I go out in the sun, I might hurl. You'd think you'd know your alcohol tolerance at 31, but I guess not. You two should be ashamed. Cooper shakes his head, disappointed. You did this to yourselves. And now I'm paying the price. Nate pulls out a croissant and shoves half of it in his mouth. Morning shift at the station? Nope. Afternoon. I'm going to swing by Mia's place on the way. She asked to borrow some of my tools so she can hang up a painting, Cooper says. Coop? He looks at me, his mug halfway to his mouth. Yes. You're a nice guy. Feels like I'm interrupting something, Nate mumbles, and I hold up my hand. We're best friends, and we've always been honest with each other. Yes, except for the time I stole NBA 2K from you and erased all your high scores. It took me months to tell you. I'm still a little bitter about that, I'm not going to lie. I dragged my gaze to him. You'd tell me if you had feelings for my sister, right? What? Nate whistles. I think I need some popcorn for this. Your sister is engaged, Seb, to someone else, Cooper says. Doesn't mean you can't have feelings for her, I point out. We're friends. His mouth twists when he says it. That's all. Okay. I nod and take a sip of my coffee. You could tell me if it was something more. Yeah, the way you told us you and Quincy were hooking up. I freeze. Nate whistles again. How did you know that we... come on, Seb. Best friends. Remember? He laughs and sits at the table. Nate reluctantly joins us. Anyone looking at you could see you're in love with her. I pull on my collar. That's a big word to toss around. Is it? Or are you afraid to admit it because you know it's true and it's scary as hell? Okay, let's... I rub a hand over my chest. It feels like the walls are caving in around me. I down the rest of my coffee, glad when it burns my tongue. Everyone needs to calm down. I'm calm, Nate deadpans. And Coop is right. He can't be right. I jump to my feet and do a lap around the kitchen. I can't love Quincy. I took her on her first date 3 days ago. I just told her that I liked her, and now... that's moving too fast. Dude, come on. Coop chuckles. You've had a crush on her for years. Those fights you used to pick with her were pathetic attempts at flirting. You broke into her house when you... I used a key. When you thought she was hurt. What am I missing, Nate? He looks up from his croissant. Fuck if I know. See? There's... You look at her even when she's not talking. You let her take the credit for discovering that Georgiana was turning even though you noticed it too. You grin like an idiot when she sends you a text, and you carry ketchup packets with you. Nate rattles off, and I swallow. Okay, fine. Yes, we're hooking up. And yes, I like spending time with her. Who wouldn't? And yes, it's the best sex of my life, but how the fuck can I be sure that's love? I ask. It's pretty easy to figure out. Cooper leans back in his chair with a grin. You think about her a lot, don't you? Yeah. I bob my head and grip the counter. I think I'm going to be sick. There was a moment during Hurricane Georgiana when we got separated and my voice cracks. I thought that was it for me, man. I didn't want to exist in a world that didn't include her. You look for her whenever you walk into a room, Cooper adds. Don't you? I do. I've had hundreds of women try to get my attention, but I've never been interested. With her, a shaky exhale, realization with every second that passes. She's the sun, and I'm the moon, just happy to be in her orbit. When do you leave? Nate asks. Soon? It's not enough time. There's so many things I haven't had the chance to do. In 3 days. You gotta tell her, dude, Cooper says. What if she... How do I know she feels the same way? You don't. Having hope is the hardest part, but if you don't have that, then what's the point? If she loved me, I'd show her off. I'd walk around town holding her hand. I'd be the happiest guy in the fucking world. I need to tell her. I run a hand through my hair. Fuck. She needs to know. Hell yeah, she does, Nate says with more enthusiasm than I've ever heard from him. Go get her, Sebi. And hey, Cooper lifts his mug my way. She's going to tell you she loves you too. That propels me forward. I sprint through the house, changing out of my pajamas for real clothes. I fix my hair and wonder if I should bring her more flowers. I decide against it when Nate tells me to hurry my ass up and hustle for my car. Outside, I fumble with my phone. I know Quincy is awake. She sent me a text around 5 this morning and I hit her name, pressing my phone to my ear. Good morning, Don. She answers on the 3rd ring. Good morning, Quinny baby. Are you busy right now? Totally booked, actually. She laughs. Kidding. I'm free. What's up? I'm coming over. Is this about the latest tropical storm Harry advisory? I saw it too, and I think it'll... No, not weather-related. I just want to see you. Oh. I can hear her smile through the phone. I bet she's sitting in her office, spinning around in her chair and looking up at the ceiling. That sounds good to me. See you soon. I jog up the stairs to Quincy's porch, letting myself in without knocking. She meets me in the foyer, nearly running into my chest when I stumble inside, breathless. My favorite meteorologist. I cup her cheeks and kiss her. Did you sleep well? Not as good as when you're with me, but I can't complain. Quincy wraps her arms around my waist. How was your night with the guys? Minus the tequila shots Nate made us take. Great. Stop, she laughs. You poor thing. I'm fighting for my life, but I wanted to see you. Am I interrupting? Nope. She gives my hand a tug and leads me to her office. I'm just starting the day. I sit on the couch, propping my elbow on a pillow. What's on your agenda today? There's the show at 9. You're welcome to join that, by the way. Then Mia, Harlow, and I were going to get lunch. That leaves me 2 hours to hear about what's got you so excited. 2 hours is a long time. I pat the cushion, and she plops down next to me. There's something I want to talk to you about. You sound so serious. Quincy reaches out and touches my dimple with her thumb. What's on your mind, Sebastian Dunn? So many things. Her phone buzzes on her desk and cuts me off. I reach for it, swiping it off the tabletop and handing it her way. Who is it? She asks. No clue. It says Melbourne, Florida. Melbourne? I don't... Quincy's mouth drops open. Oh my God, Sebastian! The National Weather Service! Answer it, I urge her. Are you sure? What if... Quincy, answer the phone. She accepts the call, bringing the phone to her ear. Hello? I can't hear the other end of the conversation, and her body language doesn't give anything away. Her expression is stoic. There's not even a hint of a smile, and I put my hand on her knee. Right. She nods. I'm on the edge of my seat, waiting for her to tell me what's going on. Thank you so much. She finally hangs up, puts her phone face down, and turns to look at me. Quinn. I got the job, she whispers. I got the job, she repeats, louder this time. Sweetheart. I stand and sweep her off her feet, spinning her around. She's loose-limbed in my arms, a laugh bubbling out of her. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of me, too. Quincy wipes her eyes, then gasps. She wiggles out of my arms, a hand over her mouth. Oh, no. What's wrong? If I got the job, that means you didn't. I'm so sorry. That was selfish of me to... Don't you dare apologize for your success, Quincy. You earned this. You deserve this. Don't worry about my feelings, not when yours are just as valid. But I know you're not happy, and I am. I could talk about weather on my show for the rest of my life and be content, but you? She snaps her mouth shut, but I know what she's not saying. But I'm miserable. Dreading every day that I have to go into work, and yeah, I'm so fucking excited for her, but there's a part that stings with the news too. The recognition that this is it for me. A job that now belongs to someone else while I still don't know what I want to do. Jealousy, the tiniest flicker of jealousy flares to life in my chest, but that's not fair. She earned that spot fair and square. She's made a name for herself, deserving of every accolade. What she does is important, necessary, and I can't be mad at her for getting exactly what she's wanted. I'm going to be fine. I kiss her forehead. Maybe if I say it a few more times, I'll believe it. I have a pretty face, remember? The possibilities are endless.
We don't have to talk about this. Quincy turns her phone over and puts a hand on the back of my neck. I can celebrate with Mia and Harlow at lunch, and we can pretend like...
I want to hear all about it. I smiled down at her. Start talking, Monroe, and don't leave anything out.
They want me to start in 2 weeks, pending any other tropical activity. They apologized for taking so long to reach out. Dealing with the aftermath of Georgiana took them longer than they would have liked. They told me I could still do my show, and the possibility of a hybrid position is something they'd consider in the future.
Look at you go. Fuck, I'm so proud of you.
You're just as deserving, Sebastian. They said it was close between me and another candidate, and I don't doubt that was you.
Another tally in your win column, Prez, I murmur.
I don't want it to be a win or a loss.
Fine, but we need to celebrate.
How are we going to do that?
I have an idea, and the morning is still. It's my turn for my phone to buzz in my pocket. I bet this is Melbourne calling to tell me thanks, but no thanks.
Answer it. What if they're offering you a different position? They said they're understaffed. Something else might have opened up.
I never considered that. The possibility makes me scramble, but when I see the caller ID, it's Jonathan's name on the screen, and I groan. I need to take this, I say, sliding my thumb across the screen. Hello? Hey, Seb! How are you doing? I'm good, man. What's up? I hate to bother you so early. No worries. Did you have a question about the Georgiana footage I sent to you yesterday? I have plenty more. No, that all looks great. It's Gary, your fill-in. Jonathan pauses. He resigned this morning for personal reasons, and the execs need you back in the studio tomorrow. Tomorrow? My heart drops to my feet. That's 3 days early. I know. The good news is they want to set up a conversation to discuss linking your docu-series to the nightly news. They proposed the idea of a weekly episode with a question and answer session afterward. What happens if I don't come back? Are there not any flights? I could probably get them to give the okay for the day after tomorrow, and... I meant at all. There's another long pause, and Jonathan clears his throat. You'd be in breach of your contract and forfeit all your earnings for the year. Well, fuck me. I have other income, but... that is a lot of fucking money I'd lose. Yeah, of course. Makes sense, I say weakly. Thanks for the heads up. He throws out a couple buzzwords he thinks I want to hear. Everyone is amped up for your return. Social media has a countdown clock going and viewers are ready. People are asking what song you're going to do first when you're back on the air. I know he's trying to make me feel important, but my answers are non-committal. A hum and a grunt, and when I hang up with him, my shoulders are heavy. Tomorrow? Quincy asks, and I nod. If I don't, I'll be in breach of my contract. I won't collect any more earnings for the year, and I'm sure I'll be blacklisted from every media outlet across the country. My laugh is jilted. It would be nice to know why I'm so unhappy in a job thousands of people want.
Because you have a big heart, and you're meant for something so much more. And you'll find it. It might take some time, but it's out there, Sebastian, and it's going to be worth the wait when it happens.
Yeah, I nod, wishing I hadn't put so much stock in the NWS job. I should have looked at other positions, done some research on what else is out there, because now I'm stuck down a one-way road and I don't like the direction I'm heading. Probably. Hey, she nudges me with her elbow. Are you going to tell me why you wanted to come over this morning? Oh, I rub the back of my neck. Blurting out that I love her when both of our lives are about to change feels selfish, so I shrug. I plaster on a smile and gesture at her computer screen. Wanted to see if I could hop on the show with you today. You know you have an open invitation. My viewers like you more than they like me. That's not true. It's so true, and I'm okay with it. Quincy laughs. Gosh, I'm going to miss you when you leave. I love her so much. I love her laugh and the way her nose scrunches. I love how she shrieks when I toss her over my shoulder and head for her bedroom. I love her so much that the idea of not getting to see her every day of my life fucking hurts. But could she love me back from 1,500 miles away? I'm going to miss you too. We're going to figure it out, I say. But I wonder if it's more to convince myself than it is to convince her.
33. Quincy. I wake up with my heart in my throat and Sebastian's face buried in my hair. Strong arms wrap around me. A warm kiss is pressed to my bare shoulder.
Hey.
He slurs, still on the edge of unconsciousness. His grip on me tightens. I spin in his arms so I can look at him.
How'd you sleep?
You're like a weighted blanket, Dunn.
Comes in handy when it's 12 degrees outside and my furnace stops working.
If that's what happens in New York, I will not be visiting. I stifle a yawn and run a hand across his chest. My nails scratch over his tattoo and he shivers under my touch. I'm a Florida girl. I'd rather do long division than figure out how to work a furnace.
Given we're in the 21st century, not America in the 1700s, pressing the button to turn the heat on is all it takes. I'll teach you.
I'm going to miss you, I whisper, the reality of the day settling in. Thousands of miles between us. 2 different lives. Very much. He moves his hand to my cheek, cupping my face with his palm.
I'm going to miss you more.
It's not a competition.
With us, it's always been a competition, Press.
Hey, I sit up. You're leaving today. I think your goodbye gift should be telling me what the hell that nickname means.
God.
His laugh ghosts across my skin when he drops his head in the crook of my neck.
It's so stupid. You're going to be unimpressed with me when I tell you.
I'm constantly unimpressed with you, I tease.
Yeah.
Sebastian moves quick. He flips our positions, holding himself above me. He rocks forward and I feel him between my legs, hard, warm, and my eyes flutter closed.
That's not what you said last night. I distinctly remember hearing something about more and best I ever had.
Inadmissible. What I say in the middle of an orgasm can't be used against me. I loop an arm around his neck, playing with the links on his necklace. Truth or dare, Sebastian Dunn?
Dare, Quinny baby.
I dare you to tell me your secret. Please.
Fine.
He leans in close, mouth at my ear. He kisses my jaw, dips lower to kiss the line of my throat before whispering.
It's short for president.
President?
Yup. Quincy, Monroe, John Quincy Adams, James Monroe. It was the first thing that came to mind when I heard your name. It worked originally because I thought you were a guy. But then you walked into the classroom. I saw who you really were with your dark hair and big brown eyes, long legs and a skirt that drove me fucking bonkers. And I lost all train of thought. Couldn't remember my own name. I blurted it out because it was an opportunity to talk to you. Plus,
He drags his tongue up my neck.
It got you so fired up, and seeing you mad as hell is the sexiest fucking thing.
That is. I reached for a pillow and hit him square in the face. So cheesy and so stupid. I was expecting some elaborate story, maybe something cute, not because I was named after the presidents.
Are you really named after the founding fathers?
Unfortunately, my dad used to teach history of early America. I could recite all the presidents in order by the time I was 4.
Wow.
Sebastian grins down at me. I'm tempted to grab my phone and take a picture of him so I never forget how beautiful he is in the morning light. Sunbeams haloing his head, swollen lips and a red mark on his neck from where I paid careful attention to it last night.
I'm going to start slipping presidential nicknames into our conversations.
If you call me Tricky Dicky, I'm going to be pissed.
Now it has to go on the list.
He laughs and rolls off me, burrowing himself in the pillows beside me.
I need to start getting ready. My flight is at 3, but I need to swing by and say goodbye to the guys.
I'm so selfish. You're spending your last hours with me when there are dozens of other people who want to see you before you go.
It's a good thing I'm an adult and can make my own choices.
Sebastian pauses.
I want to make this work, Quincy. You and me. It's not going to be easy, but I want to try.
Are you sure? You're in New York, the city that never sleeps, with some of the most beautiful people on earth. You're going to forget all about me in a couple weeks.
Impossible.
Why is that impossible? I won't be there. We might only talk once a day, sometimes less than that.
I've been thinking about you for a while.
You mean since the day we first kissed?
No.
He shakes his head, runs his palm down my stomach, and fans his fingers out over my hip.
Way longer than that.
When?
Junior year of high school, when you wore baggy jeans and a graphic t-shirt.
His touch moves lower to the waistband of my underwear.
In college, when you wore a yellow sundress to dynamics of the atmosphere and it drove me out of my mind.
His knuckles brush against my entrance, the touch making my back arch.
2 nights ago, when you were out with the girls, I fucked my fist and imagined you were with me.
My breath catches when he pulls my underwear to the side and slides a finger inside me. It's lazy, slow. The last bit of daylight before the sun dips below the horizon. Unhurried, like we have all the time in the world. I wish we did. My vision turns hazy when he adds a second finger, the stretch delirious and perfect. You're lying. My voice is a whisper. Something from somewhere beyond, because he's curling his fingers, hitting the spot no one else has ever reached and pressing open-mouthed kisses to my throat. There's that word again, achingly obvious, painfully loud. Love. 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 Undeniable love.
I'd never lie to you,
Sebastian whispers. He grinds against my thigh, and the sensations are too much, too overwhelming, and I love him. I love him so much, and I don't know what I'm going to do without him. I'd never ask him to stay. He's figuring things out, finding what makes him happy, and I'd never want to stand in his way. But God, is it going to hurt like hell if that happiness doesn't include me? Sebastian. I close my eyes and hide my spreading blush in his chest. It's easier than looking at him. Pressure builds in my stomach, the cusp of ecstasy within reach.
I know,
he answers, the weight of the unspoken words sitting heavy between us.
Me too, sweetheart.
We stay there after we finish, tangled in the sheets for longer than we should. When it's finally time to say goodbye, fighting back tears is the hardest thing I've ever done. Let me know when you land, I say, leaning against my door frame.
What are you doing the rest of the day?
Anything to keep my mind off you. There's a possibility for some rotation in the afternoon storms just south of here. I may head that way and see what I can find. I shrug. If your flight cancels because of the weather, let me know.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Sebastian rests his forehead against mine.
I'll see you soon.
Be good, done.
I'm thinking about you, Quinny baby.
He kisses me, hesitant to pull away.
I'm always good.
With a squeeze of my hip and the flash of a grin, he walks down my driveway. He hops in his SUV, and there's a moment where I think he's going to stay. But then he's starting the engine, backing up and heading down the road, and I'm entirely alone. I drive to Kissimmee in silence. The rain falling on the windshield matches my mood, and I take a deep breath before I climb out of my car and set up my tripod. I fix my hat and ponytail, the camera counting down as my live broadcast starts. 4,000 viewers joining in and seeing the backdrop of menacing clouds. Hi, Chasers. Welcome to the Rainy Day Show, where we're taking another field trip today. My luck with tornadoes has been at both ends of the spectrum this summer, and I'm hoping today is on the calmer side. I pause for a beat, noting the shift in wind and the direction the clouds are moving. The chances for rotation are on the lower end, and I expect we'll see some funnel cloud activity, but no touchdowns. The atmosphere doesn't feel conducive to it this afternoon, but that's okay. A viewer sent in a cool photo from Daytona Beach yesterday where they spotted a waterspout, and it warms my heart that y'all see weather phenomena and think of me. My inbox is always flooded with questions from you, so let's get into it before these storms start rolling in. I lean forward and scroll through the comments coming in, searching for something to answer. Half of them don't make any sense to me. Messages like, OMG, is it happening? And please, this is so cute, I'm going to cry, inundating the screen. I finally find one from a user named Pocketfulofsunshine89 that catches my eye. What's your favorite weather phenomenon, or one you haven't seen yet but want to? Great question, Pocketful of Sunshine. I think it's pretty obvious my favorite weather phenomena are hurricanes. I've studied them the longest. I've written dozens of papers on them, and while I don't pretend to understand the inner workings of tropical cyclones, it's like they speak to me, in a way. As for a phenomenon I haven't seen yet, I have 3. Thundersnow, which is hard to make happen in a state where the annual average temperature is 70 degrees. A bomb cyclone, which shares some similarities to a hurricane. And last but certainly not least, a hubbub, purely because it's fun to say. I laugh and pull my hood over my head as raindrops turn heavy. No, it's not a sex term. Get your head out of the gutter, folks. It's a dust storm carried by the wind of a thunderstorm, and the photos look absolutely terrifying. Pocketful of Sunshine 89. Good pics. Here's another one for you. Which weather phenomenon is the most like falling in love? Wow, we're getting personal today, aren't we? I don't have a ton of experience with a question like this, but I'll do my best. I think it depends on the person. For some people, there's not a weather phenomenon associated with falling in love, because it's always bright skies, calm conditions, easy, safe. It might be the storm chaser in me, but that sounds boring. Lately, I've started to think love is more like a lightning strike. Charged, electric. You don't know when it's going to hit. It might never hit. A lot of people are afraid of it because it's scary and powerful. But when you see it, when you experience it, I trail off, envisioning midnight blue eyes, a necklace cool against my skin, and the brightest laugh in the world. It's beautiful. The sky lights up behind me in agreement. A roll of thunder vibrates the ground, the rumble rustling the leaves of the nearby trees. What other deep things can we talk about? This is taking a philosophical turn, but Approaching in the distance is a pink VW bug honking its horn. The headlights flicker on and off repeatedly, and I look around. There's no one else here. I'm all alone in a field, 2 miles from the main road, and I might be the subject of a kidnapping. Sorry, y'all. We're going to have to change locations. Someone is driving this way, and it's making me uncomfortable. I reach for my tripod, glad I have my camera rolling. If anything happens to me, at least it will be documented. The bug parks next to my car, and I curse myself for not staying close to my vehicle. A quick scan of the area shows me I have room to run if needed. I could veer right, then come up to my car from the side. It's risky, but it might be the only choice I have. The driver opens their door and sticks out a leg. The next one follows. I rear back when Sebastian stands, arms draped over the window and a grin tossed my way.
Quinny, baby.
He slams the door shut and walks toward me, a pep in his step.
I've been looking for you.
What? My eyes flick to my phone. The comments are still coming in, hundreds of people leaving notes like, glad he made it, and can't wait to see how this goes. What are you doing here? Did your flight cancel?
I didn't stick around to find out.
He stops when he's in front of me, out of view from the camera, but his voice loud enough to pick up on audio.
I was at the gate, minding my business. This dad and his daughter walked up to the window near where I was sitting. She started asking questions about the weather. What kind of cloud is that? What causes rain? Is that a rainbow over there? Why does the sky turn purple?
That made you not want to get on the plane?
No, it made me wonder if that's what you were like at her age. Curious, smart, on a never-ending quest for knowledge. And then I had an even wilder thought. One I desperately want to find out for myself.
Yeah? The syllable shakes. What was it?
I wondered if two weather-loving people like us had a kid, what would they be like? Would they think it was boring because it's all Mom and Dad talk about? Or would they want to follow in our footsteps, brave and beautiful like their mom, reckless and stupid like their dad, who is so unbelievably obsessed with someone so far out of his league?
Sebastian moves around the tripod until he's next to me. His hair is drenched. His shirt sticks to his chest, but he's smiling.
After that, I left the airport.
I touch his face, wanting to make sure he's real. Are you planning on going back?
No. The thought of being away from you for even a second seemed like hell on earth. I found a loophole in my contract and turned in my 2 weeks. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I don't give a shit. Not when you're next to me.
I know you were having a hard time, but you love being on camera. You love talking to people, and
I love you more.
Simple, powerful, strong enough to move mountains, and a strangled noise leaves my chest. You love me? I whisper, trying to catch up.
I love you so fucking much, Quincy. I love every single thing about you. No matter what happens, no matter where life takes us, I know we're going to figure it out because I love you.
I love you, too, I say, and his eyes light up. His mouth parts, and I've never seen him so happy. I love you so much, Sebastian. Maybe I always have, I don't know. I'm not into fate or divine intervention or any of that stuff, but I do know that I love you. His mouth is on mine before I can say anything else. Each kiss is a second we've wasted. A moment in our lives when we did everything but this. Sebastian lifts me off the ground and I wrap my legs around his waist, paying no mind to the wet socks in my shoes. The whole world narrows to a single entity. Him who I love. Him who loves me back.
Stop grinding your hips, Monroe, he mumbles against my mouth. We're on camera, and I don't want to be arrested for public indecency.
You're the one who picked me up. I pull on his necklace, smiling when he closes his eyes. The blame is all on you.
Sebastian here. He waves at my phone. I'm going to go ahead and end this video before things escalate. Quincy will be back tomorrow morning. Probably with a new hickey or two, and
You are never allowed on my show again. I fumble with my phone and turn off the live stream. Never.
Guess I'll have to start my own show. I'm going to call it Pocket Full of Sunshine, after my username.
That was you?
I told you I'm a big fan.
He presses me into a tree, the bark sharp against my back.
Tell me, sweetheart, is love still like a lightning strike?
No, it's so much better. Our phones chime in unison, and we exchange a look. Sebastian sets me down and reaches into his pocket. I scramble for my own, a laugh racing out of me when I read the notification.
NHC, he says.
Tropical Storm Isabel just formed in the Atlantic. Our eyes meet. His smile matches mine. Landfall is projected for Sanibel Island early next week.
That makes 3 storms in 4 weeks. Looks like we're going for the record this year. What do you think, Quinny baby? Do you feel like chasing another storm?
Sebastian pulls me to his chest.
Or should we sit this one out?
We should definitely chase another storm. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. I'll race you there.
Epilogue. Sebastian. Next summer. The traffic from the Orlando airport to Oak Valley is going to be the death of me. Could we take 408 instead of 436? Should be a quicker ride, I say to my Uber driver, not surprised when he ignores me and turns up the radio. Being trapped in a vehicle with someone who plays Ricky Astley on repeat is my idea of hell, and I'm not sure I'm going to make it out of here without my eardrums bleeding. It's the last hurdle I have to jump before I'm home, and this feels like the toughest part of the journey. Delays because of a thunderstorm, a missed connecting flight, and 2 hours in the Atlanta airport I'll never get back have messed up my schedule. Now I'm so close to Oak Valley I can taste it. The days have been good, but I really missed my girl. I lean back and untangle the seatbelt digging into my shoulder with a grumble. Exhaustion is settling in, and I'd give anything to close my eyes and take a much-needed power nap after a week out west, covering brush fires in the Rocky Mountains. It took a minute to figure out what I wanted to do after turning in my 2-week notice to ABC. A couple news stations called and asked if I'd be interested in their open chief meteorologist position. The Weather Channel offered me a roll-up in Atlanta, but I passed. Nothing felt right until one day it did. Starting a YouTube series that dives into how weather impacts both the environment and humans was unintentional, but the best thing I ever could have done for my career. The public's fear of natural disasters is higher than ever, and I've made it my purpose to travel across the country to meet folks who have been through significant weather events. I interview them, getting their perspective on how the experience changed their outlook on life. I also help with getting assistants lined up in the aftermath and analyzing what went wrong from a preparedness standpoint so we can make sure it doesn't happen again. My boots are on the ground. I get to get my hands dirty. I get to be in the middle of the chaos exactly how I want it to be, and I've never been happier. The best part? I'm doing it with Quincy by my side. I'll pop onto her show, and she'll pop onto mine. We'll talk about bomb cyclones in the Northeast and heat domes in the Midwest. There's always an argument about forecast predictability where we debate each other until our cheeks are pink and we're laughing into our microphones. 2 weather lovers trying to out-nerd each other, someone wrote under one of our most recent posts. Does it get better than this? Nah, it doesn't. This is it. She's the missing puzzle piece. I fell in love with weather because of her. I'm not surprised I fell in love with her, too. My phone rings, and she must know I'm thinking about her. My smile stretches into a grin when the photo of her in her ski goggles and bike helmet takes over my screen. Tongue out, wet hair, a valiant effort to fight off a smirk and failing miserably. That was the moment, I think, when I knew I wanted her in a way that physically ached. It was her for me. Or no one at all. I slide my thumb and answer the call. Hey, she says from the other end of the line. I was starting to think you were never going to make it home. I'm always going to come home. You can't get rid of me that easily, Monroe. How's my favorite meteorologist? Busy. I just spent 2 hours consoling Mia about why rain on your wedding day is a good luck charm and not a gigantic disaster. Alanis Morissette made a career out of telling people that. I'm not sure Mia would have appreciated that thoughtful insight. She's getting married in a month, and obsessively checking the forecast has become her second job. Did you tell her January is one of the driest months of the year in Florida? I ask. And this whole problem could have been prevented if she hadn't picked July for her nuptials. You know what? I didn't tell the woman planning an outdoor event for 400 people that. Quincy laughs. I'm sure she'd love to hear your scientific opinion, though. Probably safer if I leave my opinions to myself. What are you up to? Wrapping up some research on the influence of upstream atmospheric conditions and how they relate to convective rain bands. Damn, sweetheart. I traced the outline of the tattoo I got back in late March when we took a trip to D.C. to see the cherry blossoms. It sits on the opposite arm of my other one, The two microphones with little raindrops around them, a hazy memory that was spurred on by one too many shots of tequila in the spring air. Her mouth warm on my neck and her low whispers of how much she loved me under a full moon. Sounds like an easy day for you. I need to keep you on your toes, Don. I'm convinced she's Superwoman. She's so damn happy working at the NWS, even with the commute and the effort it takes to keep her show running. We're 3 weeks into the hurricane season, and she's up early every morning talking with her viewers about atmospheric instability and moist air. Sometimes I'll catch myself watching her from the doorway to her office, too distracted to get any of my own work done. It's hard to focus when she's talking with her hands, when her voice shifts an octave higher. Obvious excitement behind her discussion on the Coriolis effect and warm ocean water. You definitely keep me on my toes. I can't get anything by you, I say. When will you be home? I'm 3 cycles of never gonna give you up away. That is oddly specific. You have no idea. Can you survive that long without seeing me? I don't know. Her laugh echoes through the phone and knocks the wind out of me. It feels like I'm floating in the clouds, and I can't wait to see her. I guess we'll find out soon, Sebby baby. We hang up, and I reach into my backpack, checking for the 100th time that the box I've carried around for 3 months is still tucked safely away under a rain jacket and my favorite baseball hat. The one with Quincy's show name on it. I touch the velvet box and smile. This won the Brit Award for Song of the Year, didn't it? Back in 1988, I ask. My driver's eyes flick to the rearview mirror, wondering if he's found a new member of the Rick Astley fan club. It did. Shame. China in Your Hand was better, in my opinion. Totally underrated. That earns me another bump of the volume, and I smirk. My rating for this ride has reached the depths of hell, and it's about to get even lower. There are things to do, plans to put in motion, and I ignore the notifications that greet me when I pull up my social media. I angle my phone and press a couple buttons, going live and waiting for the video to start rolling. Hey y'all, I say to the viewers jumping on. I'm back in Orlando after a great trip out to Colorado, and I'm a few minutes away from home. I feel lucky I get to travel and meet so many people for my job, but there's something grounding about coming back to the place you love most in the world, the person you love too. I toss the velvet box in front of the camera. I hitch it open and show off the ring inside, a blue sapphire on a metal band. Unique, just like her. Beauty in the small things, calm like the air before the start of a summer storm. Today is a big day. Comments flood in. Someone says, finally. Another adds a string of sad faces. Guess he's off the market now, following the emojis. There's one offering me congratulations, telling me they called this months ago. Funny. I knew the day I met her. I'm a lucky guy. I love a lot of things in my life. My family, my friends. I love weather and the sense of purpose it brings me. I love doing something good in the world, but I've always struggled with how to describe love. Words don't seem sufficient when you're talking about the things that bring you joy. Then I think about Quincy. I rub a palm over my shirt. A nervous laugh escapes from my chest. I finally figured it out. We've all been caught in a storm while driving on the highway, right? I'm not talking about a sun shower. I mean an absolute downpour where you can't see more than 6 inches in front of you. The rain is so loud you can't think. I take a breath. I didn't realize my hand had started to shake. Then there's that moment when you drive under an overpass and there's instant relief, silence in the best possible way. That feeling of complete peace, that's exactly what it's like whenever I'm with her. But the moment never ends. It's there constantly. When she steals the covers from me, when I kiss her in the rain, when she's eating a bowl of cereal and a drop of milk gets stuck in the corner of her mouth. It's a never-ending reminder of how sorry kids, freaking lucky I am to have her by my side. New comments come in, one from a guy who says, "I know exactly what you mean, man. If there's another version of myself out there, I would go to the place where I first saw her and wait, hoping to meet her again." Another from a woman who writes, "I hope a love like this finds me." Quincy isn't going to see this live, I say. She's busy working and changing the world, and man, y'all, I've missed her so much. I was only gone for 7 days, but it felt more like 7 lifetimes. I see our driveway up ahead, and it feels like I can finally breathe again. Rick Astley's biggest fan pulls up to our house, and I practically throw the door open. I hop onto the curb, taking in the shutters we painted bright yellow and the new mulch we laid 2 weeks ago. The hibiscus plant I bought for Quincy looks freshly watered in its clay pot, and the bird feeder she set up next to the crepe myrtle bush has a visitor. I've been in some of nature's most powerful storms, but this, right here, knowing I'm about to ask the woman of my dreams to spend the rest of her life with me, I'm a nervous fucking wreck. Wish me luck, y'all. I end the live and shove my phone away. We might be chronically online and easily accessible with our jobs and social media platforms, but this is something I want for ourselves and no one else. I take the porch stairs 2 at a time. The house is quiet when I slip inside and drop my bags on the foyer floor. I see the door to her office open, and I make my way toward it. "Hey, sweetheart," I say, finding her with a book in her lap. Quincy lifts her chin, her eyes bright. She slams the book closed and runs toward me, not stopping until her chest crashes into mine. "There you are." She kisses my cheek, then stands on her toes to reach my forehead. "I missed you." "I missed you too. Did you have a good week?" "Better now. How about you?" "The Rockies are nice, but I'm an East Coast guy at heart." "It's a good thing the East Coast likes you too." "Are you busy?" I run my fingers through her hair, working out a small knot near the ends of the dark strands. "Or can I distract you for a second?" "You can distract me for as long as you want. If I have to read one more article about simulations performed with the weather researching and forecasting model, I'm going to go out of my mind." "Glad I'm barely a step above work, Prez." "It's good for you to know your place." Quincy tucks me to the couch. She moves a stack of papers so I can sit, adding them to the pile on the floor. "You look tired." "You know I don't sleep well when you aren't around." Such a sap." "I love you," I say, and her smile is blinding and bright. "I love you too." "Truth or dare, Quinny baby?" "Really?" She rolls her eyes and pokes my stomach. I grab her hand and curl my fingers around her wrist, kissing every knuckle. "That's the first thing you want to do when you're back in town?" "Appease me, please." Quincy huffs. "Dare." "Good choice." I slip off the couch and onto the floor, a knee popped up and her hand in mine. "That's better. What are you doing? You said dare. And that requires you to be on your knees? You know I love being on my knees. What is going on, Seb? I asked you to play Truth or Dare all those months ago because I wanted to use it as a chance to get to know you. I knew some things about you, but I didn't know you. There was no way in hell you were going to tell me outright, so I made it a game. And it's a game I'm going to win. I didn't think there were winners and losers in Truth or Dare. Oh, there are winners. It's why I've been waiting patiently for today. Is today a special day? It's Tuesday, the worst day of the week. It is a special day because I know you, Quincy Monroe. I know you only pick a dare after 10 truths. I know you pretend to weigh the 2 options, but you always stick to the same pattern. I pull out the velvet box from my pocket. Her breath hitches. She sits up and scoots to the edge of the couch. Which is why I waited very, very patiently. What is that? She whispers. What do you think it is? I ask. A ring? You've always been so smart, sweetheart. I love you so much, Quinn. I love your brilliant brain. I love how hard you work. I love your resilient spirit and how determined you are. I love how you can fight your own battles, but I also love when you ask me for help. I love your laugh and your smile, the way your nose scrunches when you're mad at me, and the little wrinkles you get around your eyes when you're talking about your favorite things. I love you for helping me find a job that sets my soul on fire, and I'm always going to love you. In hurricanes, in sunshine, in stormy weather. It doesn't matter. You and me, we're inevitable, sweetheart. We always have been, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I open the box and smile when her hands cover her mouth. I dare you to marry me. I dare you to let me be by your side from now until eternity. I dare you to let me continue being obsessed with you. And I dare you to let me get your name tattooed on my wrist. I dare you to keep fighting with me. And I dare you to let me hold you at the end of the day. I dare you to love me back, to make me the luckiest guy in the entire world, and I dare you to say yes. Oh my God. Quincy climbs off the couch and kneels in front of me. Her arms snake around my neck and lock me in place. A weight I'm happy to bear. Yes! Yes, 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 yes to all of that. And yes to every dare you could ever give me. Oh, I love you so much, Sebastian. I take her hand and slip on the ring. Mia and Harlow, the people who know her better than anyone in the world, helped me pick it out. The 3 of us spent hours together trying to find the perfect one, and seeing it on her finger now, I know we made the right choice. There's a line of storms expected to roll in this afternoon, I say. Want to take that rock for a spin and see how it fares in a little bit of rain? It'll probably attract too much energy. Look at this thing. She shows off the jewelry and sighs. I really do love you, Sebastian Dunn. Pretty sure I love you more, Quincy Monroe. We're not making this another competition. She kisses my cheek and stands, doing her best to pull me to my feet. If we did, I would win. Sure you would. I hug her around her waist and put my head on her stomach. I dare you to fight about it with me for the next 60 years and see that you're wrong. Her eyes gleam. I'm close to ripping out my heart and putting it in her hands. She always had it. Game on.